Mic check. Good evening, councillors and members in the public gallery. I will officially open this evening's ordinary council meeting at 7 p.m. I would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we are meeting, the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation, and pay my respects to their elders, past, present and emerging. It is with sadness that I note the passing of Tony Green, one of our most active and passionate community members. Tony was a true gentleman and dedicated countless hours of his time to the local community. Not only was he a frequent attendee of council meetings, but was president of the Bayswater City Residents Association, was a founding member of the Bayswater Men's Shed, a founding and long-term member of the Les Hansman Community Centre Management Committee, and served as a community representative on the local Emergency Management Committee for a number of years. He was a sincere and genuine man who believed in the spirit of community and ensuring the transparency of council. He will be missed, and our thoughts go out to Maureen, his family and friends. I'll now move on to item 4, attendance. This evening we have Councillor Clark in attendance via electronic means. In accordance with Regulation 14C 2CI, I have authorised the attendance of Councillor Clark by electronic means due to the increased level of COVID-19 in the community, this being consistent with Regulation 14C 2B. All other councillors are present this evening. Councillors, are there any applications for leave this evening? Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Yes, thank you. I would like to apply for leave between 27th of March and the 25th of April. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. I'd like to apply for leave from the 9th to the 18th of April, please.
Thank you. Councillor Ostrzowski.
I'd like to apply for leave from Saturday the 9th of April through to Tuesday the 3rd of May inclusive.
Thank you. Councillor Eveson.
And I'd like to apply for the 6th of April till the 14th of April inclusive.
Thank you. Can I have someone, Councillor Bull?
14th of April, thank you.
Great. Could I have someone to move those? Councillor Palmer? Seconder? Councillor Maleka? Put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Are there any councillors who have an interest to disclose? Councillor Ostrzowski.
Thank you. My interest is in item 11.1, Bayswater Women's Hub leasing a facility at Shern Park. I personally know one of the committee members and it's an impartial interest and I'll be staying in the room.
Thank you. Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Yes, item 10.4.5, Inclusion and Diversity Advisory Committee. I know a few of the applicants as part of my role as a councillor, so it's an impartial.
Yeah. And you'll be staying in the room. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. Likewise, 10.4.5, Inclusion and Diversity Advisory Committee. I know some of the nominees through my role as a councillor, and 10.4.6, Reconciliation Advisory Committee. I know some of the nominees as through my role as a councillor. They're both impartial interests, so I'll be staying in the room.
Thank you. Any other interest, councillors? Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just the same 10.4.5 and 10.4.6, knowing some of the committee members do as a councillor. Thank you.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had one impartiality interest on item 10.4.3, which relates to the mobile food vehicles. I'm not sure if he's covered or not, but the local coffee van down the road is Cosmos Coffee, so he may be covered by that policy. So that's the impartiality interest, and I'll stay in the room.
Thank you. I'll now move on to item 6, public question time. Members of the gallery, I'll first call for questions on items on this evening's agenda, and then I will open to questions on items not on the agenda. Please keep in mind that you are limited to 3 questions. Does anyone have any questions on tonight's agenda? Please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Wendy Garstone and I live at 136 Crawford Road in Maylands. My question relates to item 10.3.1 and just some background before I ask my question. In the last week or so, I and 2 other city residents have organised a petition to provide support to the officer's recommendations to retain the street tree adjacent to 17 Mercury Place in Morley. More than 300 people have signed this petition, which is a pleasing outcome, considering the short space of time that it ran. What is not pleasing is the anger and frustration which we 3 felt, which compelled us to run this petition. It seems that despite the clear vision of the city's own urban tree strategy, the guidelines of the urban tree policy, the comprehensive report by the city's arborist, and the well-researched presentations by the 5 councillors who spoke in support of retaining the tree at 11 Mercury Place, that the rationale of why a healthy tree must be kept is not clearly understood, or there is an issue with explaining this rationale to residents. I'm not sure what the issue is. So my question is, how will the city improve its way of handling requests for the removal of healthy verge trees in the future so that the time and cost put into the process is efficient and that the outcome is that the healthy tree can remain?
I'll go to the acting CEO.
Through the chair, I might, if you don't mind, go to the Director of Works and Infrastructure. Thank you.
Through the chair, we are working through the policy with council. I'll just repeat that. We are working through the policy with council at looking at how we can improve the way we do things in terms of our tree management.
Mm-hmm. Okay, is that something where there'll be consultation with the community?
I'll go to the director.
Thank you.
Yeah, through the chair, the first step is to work with the councillors on the matter, and it'll be up to them in terms of whether it goes any further beyond that.
Okay, thank you. I look forward to the opportunity to provide comment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Would anyone else like to ask questions on an item on tonight's agenda? Please come forward.
This is items on the agenda. I'm referring to the item on the agenda regarding the proposal to kill the healthy Wannell tree at number 17 Mercury Place, Morley. My name is Greg Smith. I live at 16 Rose Avenue, Bayswater. At the last meeting, it was determined that the perfectly healthy Wannell tree in the same street was valued at $9,000. How can virtually the same tree, but just up the road, be only valued at $6,000?
I'll go to the director.
Through the chair, each tree's had a valuation done on it. It's used the Halliwell system for the valuation. There's a set of criteria that gets used, and that valuation is basically derived from those criteria. So the way that assessment's occurred, the prices have come out different for those trees. They are still different trees, and the prices show that.
I don't accept that there's a $3,000 difference. Nevertheless, I heard the answer. I want to ask a question related to something in the minutes. Is this the appropriate time?
I'll just seek clarification from the acting CEO.
Through the chair, if it's in relation generally to this item, yes.
Is it in relation to the item
Well,
on
it's-
the agenda tonight?
It's in relation to the minutes. So the minutes are, I would argue, part of the agenda. But I'm just wanting to confirm that.
Through the chair, that's fine in this respect.
Thanks. Is it possible for council to rescind the motion to kill the tree at 17 Mercury Place?
I'll go to the acting CEO, sorry.
Through the chair, my understanding under the standing orders, if the action's been taken in regards to council resolution, it's not possible to revoke the previous council decision.
Well, I'm sure you know that the tree hasn't been cut down, so it must be able to be rescinded. I'm just wanting you to confirm that fact.
Through the chair, if the written notification went to the owners advising council resolution, that warrants it, that action has been taken in regards to council's resolution, so the decision can't be revoked.
Okay, thank you very much. In the minutes, it refers to either question 1 and a question 4. I don't know how you go from a question 1 to question 4, but I asked a question about the capacity of money being allocated in the budget to employ a psychotherapist or a psychologist in order to help the dendrophobe councillors overcome those problems. Now, Mr. Bryan declined to answer my question. He said he would provide an answer by Friday, the day he was leaving. Now, I've since been advised that he still declined to answer my question. Now, how can I remedy that failure to answer my perfectly reasonable question? Should I speak to the governance officer? Should I speak to the Minister for Local Government? Should I go to the Ombudsman?
I'm happy to answer that question.
Fantastic.
Mr. Smith, there are no dendrophobes on this council.
Well, I think the fact that you voted to kill a perfectly healthy tree illustrates conclusively that you are a dendrophobe, and all of the councillors that voted for it are dendrophobes.
Thank you for
Clear
your
as crystal.
comments.
Why didn't I provide an answer to my question?
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Where's the answer to the question?
I believe I've answered the question.
No, you said you weren't a dendrophobe. You didn't answer my question. The question is it possible for money to be allocated in the budget to employ a psychologist or a psychotherapist to help people overcome their dendrophobia?
I would answer that question and say no. The City of Bayswater has much higher priorities for their finances than employing a psychologist for an issue that doesn't exist. Thank you very much.
Well, I think it clearly does exist.
Thank you.
If you want to see that it exists, just look at the people that voted to kill that tree.
Thank you.
Clear as crystal.
Thank you. Would anyone else have a question on an item on tonight's agenda? Okay, are there any questions on items not on this evening's agenda? Please come forward.
To the Lord Mayor, the Council's President, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Cecil Reedman. I live in Munyard Way, Morley, and have been a resident there from 1969. At the moment, there's over 40% of original owners that built in 68 and 69 living in their houses. Now, I've never been to a council meeting because I've never had cause to. But I agree, I wanted to come to this meeting to discuss a problem I have and a concern. In my rates, I got this pamphlet of yours with 14 items, all related to helping institutions with regards fire. And that is my concern of my house catching fire. Reason being, 4 years ago, I've got a council tree that was put in 1975. Never had a problem with the council over many, many years prior to 4 years ago. Now, every year the council employs people to come and cut the trees, both sides of the street in the Morley area, which was fantastic. Unfortunately, I've got my power line running straight through the middle of the tree. So every year when the council people organize people to come and cut the tree, they cut my tree a meter below the power line, which was great. There was no chance of anything. But over the last 4 years, the council had an individual or group that thought, oh, we'll save thousands of dollars in cutting trees only one side of the road, which is under the power lines, and not the opposite side. With the result, over 4 years, my tree has grown twice its size, and so has everybody else's on the opposite side. All right? Now, my argument is, when they come every year, and I've questioned this for 4 years, I didn't get, or nobody else got notification from the council or the Shire telling us that they've decided to cut one side of the road under the power lines. All right, which stopped 4 years ago. Now, every year when they're cutting the opposite side, because the power line runs through my floor, it's about 3 times the size of this, they cut a little channel about 18 inches around the power line. Now, I've seen these blokes on a cherry picker struggling to get through the tree. In my view, it is dangerous. It's an accident waiting to happen. Sometimes the individual's head is 6 inches away from the power line. All right? Now, anyway, my answer is, when they cut this channel, within 3 months or 4 months maximum, the new growth is enclosed the power line and touching the power line. All right? Now, because we get the westerly coming from the left and the easterly from the right, it goes straight across the tree. And when the branches are blowing, it virtually shakes the power line left and right. Now, my concern is, from the power line, it comes through the tree to my power line on the border of the council line.
So
All right?
I'll just confirm, sorry, the question.
The question is, because the wire is shaking, sooner or later it's going to snap my power pole, thereby bringing my connection to the house down and a massive risk of catching fire to the house. All right? I am quite willing at any day, any time, for whoever's responsible for the council tree to come, make an appointment, give me a ring, and I'll be there to meet him and discuss what can be done to the tree to make the problem not a problem.
Okay, so
That's all I'm asking
if that's
for.
the question, I'll just
Yeah,
go to our director.
Yeah, that's
Thank you.
all I want. Somebody come and check the tree and see the danger it's in.
I'll just go
Okay.
to the director for an answer
Thank you
for
very
you.
much, everybody.
Yeah, through the chair. I mean, the trees are pruned around power lines. It's done to a standard. And what we'll do is we'll come out, we'll send an officer to come out and have a chat to you and go through those standards and explain why and how we do it and see if we can do something different if possible.
Much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Does someone else have a... Yes, please come.
Good evening. John King from Murtome Village in Bayswater. We attended last month's meeting and asked several questions, and as a result of that, there was a very good article in the Perth Voice that did make the front page. After that meeting, the answers I received, or we received, caused me to have a couple more questions. I asked for a meeting with Dan Bull and Lorraine, and they were kind enough to agree to that. We met, I asked the questions, they took the questions away with them. I followed up with emails, and I could not get a straight answer. So I'm here to ask my question in person. what type of contract does the City of Bayswater have with Hall and Pryor for running Mertome Village?
I'll go to the director to respond.
Through the chair, so Mertome Village was sold to Hall and Pryor in April 2019 as a going concern. So then that effectively gives the full autonomy to them over the day-to-day running of the village. And we do also have a management agreement in place with Hall and Pryor to run Mertome Gardens. That was on behalf of the city, and that was a decision made at the time. So that.
I think I got the gist of most of your answer, but the only way to transfer those contracts from one entity to another, there are two ways. One is a novated contract and one is an assigned contract. A novated contract would normally be the way to do that. That just means a new contract detailing the method by which the responsibility is passed over. However, a novated contract requires consent of the contract holders, the residents of Mertome. No consent was ever received. The other way is through an assigned contract. Now, an assigned contract is normally something that you might have with subcontractors. And under an assigned contract, you can only assign benefits. You cannot assign liabilities. Therefore, if it's an assigned contract, the City of Bayswater still has responsibility for running of Mertome and would not be able to impose rates. Now,
Do you have a second question?
I'm leading to it.
Okay.
But so this basically means that we could go to the State Administrative Tribunal to get a decision based on this. If the result went against the City of Bayswater, as a minimum, it would be very messy, probably chaotic. It could open up a whole can of worms with regards to lawsuits and all sorts of things. A lot of liability for the City of Bayswater. The residents are not keen on doing that at all. We have had a long-term relationship, a good relationship with the City of Bayswater. We would like that to continue. Now, for that to continue, I think the City of Bayswater needs to do something regarding the rates. Now, the clear intent of the contracts that you had with the residents was that rates would not be paid. The average age of the residents that this involves is around 80 years.
Mr. King, I just will have to ask you to ask a question.
I will come to it, but Your Honour, the council's taken 3 years to get to this point and it's been a complete balls up so far. I'm trying to give you an out for this and it will only take another minute. So, sorry, I just lost my spot there. Okay, average age around 80 years. So, it would not take much for the council to just delay imposing rates, and their lifelong contract will naturally come to an end with the end of their life or they're moving on to a nursing home or similar. What we're asking, Madam Mayor, is that to solve this problem, you simply pass a motion to rescind the back rates that you have already imposed and to stop any future rates being imposed. We don't mind if you get rates from Hall and Pryor for the nursing home. This is a win-win situation. You can still get money. We're not asking you to go without. We're simply asking you to delay getting the full amount from the residents. So my question is, Madam Mayor, will you agree to passing a motion to rescind the rates and stop future rates?
Thank you for your question. Council have heard the question. I will seek advice from the director.
Through the chair, so, well, as you know, the rates notice has been raised and levied and issued, so the decision to rescind that would be to council. However, I will also add, following our meeting, as I committed at that meeting, I would contact Hall and Prior on your behalf and to ask them to come and meet with the residents. Excuse me, this is falling down. To come and meet with the residents. And I understand that there was a meeting held on Thursday with 50 residents with Hall and Prior. I spoke to Hall and Prior today, and they advised that that meeting went well. So again, I would suggest that you speak to Hall and Prior about these ongoing concerns.
The points I've raised make the whole concept of your agreement with Hall and Prior, it takes away the legal foundation for anything that you're doing. So if what you're doing is illegal, how can you suggest that we simply talk to Hall and Prior? This is something that council needs to address.
I'll go to the director.
Through the chair, so yes, I understand that you've raised in the past the legality of the transaction. We have confirmed with our lawyers, obviously, that the transaction was managed appropriately, and there's nothing illegal or untoward about it.
Thank you for your questions, Mr. King.
I accept your answer. Can I ask one more question?
We are,
Yes, I
the
know.
limits are 3 questions.
And I'm happy to take this question on notice. Who owns the land, and what section of the Local Government Act gives you the right to impose rates on Mertome Village?
We'll take that on notice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening to you all. Branka Radanovic, 11 Slade Street, Bayswater. My questions relate to trees on road reserves within the city of Bayswater. The city's Powerline Clearance Program 2022 shows the total number of street trees within a road reserve as 30,174. Question 1. How many residential road reserves are without a street tree?
I'll go to the director.
Through the chair, I'll have to take that one on notice.
Thank you.
Thank you. Question 2. When will the city move from residents request a verge tree to a tree on every verge, as many other local government councils have adopted? And adding to that, it would be smart if the city was to progressively start planting trees where there are no overhead power lines.
Councillors have heard your question and will consider that.
Thank you. Question 3. Since the 2016 policy change relating to pruning of trees not under power lines, I request the city provide evidence that there is and has been a program in place since 2016 for the maintenance of these trees.
Sorry, do you mind repeating that?
Yes. Since the 2016 policy change relating to the pruning of trees not under power lines, I request the city provide evidence that there is and has been a program in place since 2016 for the maintenance of these trees. I'd say this relates to 10.3.1, relating to the maintenance of trees that don't have power lines above.
I'll go to the director.
Through the chair, I mean, the city still does maintenance on trees when they're not underneath power lines. So there is action that we do take in terms of explaining what that action is at this point in time. I'll probably need to take it on notice and provide that information at a later time.
Particularly the fact that there is a program for power line maintenance, the pruning of trees that have overhead power lines, but there doesn't seem to be one for the trees that don't have overheads. So it's sort of something's missing in the equation here. That's my question. Where is the evidence of the pruning practices for such trees?
Thank you for your questions.
Thank you.
John Williams, 54 Matthews Close, Naranda. Dear Mayor and Councillors, on the passing of Tony Green, could I please request Council to also please acknowledge that Tony was a founding member of the first environmental group in the city of Bayswater, the Friends of Lightning Swamp Bushland. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that.
Aileen O'Rourke of 66 King William Street, Bayswater. I just want to ask, what is the current canopy cover percentage in Bayswater?
I'll go to the Director to respond.
Through the Chair, based on the information that we have, that we've collected, it's sitting at about 14.55%.
14.55. Okay. How will the city in the next 3 years reach the 20% coverage?
I'll go to the Director to respond.
Through the Chair, the target is an aspirational target that we're trying to achieve. We are reviewing how we're going with that, with the progress of the tree planting and the canopy coverage. That will be discussed with councillors in the coming week, and the councillors will basically review the progress of the tree planting.
And you'll let us all know what that will be. Okay. And the next question, in part, is a bit to do with what Branka was talking about to some degree. How does the city monitor and attend to the health of trees in the city?
I'll go to the Director to respond.
Through the Chair, there are officers that we do have arborists that tend to trees. Trees are inspected. We do get reports from people as well in terms of the condition of trees, and we do go out and inspect them and undertake the necessary works that need to happen.
Okay. Is there a budget allocated? Is a budget allocated to that?
I'll go to the Director to respond.
Through the Chair, yes, there is. We have people on board that's their role, is to look after trees, and we do have a budget attached to that.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your questions.
Ian Walters, 124 Lawrence Street, Bedford. My first question relates to the City of Bayswater's investment in the EMRC. And the EMRC financial report of 2020 shows the City of Bayswater had investments totalling $36,365,530. Would it be possible to get the current amount of the city's equity?
I'll go to the Acting CEO.
To the Chair, if you don't mind, we'll take that on notice.
Beg your pardon?
We'll take that on notice.
Yeah. Well, could I ask you to answer the previous questions I've asked 3 times, and it won't take another 6 months, I trust, because the accounts for the MRC are published, and I don't understand what the delay is. And another thing is, you come in here, and I can speak for the other people, you can't hear responses, right? People ask questions, gentlemen over there, you can't hear them at the back. So can we have the volume for this thing here improved?
I will ask everyone if they could please speak into the microphones. Can you hear me fine?
Yeah, I can hear you very clear.
Okay, I'll ask if everyone can please make an effort to speak clearly into the microphones.
Yeah, thank you. The next question relates to the function of the city rangers. And in order that I may accurately assess their functions, please advise details of their responsibility and number of rangers. The reason for my question is that I live in a street. A car was parked there the other day in the middle of the street. It's a double white line, no parking on the yellow line on the side. the ranger comes down and he goes across the road and leaves the bloke there, and it's a traffic hazard. So I'd like to know what their function is. I'm sure they just drive around. There's been 3 cars come down my street and nothing's happened.
I'll just go to the director to respond.
Okay.
Through the chair. The Rangers and Security Services
I can't hear you.
Oh, beg your pardon. I feel like I'm a musician or something coming up so close, but anyway. The Rangers and Security Services have a number of different roles. Obviously, the Rangers need to can only act within the Local Government Act and the delegation which is given to them. If I could have the details of that particular incident, I can come back to you within the coming days, and I can advise what action was taken within the laws applicable.
Well, I've raised this question several times, and Mr. Abels replied last and said that I'm to go down to the site and ring up the rangers to get some action on offences. Now that's a joke, because the rangers are over there and the property's down at Lawrence Street in Bedford. So what am I to do? Go down there every day, and that's what the letter says, and phone up and tell you that there's a traffic infringement's taking place. I certainly look forward to your response, madam.
Thank you, Mr. Walters. Does anyone else have a question on an item not on the agenda?
I've got a few questions, actually. That's right, I've got 3 questions too. Harvey Tonkin, harveyt@iinet.net.au. I sent these in because I wasn't sure if I was going to make it, and I forgot you changed the time. So I made it in plenty of time. That's not my first question. Question 1. Last council meeting, I asked for the status of the Morley Drive and Emerson Road intersection question that I'd asked from the previous meeting. The director was unable to answer and requested my question be answered when he was able to check. I left my contact email and expected a response a few days later, as the question wasn't too difficult. My question is, why is it that I've had to wait so long for an answer? I got it this afternoon.
I'll go to the acting CEO.
Through the chair, I will need to investigate the delay in that response, and get back to you on that.
He's here. All right. Question 2.
I'll just, Mr. Tonkin, I'll just ask the director. So you received a response from the director?
I got it this afternoon.
From the director?
Yes.
Okay, I'll go to the director to respond.
Yeah, through the chair, a letter was emailed, as you just mentioned, to you this afternoon. In terms of the response, what I did was actually sent a memorandum out to the councillors and the mayor regarding the situation with that particular intersection. There was a little bit of dialogue between councillors and officers in regards to what is proposed in terms of the trees being removed at that intersection. Following that, I was going to send a response to you regarding the situation. Yes, that did take longer than expected, and I do accept the situation is not good, and in future I'll make sure that we send an interim response to you, basically acknowledging that we are working on the answer for you, and we'll make sure we do that in future.
Okay, thank you. It was all I was after was an update. I mean, the answer you gave was detailed and it was very good, but I was just after, it was just the whole thing seemed to be taking too long. Okay, question 2. The last meeting, there was an item that referred to the removal of a street tree. When I read the agenda then, I remember seeing a table that referred to the letters that the council had sent out. 50 letters were sent out and only 4 responses. Why was that table removed from the current agenda, incorporated into this meeting?
I'll go to the director.
And the rest of it, and is it
And is it normal for the council to amend the original agenda?
I'll go to the director to respond, and then the CEO may have comment.
Through the chair. In regards to the difference, are we talking about the agenda versus the minutes? Because I did have a look at the agenda versus the minutes, and I don't see any change in terms of the information that's provided in the
The
report.
agenda I received here, the printed version, had a table incorporated into it. When I read the copy of that agenda, the PDF file, in the minutes, like when you go back, you can see the item. Sorry, you can see the, I'll have to keep my head still. You can see the item last week, but it doesn't change. It still remains the same item on the website. So I've got to rely on that. So I reviewed it this time. It doesn't have that table. And my question, and I think other things happen other times, but I know specifically this one, because what I was looking at was the fact that 50 people were sent letters and only 4 responded, and yet 60 people sent in a petition. But that's not the issue. The issue is the item changed in the agenda. You can go back and check, but that's what I saw. I'm not blind.
Are you talking about tonight's agenda?
Yep. No. I'm talking about the last meeting.
It's February's agenda.
Yep, the agenda.
So so I just want to clarify
what happens
to make
is-
sure we're answering the right question.
Yep, last month's agenda
Yes.
is produced,
Yes.
right? Then when there are results, the staff then change it and say this person voted, this person didn't vote, and then it's produced. And then it's voted on in this to be approved. What
Okay,
I'm
so
saying is that the information that was supplied has changed.
So you're talking about if you're talking about...
It'll be
they
the
don't-
minutes
It's the minutes.
from the
because
last meeting, yes.
They don't alter the agenda with who voted
Well,
for
it's
and
last
against.
month's agenda and the minutes in this meeting.
Okay. Does that... I'll just see.
Everyone understand, or have I got to...
Oh,
You're all stumped. I'm sorry.
Through the chair, I do understand the question. We'll take that on notice just to see why that.
What you got to do is look at last month's
Yeah.
printed and you'll see the table.
Yeah,
And look
well-
at this month's PDF and you won't see the table.
thank you.
That's
Okay.
all. It's just why has it changed and is that normal? And do they do it for everything else?
Thank you.
So that's taken on notice. Okay, good. Okay, question 3. I noted that a petition was provided for the removal of a tree in Mercury Place that showed a fairly high response. I also note that only 4 people responded in the comfort of their home. However, when confronted with a petition, they felt the need to respond. Why does the council bother to spend time and money sending out letters if the councillors are going to completely ignore the results? Is that too difficult? I'm sorry. What I'm saying...
I would answer that by saying councillors saw the results of the petition that was presented to us, and everyone is able to form their own view and vote how they like.
You know, I appreciate that. That's why I'm not... What I'm saying is that a piece of paper was sent out to them to make a decision in their home environment. 4 people sent it back. But then another piece of paper showed the whole street agreed. Now, I'm not saying that people were coerced or forced, but that's, you know, the council's doing one job and the ratepayers are doing another. And then you get a group of councillors who agree with the ratepayers through whatever means. I just want to say, why are you spending the money sending the letters if the councillors are just going to vote against it anyhow? Because the ratepayers all decide they don't want it. You can take it on notice.
The question is, why do we engage with the residents? Is that the question?
In the first place, yep, and waste money.
I'll go to the acting CEO.
Through the chair, my understanding is we do consult, the city consults in accordance with its policy.
Yep.
And so that's why we do it, it's in accordance with the policy.
Yeah, I understand that. I've been coming to lots of meetings, but it just seems a waste of time.
Thank you, Mr. Tonkin.
Can I ask a fourth little question? It's not going to take long. Why is it that on one tree problem, the petition isn't, what's the word?
Mr. Tonkin, would you like to submit that in writing because you've had 3 questions? You've actually had more than 3 questions. But...
All right. Yeah. I'll do it. It won't be a problem.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, councillors and staff. My name's Jamie Petrovic, live in Grey Street, Bayswater. The old chestnut of the concrete plant has come up again. We've been doing, some of the older councils, no offence, we've been doing this for the best part of 10 years. And, you know, it's sort of getting to a stage, enough's enough with it. I hope, was it the questions relating to the letter from the city regarding concrete batching plant, WA premix, lot 2, 277 to 279 Collier Road, Bayswater, 6053 for March 22nd council meeting. Question number 1, noise. Did you know how loud noise pollution travels at night? The normal day noise, which is buffered by, you know, trucks, people going to work, etc. Especially the land elevated at high levels, which is distributed by sound travel. 1B, do you know the residents' quiet enjoyment for rest, sleep is affected? Because this is all relating on, they want to change operation hours, 12 hours in a 24-hour period. So, for example, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. for night works, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. by meaning changing the working 12 hours. 1C, why are these noisy, heavy vehicles allowed to run through the residential streets such as Grey Street, etc.? I followed a truck today. It's the first truck. It was a premix truck. It's the slowest one I've ever seen, doing 40 k's an hour. Ever since they've trying to get extension on their licence operation hours, the trucks have been very minimal. I'm home during the day and I see them. They're not running down there like land speed records. Not just them, most vehicles. But I've hardly seen a WA premix truck at all, which is, I think is rather coincidental. 1D, how can you reassure ratepayers that works and times will be controlled in order not to disturb the community? 1E, have the councillors and city officers been made aware of Hansard report stating plan does not meet EPA requirements, e.g. buffer zone, noise pollution and air pollution? Question 2.
Excuse me, sorry.
Yep.
It's Mr. Petrovic.
Yes, yep.
Public question time, there is a limit to 3 questions. And I know that you've got A, B, C, D, E under 1, but there are multiple questions. So would it be possible for you to submit these to us in writing?
You can have this. You can have this sheet actually.
Thank you.
But I'll sort of cut. Yeah, just read this. But because I worked in the industry and I can foresee what they're planning to do. They, in the long run, my opinion, they want to run this plant 24/7. And one thing the residents are finding it hard to cope is that it keeps coming back up, and we've got to keep going back, get a petition against it. I mean, the first time we did it, which is 2011, probably a bit before, everyone said no, and no one's view has ever changed. And also because of urban infill too, and especially if they're going to do night works, everyone in that Joan Croft Reserve, all across there, it just echoes. Even at night in Grey Street, you can hear the cops chasing people on Guildford Road, you name it, anywhere.
Thank you very much.
So,
when the item does come, it's not on the agenda, and I haven't seen the item.
Yeah.
When the item does come before council, you will have the opportunity at that time to give a deputation and put forward your views on it.
One reason why I did it tonight, because I work away, so I wasn't quite sure if I'm going to be here or not. So this is the reason why I brought it up. So
please provide the questions to us, and we'll take them on notice. Thank you. Yeah, I'll get someone to take the question.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Does someone else have any question in relation to items not on the agenda? If not, I'll close public question time. I'll now move on to item 7, confirmation of minutes. We'll now, do I have a mover to confirm the ordinary council meeting minutes for the 22nd of February 2022? Is there a mover? Deputy Mayor, do I have a seconder? Councillor Eveson, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Palmer, Councillor Eveson, Councillor Sutherland, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peterson-Pitt, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against? Councillor Maleka and Councillor Ostaszewski. Thank you. Item 8, presentations, petitions. Do any councillors have any petitions to table? Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a petition here from the Friends of Lightning Swamp, the chief petitioner being Mr. John Williams, Chair, and he has the address there as well. Dear Sally, I'm writing to you in regard to the nature-based learning initiative we are introducing at a site situated in Lightning Park. The community initiative is to support outdoor learning, early learning of the natural environment for pre-primary and primary age children. Last year, the group was successful in obtaining funding to have 2 portable structures constructed and delivered to the site. Both portable structures are customised for use by visiting teachers and school children in support of activities and programs supporting nature-based learning. Unfortunately, late in 2021, I met with planning staff to prepare for delivery of the first portable structure and was informed the site is subject to strict fire regulatory requirements. Disappointingly, the strict requirements were not disclosed earlier, and I was left in the unwitting position to contact a number of fire service consultants to seek their advice and recommendations. The requirements are for fire risk and BAL assessment, and that's the fire assessment, bushfire assessment reports, including a bushfire plan to meet regulatory requirements for structures at the site. Over the past 2 months, I have managed to obtain 3 independent quotations for reports of the site to meet the necessary requirements for infrastructure. As you may imagine, this is causing me considerable frustration, especially the delay to infrastructure for start of the initiative in 2022. In addition, our limited assistance funding for infrastructure cannot account for the cost of consultant reports, and we seek to petition councillors for their support to fund the report. The 3 quotations can be made available for council staff for their determination and recommendation. We hope councillors and council can assist us to progress the worthwhile initiative to make a difference for our young children of today, to have a closer connection to nature. And that's signed yours faithfully, Mr. John Williams, Chair of the Friends of Lightning Swamp Bushland Incorporated. And basically it's to assist in the sort of construction that is not really, I feel, a Friends of Association to start doing that type of inspection construction. That is down to the city. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll just get the petition. Do you have the petition, Councillor Palmer?
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other petitions? Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I have the petition that Wendy Garstone mentioned in her questions. So the initiative of the petition is Wendy Garstone. And the wording says to retain the healthy tree, we, the undersigned, being electors of the district, formally petition the City of Bayswater to address the following: to retain the healthy street tree located in the road verge at 17 Mercury Place, Morley. We consider that our request is consistent with the City of Bayswater's urban tree policy and urban forest strategy and the city officer's report on this tree, and there's no valid reason for the removal of this tree. I heard the deputy say there was over 300 signatures. There's 28 pages. It looks like there's people from all over the city of Bayswater, from every suburb, Embleton, Bayswater, Morley, Naranda, and Maylands. Yeah, so it looks like a good representative from across the city of Bayswater.
Thank you. Are there any other petitions, councillors? No? Are there any presentations? No. Deputations were heard at last week's agenda briefing forum. This evening we have one delegates report from Councillor Peterson-Pick. Councillor Peterson-Pick, would you like to move this report? Could I have a seconder? Councillor Bull. Councillor Peterson-Pick. Councillor Bull. I'll put that straight to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you. So item 9, method of dealing with agenda business. Pulling first this evening will be the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, I'd like to pull item 10.1.1, 10.3.1, 10.3.2, 10.4.2, 10.4.3, 10.4.4 and 10.4.5.
Thank you, Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Yes, 10.6.1.1. And that's it.
Councillor Bull. Councillor Clark.
Yes, Mayor, I'd just like to pull 10.6.1.2, but just to vote against.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Sorry, I think just, sorry, I didn't quite catch all the ones that the Deputy Mayor pulled, but I think 10.4.5, please.
10.4.5 was pulled by the Deputy Mayor. Councillor Maleka. Councillor Sazowski.
Thank you. 10.2.1 and I'm not sure, 10.3.3 MRC, has that been pulled?
No.
No, and I'll pull that one. Thank you.
Councillor Palmer.
Thank you. 10.4.6 and I'm pulling one in new business of an urgent nature, which is 13, item 13. Thank you.
I think I can't do that at this stage.
That's all right.
Councillor Eason.
Yep. I'm looking at, obviously, the motions I've got 11.2, 11.3, 11.7, but 10.6.2.3, please. The others have been pulled already. Thank you.
Councillor Sutherland? No. Okay, thanks. So moving on to item 10, we'll first consider the items that were subject of deputations, with the first item being 10.3.1, which was pulled by the Deputy Mayor. Would you like to move the officer's recommendation?
Yes, with a slight amendment.
With an amendment, have you provided the wording?
Yes, it has gone through. I'll read it in the meantime while they get that up. It's that council refuses the request for the removal of the Agonis flexuosa tree, street tree located adjacent to 17 Mercury Place, and request the CEO to consider the regular pruning and maintenance of the tree following a review of the urban trees policy by council.
Do I have a seconder? Oh, sorry. Yep, I'll wait for it to be on the screen. just confirm, councillors, have you had an opportunity to read it? Oh, sorry, I can't see.
Sorry, Mayor, can I just flag? I can't actually see the wording of that screen, but so as not to cause issues, if it's read out in full, then I'll be aware of it. And if someone wants to email me, then I can access the wording if it's complicated.
No problem. I'll ask the Deputy Mayor if she can read it out loud slowly now for you, and if you can just confirm that you've heard it properly.
That council refuses the request for the removal of the Agonis flexuosa street tree located adjacent to 17 Mercury Place and requests the CO to consider the regular pruning and maintenance of the tree following a review of the urban trees policy by council.
Is that clear, Councillor Clark? Yes? Okay. It's on the screen, councillors. You've all had an opportunity to read it. I'll ask if there's a seconder. Councillor Johnson? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. I'll take off my mask for this if that's easier for people. To all the people that wrote into me, both in support and against, thank you for taking the time to share your views, and thank you to everyone who did deputations, both verbal and written, on this item. It is really good to hear from residents that they agree pruning is the best outcome. Before I go further, I'd just like to put something on the table. I feel like the last 4 weeks have really shown us the gross side of human nature. Entitlement, hate, belittlement, harassment, bullying, and the list goes on. We've had to organise security patrols for a whole street because some people feel it is their right to drive up and down a peaceful cul-de-sac, pull up in people's driveways, take photos of them in their homes, abuse them, and that is just what is happening in person. When I get sent screenshots of residents posting things like, they're killing the tree so they should be killed too,
Yeah.
it makes me absolutely sick.
So, sorry, Councillor Palmer, you have a point of order? Deputy Mayor, can you please turn off your mic? Sorry, Councillor Palmer.
I respect all councillors, but I think opinions that are in this mode are not part of the item and should not be part of the item. It's very important. Thank you.
It is relevant, Madam Mayor.
It's not relevant.
She needs to decide.
Please continue.
Thank you. When I get sent screenshots of residents posting things like, they're killing the tree so they should be killed too, it makes me absolutely sick. When did we as humans start caring so little for each other? When did we start not even respecting that some people have different points of view? I, along with other councillors, have also been threatened in person and online. Apparently, we have to not only expect it, but also take it because we're public people. Now, I wanted all that on the table because I want to make it absolutely clear that I am not voting to refuse the removal of this tree because I have been threatened and harassed. I am moving this because I want the best outcome for our residents and the city. It is abundantly clear to me that unlike the other tree on Mercury, this tree request has come about because of pruning. Here we have a lovely couple who have not only maintained their tree for 2 decades, they have loved it. You can see that in the tree. It is gloriously healthy. It shows that if we let residents look after their verge trees with impunity, we really do get the best outcome for both residents and the city. Yet here we have a removal request straight on the back of these residents being threatened with a $500 fine because they looked after their tree and dared to prune it regularly. Something is very wrong with this picture. This should go to the workshop, and the workshop will hopefully come with a resolution to how we can improve our standards on verge trees and empower our residents to keep on looking after them. We need to enable residents to love and look after their verge trees and or have them maintained to an expected standard.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson?
Thank you. I think this is a sensible amendment to allow this tree to be maintained. And so that's why I'm seconding it. I'm certainly not endorsing some of the comments that I've heard. in contrary, I have been impressed that people have engaged with issues across the city. Personally, I haven't seen any bad behaviour. I've seen people who have looked at our council processes, who have read our policies, who have looked at our strategies and have looked across the city at how we can get the best benefit, and have engaged that might have come here tonight or might be watching online. So I think people have really clearly engaged with this issue, and it's always pleasing to see people engaged in their local issues, because I know people are really passionate about their local spot. I know that's sort of veering off into the not relevant, but you're happy to second this motion. It's very sensible. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone like to speak against the item? Anyone for? Councillor Ball.
Can I just ask a couple of questions?
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I just would like to better understand what we're actually voting on, what regular pruning and maintenance means following review of urban tree policy in a practical sense.
I'll go to the mover.
Sure.
Thank you. I'm hoping that will be determined at the workshop what that would be.
Do you have another question?
Yeah, which workshop are we talking about?
I think it's in the motion.
There's no discussion of I can't see, does it say workshop in that motion? I can't see that unless I've missed it.
It says review.
Yep, so which workshop is the Deputy Mayor referring to?
Go ahead.
Sorry, just for clarification. Sorry, we usually discuss or review policies. We discuss them at workshops and review them at committees. So my understanding is that it would occur at either through the forum of a committee or a workshop.
Okay, so does the city have any view on what regular pruning and maintenance of the tree means, and whether there's capacity within our current workforce to be able to do that?
I'll go to the director.
Through the chair, with the workshop that is proposed, we are hoping to establish what the expectations are of the council in terms of this particular tree. And in terms of resources, the city has got resources to accommodate some more pruning to a certain extent. We can't just go and prune every single tree in the city, but we can accommodate some more pruning if it's required.
Thank you. I'd just like to pick up on a comment. So it sounds like that there is a workshop that is planned to discuss this particular tree already. Is that, am I right that is what that was suggesting, that answer?
I think if this resolution is adopted, this will be considered when the policy is reviewed.
Yeah, so my question is, has there already been a workshop planned to discuss this tree, just in response to the comments from the director just then?
To discuss this specific tree?
In response to the answer to the previous question, yes.
Through the chair, not necessarily specifically for this tree, but it's trees in general, and this tree will form.
It's trees in general.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I understand. So the answer to my question is that we're voting on, am I correct that we're voting on a motion that will result in increased workload for our city, but we don't know what the increased workload will be at this point, because we need to have a workshop to work out what the increased workload is going to be if this resolution is adopted?
I'll go to the acting CEO.
Through the chair, the motion is to consider. So there's, obviously we've got to consider what's reasonable in terms of threshold, what can we do capacity-wise. In terms of a workshop, it may, it's basically the review that's the prime mover. And if the review normally requires referral to a workshop. In this case, it will go to a workshop after the review.
Would you like to speak on the item?
I haven't decided yet.
Would anyone like to speak against? Councillor Peterson-Peake.
Not against, but I want to speak on the item if I can.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Look, first of all, I'm very happy that the motion on the table is not to remove the tree. Obviously, I'm very supportive of that, so I think it is a very good approach. Removing healthy trees without really substantial reasons would be a terrible thing to do for our city, and especially for the long term. And it would go against everything that we stand for. I'm confused what has changed since last month. Obviously, I understand what has changed, but this is the same situation. I do feel a bit for the owners that they are confused why council previously supported removal similar to healthy tree, and now suddenly the proposal is not to remove a healthy tree. I think they probably will be confused, but I'm happy that we're going now on the right way, not to continue removing healthy trees. I also have some concerns about the proposal here to review the urban trees policy. That policy, councillors, has just been reviewed, if you recall, only several months ago. Significant changes have been approved by this council. I voted against them, and that policy was weakened significantly, and I am very concerned what the next steps are, what the review, the new review will include. Why reviewing the policy again? So we'll have to see. It will come back to council. There will be a public discussion. I hope the community now are very engaged around this issue. They understand that they need to be engaged. Otherwise, terrible things might happen for the kids, our kids that live in the city. So we will see what the review will include.
Thank you. I'll just go to Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I just, first of all, I want to shadow the officer's recommendation, and then I had a question to the directors, and then I wanted to speak. I'm not sure in favour or against just yet, if that's okay.
Yep, go ahead with the question.
So I suppose to the directors or the CEO, my understanding is with the pruning that people can request pruning and it happens on an ad hoc sort of basis. You know, people send an email in, someone goes and has a look and decides, yes, actually that does need a prune. Is that something that can occur here, irrespective of whether, you know, what the details of this amended proposal are?
I'll go to the director to respond.
Yeah, through the chair, in terms of pruning, we don't just prune trees for the sake of pruning trees. The only time that pruning occurs is when we need to address a particular issue with a tree. So things like power line clearances or other issues.
Excuse me, Luke, do you mind just speaking more into the mic?
Sorry. In terms of pruning, we don't undertake pruning just for the sake of pruning trees. So we don't go downsizing trees because people want them downsized at the moment. What we do is actually prune trees for particular reasons. So if it's, you know, power line clearances and things like that. So yeah, we don't just do pruning because people want us to prune the trees.
Thank you. So, councillors, I've listened to the rest of the debate as to whether to vote for or against the amendment, but I do want the officer's recommendation foreshadowed in case it fails, because I think what we have here in the documents is a request for a tree removal, which is very clear and has a lot of detail, and you know, we've gone through the Helliwell method, and the value of the tree, if lost, would be over $6,000. So that's the key thing that's on the table here. I get people emailing me all the time asking for someone, for the city to come and prune a tree and come and have a look at it. And I just ask the officers can, you know, put it through the usual processes that we, as all councillors, we get requests in. and that is then dealt with as per the policy. So I'm a little bit hesitant, as Councillor Peterson-Pick noted, to make this contingent on then subsequent changes to a policy that we're yet going to look at yet again. If the residents of this particular, that this tree is out the front of, and noting it's not their, this language about their street tree, well, it's not, it's the city's, it's collectively owned. It is a public good for everyone, not just the person whose house it's outside of. If they want it, consideration of pruning within the pruning policy, then I think they just need to ask for that. So happy to listen to the rest of the debate, but I'm not yet convinced from the papers that this was actually always just a simple pruning request, which could have been dealt with quite administratively.
Thank you. Councillor Bull?
Thanks. Just another question. So does this motion trigger a review of the urban tree policy?
I'll go to the acting CEO.
Through the chair, in relation to this particular motion, it implies that a review will be done of the tree policy. Because it says consider the regular request of CEO to consider the regular pruning. So yes, we'll need to consider it. So I'll say there will be a review of the pruning and maintenance following review. So it will be, it implies there will be a review of that policy.
Okay, so just to clarify, so am I right that voting on this motion is actually voting on three things? Voting on not removing the tree, voting on requesting the CEO to consider regular pruning and maintenance, and voting to review the urban tree policy. So are we voting on three things, not two?
Through the chair, that's my understanding, how it's worded. But the Deputy Mayor may want to clarify, but the way I read it, that's right.
So it is, so we are voting on three things.
That's right.
Okay, I'd like to speak on this,
Go
please.
ahead.
Thank you. So that's significantly changed the question that is before us right now. We have an item that we'll be dealing with later that is based on a decision that was made at the Policy Review Committee to defer the review of two tree-related policies and bring in review of the urban tree policy as well. So in voting for this, if you support this, then it actually doesn't really matter that part of the other item that is coming before us. So we have two items that are before us right now where council will vote to whether or not to review the urban tree policy without a report on the pros and cons and what it means to review the urban tree policy. There is a report that deals with reviewing the other two policies, and that makes sense because we've got the report, therefore we've got all the information. But it's really important to understand that we're actually voting on something that this report and the other report does not actually contemplate. So we don't actually have all the information right now as to what the implications are to review the urban tree policy on either the other one or this one. I think it's really important to be aware of that fact. I think it's really important when we bring amendments to council that it is made really clear what the implications are. And had I not asked these questions, which councillors here tonight would have known that we are actually triggering a review of the urban tree policy by supporting this motion? I suspect none of us. I didn't know. I asked the questions because I thought that maybe it might do that. I suspect no one did. Not necessarily the intention either, but we do understand what we're doing. I thank the mover for putting forward the refusal. I think that is a fantastic move ahead, and I have a lot of I didn't know that councillors had received that kind of awful response from some people in the public. As someone who received it during the skate park debate, I know exactly what it feels like. So I do feel and have a lot of sympathy for those who have had to endure that. My experience has been very different. I've found that people have engaged in a very professional and polite way with me on both sides of the debate. I'm going to support this because of what happened last month. What happened last month is council decided to overturn a position of council that has been there for a long time. Additionally, council turned its back on the practice of not allowing residents to prune trees on street trees. And if you go back, if you had a look at the City of Bayswater's website back in 2011, the trees page actually says that the public are not allowed to prune trees. So it's not a new concept at all. That being said, I fear that if I don't support this, then we will lose another healthy tree for little justification. So as a consequence of this, I will be supporting what's on the table. I will be accepting that I am supporting something that I don't have all the information for, that is to review the urban tree policy. And the last thing I'd say is what else is before us is yet another motion that has financial implications that this council actually don't know what they are in a quantitative sense. It's not the first time in this term that we've had motions come up where indicative numbers or the staff are unable to confirm to us how much this is going to cost. That's what we're voting on here again. We don't know what the hit to the budget will be, but again, I'm willing to accept that risk on the basis that this is a better outcome than losing the tree.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak? Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to support the move here, and I'm just wondering, with great respect, if Councillor Earhart would put it into the 3 limbs like we've done before, which is, as there's 3 different subjects here, putting obviously the first one, refuse the request to remove the Agonis flexuosa street tree. The second being the regular pruning and maintenance of the tree. And then the third one, a review of the urban trees policy.
I'll ask
so if it's in limbs, it gives us an easier call.
I'll ask the Deputy Mayor. No.
That's okay, thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak? Councillor Sutherland.
Yeah, I'd like to just make a few comments on this. Firstly, again, I'd like to thank all the people that wrote in for and against this. It's good to see we have so many engaged residents in the community, especially in other suburbs such as Bayswater, Maylands, etc. As a councillor, I try and make the best decisions I can make for the community I represent. I always take in the triple bottom line, not just the environment, but also social, that is way of life, and the economy. Here we have a hard-working couple who take pride in their houses and their garden, have tried to prune their tree or get it pruned and have been rebuked from the council, and now they're asking to take it out because it is too big to trim. They do want a quality of life, and I do think that needs to be taken into account from the people that did sign the petitions. I'd just also like to remind the council, in the Morley-Naranda area, there are plenty of trees that are not suitable for street trees. That I remember a few years ago, for example, when the council refused to take out some huge trees out of Naranda Place, and we told no, the trees are fine. A few weeks later, a branch crushed a moving car. So, you know, trees live, they die as well. They you know, these trees is particularly peppermint trees. And I know I've got 2 on my front verge, which I love because they're another, uses another garage for me, as well as my 9 fruit trees in the front yard. But sometimes they don't look the best. I'd also like to remind the council that there have been heaps of trees removed from the Tonkin Gap and Metronet projects, and I'm really not understanding why I never saw the outcry from the widespread removal of these trees or petitions coming to council. And just while we're on these street trees and suitable trees, I think we could put heaps of trees down Walter Road and Guildford Road if we were allowed to have underground power easily, even if we have narrow verges. I noticed in Vincent they can put trees down on the main Charles Street, not Charles Street, sorry, Fitzgerald Street, and they've got narrow verges, and we should be able to do that as well. So these points I just wanted to bring up because we're getting bogged down about the urban tree policy and the workshops that follow, but I do think it's always good to reflect on our policies and not just saying, oh, we've done that and tick it off and go again. Some people do want their trees pruned, and also some people do like their verge lawn, and I haven't got anything against that.
Thank you. Councillor Ostaszewski.
Thank you very, very much. The last meeting I did vote to remove that tree at 11 Mercury Place, and I did make a point in that council meeting to say that that was not what I wanted to do, but I did also mention that I had heard from that entire street and had not heard from anyone else in the community about the removal of that tree. Since then, I've had multiple conversations with Mr McGrath, who's here tonight, his partner, Rhiannon Italiano, and Eileen O'Rourke as well. I think she was here, she may have gone now, but there's also the petition, and there's been Facebook comments, and there's been emails and messages and phone calls. In response to the fact that I didn't hear from anyone last time, I've certainly heard well and clear this time what the community thinks about removing trees. So although it has been difficult because there has been a lot of misinformation, falsehoods and accusations about me, I do want to say I have heard the community. I don't appreciate all of those things that have been said about me, and I'm most certainly not a dendrophobe, and I would challenge anyone to look at the things that I have done to support the tree canopy in the city of Bayswater since being involved in council. Additionally, I'd just like to also bring up the fact that the city actually has a street tree, like verge request program happening at the moment. So if I can just ask the city some questions about that program quickly, please, just so people are aware of what they can actually do to help increase the urban canopy on our verges. So do you mind if I ask a couple of questions, please?
Go ahead.
Thank you. So is the street verge tree request program open at the moment?
I'll go to the director to respond.
Through the chair, yes, people can request for trees to be planted.
And when does this program close?
I might have to refer that question to the manager of parks, if that's possible.
Through the chair, the program is open all year round. Generally, requests that are received up until around April, depending on the availability of the stock, those requests are honoured in that winter. Any requests that are received afterwards, if the budget can't accommodate it, then it will be planted in the following winter. So for an example, if we received a request to plant a tree in June this year, it will be planted in winter 2023.
So people can request a verge tree at any time in the year?
Correct.
Thank you. And how many verge trees can they request?
It depends on the size of their block or the size of the verge. Some people have a corner property, so in that case they could request up to 3. It all depends on the size of the verge.
And so how do they determine how many and what type of tree?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
How do they determine how many trees, or who do they need to speak to about how many trees they can get and what types of trees they can get?
So once they've submitted the form, the officer will contact them and discuss the details further and decide with the resident what is appropriate and also an appropriate planting spot for any requested tree, just to make sure there's no conflicts with services and other infrastructure.
So how can residents and ratepayers access the information they need to request a verge tree?
Through the website.
And can they ring the city as well?
They can.
92720622.
The number is on the website.
Excellent. So I'm just encouraging everyone, get out there, request your verge tree. If you want a verge tree, if you've been complaining about the verge trees, if you want to save trees, if you want to contribute to the urban canopy, get your verge street tree request in. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Maleka.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for your alternate motion. I too support this. and I too was in favour of the removal of the tree at our last meeting. But as I said at the last meeting, I look at each case on a case-by-case basis. I, as a councillor, am working with the residents, working with them and hearing what their needs are. So I'm in support of retaining 17 Mercury Place's verge tree, working with the resident to find the best possible solution for all. It was made very clear at last week's deputation by the resident that she had been cautioned by the city for caring for her tree. Once the regular maintenance of the tree in question was no longer allowed, it was overgrown and created a lot more work and maintenance for her and her husband, impacting her daily life. Our duty as a councillor is to work with the residents, and we should review each request as they arise. Not all requests are a one-size-fits-all, and that's what we are seeing. We can see here that the tree that was once loved is a tree that is now loathed, and we know why. It needs a good pruning. This has come to fruition. We heard it time and time again during the deputations last week. So thank you, Deputy Mayor, for raising the point that we need to review that urban tree policy and review the maintenance and the pruning requirements. I fully support review of the urban tree policy because the pruning is coming up time and time again. Thank you to the community for contacting me over the last few weeks and sharing your passion about this topic, but I would like to make a point as well that I do take offence to the continued berating, the name-calling and the insults that I have received over that last month, and I know that my fellow councillors have as well. We as councillors are standing members for the residents and for the residents who approach us with their concerns, and we are here to work with them and with the city to find a solution in a dignified and a humane manner. Thanks.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak who hasn't already spoken? No, I'll just say a few words. When I'm out and meet Basie residents for the first time, the majority of these interactions begin with the following question. Can you help me with a tree issue I'm having? What does that tell you? When long-term residents who have looked after their verge tree for 20 years are threatened with a $500 infringement for loving and maintaining that verge tree, an action which has now led these residents to request the removal of the tree that they've loved, what does that tell you about the city's policy? When a long-term resident who planted 2 verge trees herself over 20 years ago makes continual requests for 12 months to the city to prune her 2 verge trees, requests that are continually refused due to the city's inflexible policy to pruning, and now that resident wants her own 2 trees removed, what does that tell you about our approach? When a resident of 45 years who has numerous large, mature trees on her own property, front yard and backyard, requests her verge tree to be removed due to 4 years of no pruning being permitted, a verge tree which is now encroaching on her other trees, that tells me there's something seriously wrong with the city's direction. These are scenarios I am presented with every single day. These requests may be offensive to some people around this table and to some people in our community. But what is troubling is when a community member tells me that elderly residents shouldn't have a say on what happens to the verge tree in front of their homes because the likelihood is that in 5 to 10 years, that person will either be in an old people's home or will be dead. Their quality of life isn't important compared to not allowing a tree to be pruned or removed. It's blatantly obvious to me that the cause of these tree removal requests is the city's inflexible policy regarding pruning. Therefore, I will not be supporting the request to remove the tree at this time because I'm hopeful that a thorough review of our tree policies will result in a common sense, balanced approach to tree maintenance, which will enable or assist these residents to continue to enjoy this tree in a supported and safe manner, a tree that they have put 20 years of love, work, time and money into. I'll go to the Deputy Mayor to close.
Thank you. There's not really much I want to add. The one thing that I will say is, though, because I am still getting reports of people visiting this street, is that if you don't actually live in Mercury or know anyone who lives in Mercury, please stop going to this street and leave the residents alone. Thank you.
I'll now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Oh, sorry, I'm very sorry. That is Councillors Maleka, Councillor Ostaszewski, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Eason, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against, Councillor Sutherland. Thank you. We'll now move on. Excuse me. Councillors, items 11.1 and 11.5 were also the subject of deputations. Ordinarily, notices of motion are considered after all of the officer reports. Could I please have a mover and seconder to bring forward items 11.1 and 11.5? Councillor Bull moving, Deputy Mayor seconding. Councillor Bull, would you like to talk? Deputy Mayor, I'll put that straight to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Item 11.1, this is notice of motion from Councillor Peterson-Pick and seconded by the Deputy Mayor.
Yes. Oh, well, this one is a positive item, so I'm very happy that we can talk about this for a little bit and calm down and enjoy the excitement around the Bayswater Women's Hub. I'm personally very excited for many women in our city and in the whole area, I must say. Having such a group that initiates so many different programs and ideas, like the workshop and the tool shed and others. From what I understand, they have so many ideas and really long-term vision for what they want to achieve for women. The group approached me with a request to assist them with the situation with regards to the venue that they are now, or the premises that they are now at, on a higher venue fee basis. I should probably say we have been trying to find them a location for quite some time. They submitted EOIs, as you all remember. I would like to acknowledge Councillor Bull for trying to assist them for quite some time. I'm happy that we finally found a suitable premises for them. I think it is a very good location for them to be able to grow and see what things they want to do. Everything that you see in the motion is what they asked me. I worded it with the city's help, but this is essentially what they think that they need to get the security and the assurance that they can continue operating, apply for grants, and start literally and develop their vision and bring more members. Yeah, this is an opportunity, I think, for council to show the support, like we did last month with the men's shed. This location, like for that group, I don't think that we will find many other suitable locations. We cannot, in my view, locate them, for example, in an industrial area. I think this location is very accessible, not far from public transport, in a very popular park. There is a big buffer between residences and the location, which is good, especially when it comes to workshops. Yeah, I'm very keen to see how they're going to activate that corner of Maylands, which hasn't been activated. That venue wasn't really used much. So I'm really looking forward to see what they're going to do for our community members.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm happy to support this one. I know that there's been a couple of misfires for locations for the Bayswater Women's Hub. We haven't been quite able to help them up to this date. So I'm really, really pleased that we actually do have a location that I think is really, really good for this group. Right in the heart of what we like to call Minglewood, because we're right on the border there with Stirling in the Inglewood area. It's a great location, it really is. You know, ease of access for public transport, great visibility. You know, it's a great group, and I really hope that all councillors around the table will support having these kind of community groups in our area.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on the item? Councillor Palmer?
Yes, I congratulate everybody on this. It's been a great support for the ladies there. And I'm very pleased that the bunker is going to be surveyed and constructed and repaired if necessary at cost of the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak? Councillor Johnson?
Thank you. Thank you to Councillor Peterson-Pick for bringing this forward to find a more permanent home for the Bayswater Women's Hub. There is nothing like this anywhere in Australia. So to have it in Maylands is going to be really fantastic, and excited to see what they can do. And you know, I've spoken before about underutilised facilities and assets and buildings, and this is a really creative use of them. So I'm sure the team at the Women's Hub will do amazing things over the next 5 years with that space.
Would anyone else like to? Councillor Sutherland?
Yeah, look, I just also want to endorse this. I think it's a great initiative. Personally, not being a wood person or a tool person, I would not come anywhere near it, but I do think it's really important to do this, for women to go there, feel safe and feel part of it. You know, I'm old enough to remember Tim the Tool Man. It would be good if we had Tina the Tool Girl and have little few YouTube videos. I reckon they would do well because, as Councillor Johnson says, this is one of the first ones in Australia, and I think it's a great initiative, and bring it on. I think the whole area, have it since we had the dog park, put the fence around there a few years ago, that area is really improved, and it can only bring benefit to the locale, and bring it on. I say, well done, girls.
Anyone else? Councillor Sosowski?
I will just very briefly, congratulations to the women at the hub there. I know the ladies have put a heap of work in the background in getting everything just right before they were able to go ahead and get this program going. So congratulations to the team there, and thank you to Councillor Peterson-Pick for making this happen as well.
Councillor Bull?
Thank you. Firstly, thanks, Councillor Peterson-Pick, for bringing this motion. It was a pleasant surprise. I was really rapt when you mentioned it to me, and I hope councillors support this final step in the journey for this really important organisation. The vision is turning into a reality. It's taken longer than I personally hoped for, but the professionalism and the resilience of Michelle and her team, the executive and everyone else, is second to none. And when Michelle contacted me around 2 years ago and explained to me what the vision was and the people that she had working with her, it blew my mind. And to see this organisation develop and grow while not actually having a home, but having laser focus on what needs to be delivered is absolutely remarkable. I hope council gets behind this. I think we are so fortunate to have these local people in our community who are willing to give up their personal time for the betterment of others, that we have no choice but to support it. And I hope councillors do.
Councillor Clark? We can't hear you. No. Sorry, we can't hear you right now.
I'm off.
That's better. That's better.
Okay. All right. Okay. Sorry. I echo the sentiments of many of the other councillors. I'd like to do a shout out to those who are watching at the Bayswater Bowls Club. So one innovation that in some ways is COVID inspired, because I don't think everyone who wanted to attend and watch this meeting was able to fit in the back of the gallery. So there is a screening of this current council meeting happening at the Bayswater Bowls Club. So shout out to everyone who's done that. I think it's a fantastic idea. It's a great way to engage with democracy and celebrate a win, I think, without preempting where everyone's going to vote, but celebrate the fact that all this hard work has paid off. I think the work that remains to be done for us as a council is that we streamline our processes a bit more about how we use some of our public buildings and make sure they're fully utilised and fit for purpose for community groups like this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak? No, I'll just briefly say I'd like to acknowledge the ladies who provided deputations last week. I was very impressed and really impressed with the turnout as well. I think the group is going to achieve fantastic things and really see the revitalisation of a underutilised community space, and I wish them all the best if without preempting the vote, if this goes well for them. I'll go to the mover to close.
Thank you everyone for the support. I think this is really, really great. Look, I'll be quick. Women deserve a safe place like this one. Thank you again for all the people who submitted deputations or came here. I personally was very moved by the story of Denise Pepper and her personal story. I think it was quite inspirational, and I hope that we will all be able to hear about stories of other women, what they got from this place and how we helped them to grow and learn more things and meet new people. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Now move on to item 11.5, which was subject to a deputation. Councillor Earhart. I'll just see if there's a seconder. Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Thank you. I think this one's pretty self-explanatory, so I'm not going to be long on this one. We need to have a wheelchair accessible swing, and we need one somewhere in the city of Bayswater. Everything else that we have around this particular location, barring the height difference between the upper and lower park, is accessible. We've put in the wheelchair tables, we've put in wheelchair pathways, but we still don't have somewhere where a child in a wheelchair can participate in swings. So I would hope that you would all support this.
Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Yes, look, we don't have something like this anywhere in the city, and I think we do owe this to our residents and those families who do need it, and they deserve to be able to go to playgrounds which accommodate the needs of them or their kids. So I'm happy to support it.
Would anyone else like to speak on the item? Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. I completely agree that kids need to have accessible playgrounds. I actually don't think that choosing to do this swing right now is a good idea. I think making our playgrounds accessible is great. I think wheelchair swings have a bit of a mixed reputation, and I would definitely be wanting to ask the experts on this one who are designing our playgrounds. I think in our playground strategy it talks about having some expert advice about making our playgrounds inclusive and accessible. Some of the things I hear about the wheelchair swings is you need a key to get to it. So if you're using a wheelchair and you're playing separately, you're kind of locked away from the other kids in the playground. So I hear that wheelchairs, that the wheelchair swings kind of exclude and highlight people's disabilities rather than enabling them to play side by side with more abled children. So so I'd be saying ask the experts. There's not many Liberty swings or wheelchair swings in WA, but we have like within reasonable distance. We have one in Hyde Park, there's one in Perth, there's one in South Perth, there's one in Kalamunda, which for people living in the North Part City Bayswater is not too far. So there are, there's Pierce Place, there's other accessible playgrounds around, and just not. I'm not convinced that deciding right now that the wheelchair playground is part of the Barton Park redevelopment is, wedding that in is going to be a great idea for accessibility. Really happy for it to be in the mix for when we're looking at creating more accessible playgrounds, absolutely. Just not using the money to commit to doing those sort of swings when I'm not sure that that's what is the best benefit for the community.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on the item? Councillor Palmer?
Just a question, ma'am. I love the idea, but there's no cost given here. Have you got an approximate cost?
I'll go to the...
By now?
I'll go to the director.
Through the chair, at this point in time, we don't have a cost attached to the swing, simply because we don't know exactly what the design is, but that will be looked at once the designs start getting prepared.
Surely we've got some approximate cost, whether it's the groundwork plus what you might just phone a shop for. We must have some idea. Is it 50,000, 30,000, 20,000? There has to be some direction there.
Go to the director.
Through the chair, can I refer this one to the manager of parks, please?
Through the chair, from previous experience, it depends on how the swing or other inclusive playground play equipment is included into the design and into the landscape. So cost can be anywhere between $20,000 and $40,000 for Liberty Swing.
Thank you. Councillor Eveson.
Yeah, probably just a question. So just to clarify, this is be funded from cash in lieu public open space, so no budget impact. Is that correct?
I'll go to the director to respond.
Through the chair, that's how the wording of the motion is written at this point in time. Yep.
Councillor Bull.
Yeah, thanks. This is a really great idea. I wasn't aware of that information that Councillor Johnson presented. And thanks for that. That's, this is not my area of expertise at all. I saw this and I thought it was great. But I completely understand where Councillor Johnson is coming from. What concerns me is we have another motion with no bill attached to it. So here we are again, looking at a motion that we don't know how much it's going to cost. Additionally here, we're looking at a motion where we don't even know which budget it's going into. Is it going into this year's budget or next year's budget? I don't know, unless it is written somewhere and I missed it, maybe, no. So I just am really worried about this habit that is happening in this term where items are coming forward before us and council is comfortable to support it. And, when we come to budget time, I don't know how we're going to do it. I think this is a great idea and I'm going to support it. And I'll continue to support all these really great ideas that come forward. And I wish us all luck when we go through the budget process. But I want to make it really clear that we have a lot of work to do when we go through this budget process. And every time we vote for something on a notice of motion or something new, they're almost always brilliant ideas. And I almost always support them. I just want every councillor to just be aware that we've got a hell of a job before us when we try to balance this budget when it comes to, this year or subsequent years with the long-term financial plan, particularly with this, because we don't actually know when this will be funded, let alone how much it is. I am going to support it. I really want to acknowledge and thank Councillor Johnson for her comments, and it did make me almost change my mind. I think they're really salient comments. But really, councillors, I think we need to be thinking about how we're going forward with all of these great ideas in an ad hoc way.
Thank you. Councillor Eveson.
Just some follow-up questions. So just to get my understanding right, so it's about requests to include in the design However, part 2 says considers the installation. So is this a commitment to, or is it going to come back to council at some point?
I'll go to the acting CEO for clarification.
Through the chair, it's unclear what happens after. The city can consider it, but the question is who approves that. It could be as part of the budget process for next year. So I would say that the intention will be to put in next year's budget, but the Deputy Mayor may want to clarify the intent.
I've got a... Well, sorry, go for that one. Did you want to clarify?
No, I'm just waiting to close.
Okay. Just another question. So I just asked about cash in lieu. So is there a budget impact to rates, etc.? Where does that bucket of money come from? Just to clarify, please.
Through the chair, the cash in lieu for public open space, basically when land is subdivided, I think it's 5 or more lots, they can either go provide 10% of public open space. They can either do that as land, or in other cases they can provide a cash in lieu of that land that needs to be provided. That goes into, if they did decide the latter, it goes to a trust fund, which can be used for various open space recreation type activities, works. There's a criteria in terms of how far the works is to be near the actual subdivision that created or released that contribution, but essentially it's from subdivision of land.
No worries. So there's a budget impact to muni funds or rates. Is there going to be an increase for ratepayers, etc.?
No, it's just a trust fund that sits for these sort of works if approved by the Minister for Planning.
So I'm a little bit confused. Does that clarify the point for you, Councillor Vaughn, before about budget impacts? Just wanted to make sure.
Thank you. May I respond to that question? I actually really appreciate it. I knew it was cash in lieu and I know how that works. At the end of the day, the cash in lieu funds is a limited amount, and making decisions on where we're going to spend the cash in lieu for provision of public open space funds, I think needs to be thought about in the context of the amount as a whole. This particular issue is about balancing the budget as opposed to increasing municipal funds. But thank you for asking that question.
Okay.
Councillor Eason?
That's right. Just another clarification, sorry, because it's probably not making it clear. So it's still going to come back for council adoption, right? So we're not making any decision necessarily on funds being transferred without an approval?
I'll seek clarification from the acting CEO.
Through the chair, my understanding how this will work was that it will probably be listed in next year's budget, and with the funding source being from the cash in lieu, and then council can consider it as part of the budget considerations.
Councillor Clark?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd first of all like to congratulate Councillor Ellie Peterson-Pick, because this sort of thing is actually a culmination of years of work that he's done particularly through in the disability space and through the committee. And you can see it every time a playground is now redone. It's been put into the plan. It was a plan that was agreed by the previous council, and you can see it in our papers here. And it means that a lot of these things are just systemically changed. We don't have a debate every single time about including this or that. It is just made more inclusive and more accessible, and I think we should support that. And I think, given I take Councillor Bull's point about not having the exact figures in front of us, but this is part of a broader concept of the whole area and redevelopment of the whole area. Those figures will come before the council, but when we developed this plan, we made a commitment to people who had whichever form of disability that we would be more inclusive and more accessible. So I'm going to support it. I've got no qualms in terms of the budget. I think if you understand your revenue and expenditure and you don't think you've got a magic pudding, then we'll be fine in putting the budget together. It's when people have made various commitments for no taxes that we get into trouble because of the way that revenue is raised in local council. I will make a point though about cash in lieu. One of the things that keeps coming up time and time again on various projects is that how strictly the cash in lieu regime is construed, and we're never quite sure whether something's in or something's out. And so if there's any opportunity for the city and for the council to broaden this out so that it is a bit more flexible, I think that needs to be considered, because otherwise you're left wondering what on earth the point of getting the money from the developers is and keeping it on trust. So I think that's really important, and if not for this sort of thing, then I'm not quite sure what else cash in lieu is actually for, given its theory as a public good for subdivisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak on the item? If not, I'll go to the move to close.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to thank Councillor Ball for raising the financial. That is something that does bother me too. It's bothered me quite some time since it was normalised in the last term, and it's something that's continuing. So I think that that's something that we need to keep an eye on with those financial implications. I would like to address a couple of things that have been mentioned through people's debates, and also through, I don't want to contradict an officer, but I'm on the where it says the libertyswing.com.au, just as an example of one wheelchair swing. The cost for installation can vary from $10,000 to $18,000, but most of that would be for the wet pour rubber surface. So I don't think, while they're expensive, yes, for a swing, they're not that expensive in the scheme of things. In relation to the keys, one's like a Liberty Swing. There is a key that is issued. I know City of Vincent, they run theirs, that if you do have a child with a wheelchair, that you register with the city, and I think you pay the $25 deposit, refundable deposit, for having the key in your possession. When you finish with the key, it's $25. The public open space cash in lieu, yeah, it isn't an infinite bucket of money. And I don't know how much of the MERVAC money that was collected from this location was actually used for this location. I'd hazard a guess that it's not the entire amount, because it was about $520 or $560, I believe, that was collected from cash in lieu solely in this location for the little development that you see there on page 368 that's on the same side as the park. So there are all things in there, but the biggest one for me is about asking the professionals. And, you know, it's good to ask professionals, but I listen to my residents, and I listen to a mother who has got a severely disabled child and who has been trying to get a wheelchair accessible swing in the area close to her child for years. And I'm talking years and years, like 9 years, trying to get something to help increase the enjoyment for her child's life. So I would ask that you please support this. It may not, you know, a regular child may not be able to use it, but you can make the world of difference to this one child.
Thank you. I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostrzowski, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Eveson, Councillor Sutherland, the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peterson-Pitt, Councillor Ball, Councillor Clark and myself. All those against? Councillor Johnson. Those are all the items that were subject to a deputation. So we'll now move to items that have been pulled by councillors. The first one being 10.1.1, pulled by the Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I just wanted to move that one with a small amendment. So I'll say the amendment, so if anybody wants to second it. The officer's recommendation, just in limb 1, I just want to change the word from endorses to considers. Everything else the same.
So just the one word change in limb 1. I'll just wait till the minute taker puts that on the screen. Okay, so that's on the screen now with the with what's being moved. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Eveson. Deputy Mayor?
No, I think participatory budgeting is great, so we should be doing it, and I support it.
Councillor Eveson? Would anyone else like to speak on this? Councillor Bull?
Sorry, thank you. No, that's okay. Thank you. Can I please foreshadow option 2 with an amendment, and then I'll speak if that's okay? So option 2 reads that Council endorses a participatory budgeting process based on the methodology from the first participatory budgeting project. Delete the words focusing on the and replacing those words with the words to help inform preparation of the 2023-24. And then the rest of the words, annual operating budget, and limb 2 remains the same.
So you're foreshadowing option 2 with
That amendment, yeah.
with that amendment. Okay. Yep. Would you like to speak on the current
Yes,
one?
please. Yeah, thanks. I'm glad that there is participatory budgeting being considered. I think it's great. Really, a really important part of the democratic process that we have introduced as a council. And the first time that we tried it, I think on the whole, it was a great success. Definitely want to say thank you and acknowledge all of the local residents who chose to be involved, whether that be completing an online survey, completing some other kind of response or survey, and all of the residents who chose to give up a lot of their personal time to be on the deliberative panel. I'll always be in gratitude to the work that they did. It helped us a lot to get a really great budget. It's quite a... The thing about the information from the participatory budgeting process that I found when I was in the mayoral position is it's really rich information and it's really, really informative. And to take that really important information and put it into the complex documentation that is what we need to adopt is not the easiest of tasks. And so I think trying to use it for the strategic community plan, while has some level of merit, I think reviewing the long-term financial plan is going to be exponentially more difficult because it's a budget over 10 years as opposed to a single year. I think on the whole we were successful in delivering with the help of the local residents, the PB last time, and I think we can build on that experience by doing it again to result in a budget that is as reflective as possible on what local residents would like to include in the operating budget. As a consequence of that, I'm not going to support the officer's recommendation. I really would urge councillors to just kind of think about whether actually we do PB again for a single budget year. I think it was really successful, and replicating that process with the experience that we've had instead of kind of starting again, I think is really worth considering. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd really ask councillors, and I'm conscious there are a few now on council who weren't necessarily on council when participatory budgeting first went through. So this came about as a result of a notice of motion that I moved. And I did a heap of research as to how this is operated overseas and how it's rolled out in various contexts. And essentially, it can be quite spectacular in how it can be done because it's incredibly grassroots. You listen to a representative, set of demographics within your area, and they actually turn around and say, no, I don't want you spending money on this, spend it on this instead. And it really helped me over the last couple of years clarify my thinking in the budget workshops, and then in finally, pushing for particular things in the budget or not, and in how we do a rating strategy. It gave me a lot of feedback and a lot of comfort that we had based on a very representative group of people within the community, that we had the measure right. And I said in that first debate that where participatory budgeting fails is when entities or governments, sometimes organisations, membership-based organisations, do it once and then never do it again. And so I emphasised that whilst I was flexible in how the city would implement it and sort out, best practice and which parts of the budget they'd look at or not, I was really, really keen for it to continue to be regular. Ideally every year. It's quite expensive, so we ended up compromising. It became every second year. But this, I've thought about this really, really deeply about merging it in with the long-term financial plan, merging it in with other consultations around the strategic community plan, and it gets to a point where it's no longer participatory budgeting. It defeats the entire purpose of the exercise, which is to ask a number of people to look at how we rate and how we spend. They're very specific questions. Doing that for the long-term financial plan, which I've been asking for an update now for at least, when I look back through emails, I think I first started asking when we were updating our plan at least a couple of years ago. And I think that's very much something that council needs to be doing. And we need to get our skates on to have an accurate plan so we can actually plan for the long term. The feedback from the representative group was that it's incredibly difficult. And you sort of think, well, yep, that's why, we get elected to make some of these difficult decisions and trade off some compromises on where money's spent. So I think there is merit in actually keeping it quite clearly, looking at a particular year, how are we spending money, and what's the feedback, and particularly around the rating strategies, where cost of living, people will be struggling with cost of living at the moment, given wages and inflation. I think that's key, and it is that good reminder. You come back to it every second year and get that feedback. Even to sit in on some of the discussions was absolutely fascinating to hear how people related their own budgeting to then council's budgeting as well, and their views on revenue and taxation. So I'd really encourage councillors to think about this. I think it essentially waters it down. It means we're not listening as much, and we're certainly not getting a really clear picture of what the community wants at a point in time in the next year's budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on the motion? Councillor Sutherland.
Yeah, I never supported it last time and I won't be supporting it this time. Firstly, that's why we get elected as councillors, to make decisions on behalf of the ratepayers. We do give chances. People know when the budget time's on, and I get requests when it comes for this or for that. Secondly, it costs money that we don't really have. We're going to have strong financial headwinds coming towards us, not just here, but in the state and country in the near future. And we can't just keep shelling out money for something like this. It'd be great in a perfect world when we've got lots, but I just can't see the point of this. I'm not supporting any of it. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thanks. Could I ask a question, please? Could I ask, so just reflecting on what Councillor Clark said about it waters down the process, can I ask if the officers to respond to that, please?
I'll go to the director.
Through the chair, might get the acting principal community engagement to respond to that, if you don't mind.
Yes.
Through the chair. I don't believe it really waters down the process. There's in one of the appendix, there's actually a process that we would have a deliberative panel for the SCP. How it worked last time and will work this time would be that we would have a broad engagement across the community where there's a lot of information around the city's budgeting, etc., etc. Then we would have the deliberative panel that would sit again for a number of days in a workshop style to hear from experts before making recommendations to council. Option 1 looks at doing that twice. So we would have a deliberative panel for the SCP, and then that panel would reconvene and then deliberate on the long-term financial plan recommendations.
Thank you for that. I'm actually sort of quite torn because I love the participatory budgeting that we did last time. It gives us a lot more confidence in our decision making, and it was just fabulous to see the community engagement and the people, how passionate they were about getting involved and the time they gave up, and the buy-in that we got on that was just amazing to see. It was also gives, you feel like you get better bang for your buck if you spend it where people want it spent. So I kind of really liked it. So I was quite excited by the idea about spreading it out and having that same concept to a strategic community plan as well, about getting that really deep look and great buy-in and more confidence in what we're doing. So I'm kind of, yeah, I think I'll be supporting what's on the table. Thanks.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak? Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Yes, thank you. Can I start with a question, just to confirm? So with regards to the changing the word from endorses to considers, so when council is going to be considering this? So it doesn't say when. So I just want to understand what we are voting on. It just says considers. Usually it's considers during budget, considers during...
I'll go to the acting CEO.
Through the chair, it will be considered as part of the budget process.
Budget, thank you. Okay, look, I agree for a change with Councillor Sutherland. I think all councillors know about the financial difficulties that the city of Bayswater is facing. It hasn't been mentioned in this debate, and this is not an accessible swing for disabled people, which I think is essential. So they can, enjoy their lives. This is not essential, in my view. Far from essential. This is nice to have. This is really, really nice to have, and I wish we can have that. I think it can be interesting to find out, how. I do remember some community members were very engaged, and I think it can have a positive outcome. But I think it is not essential. We do not have the money. Look at the figures. More than 150 grand. This is, I say it not responsible supporting of it. I know some councils, feel a bit better because it's considered, and then during budget, we will eliminate it. But I think it's, if we are supporting something like this, we are signaling to the community that we are interested in this. I think we should make the decision now whether we want to do this or not. And in light of the fact that we do know what is coming and the challenges, I promised to be financially sustainable, and this is really, really not necessary in this year, not in 2023, 2024. We know the numbers of the problem, I don't want to get into this now. It will be public at some point. Yeah, I will not support it.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on the item? Councillor Palmer.
Thank you. We all do like participatory budgeting with our ratepayers, and I do listen to what people have said tonight, and Councillor Ellie Peterson-Pick is actually on the money in that this could be delayed for a year or two, and it will not affect our position with our ratepayers. It affects the money bottom line at this moment in time. Therefore, I am sort of, 15 minutes ago I might have said yes. Listening to around the table, what people are saying, it can wait. I think we do have to watch the bottom line, and it's just, and even so, have our finance department got the wonderful people that managed to help the participatory budgeting last time. They were run off their feet, bless them, with COVID around, etc., etc. I think they're going to have a tough time, and I think for all those reasons, it could be delayed. So I'm against it now. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak? I'll just say that I understand the benefits of participatory budgeting. However, I won't be supporting this as I don't agree it's the right time to be committing to this. So I'll go to the mover to close.
And now I'm really conflicted because I see both I see what everyone from the debate is saying, well, not everyone, but from what half the people in the debate are saying. Yeah, I do agree. It is a lot of money to be considering. We are doing budget at the moment. We've got a lot of considerations there. But deliberative democracy is just such a good thing for our community. But there is a time when I think we have to put the priorities in place, and I think I think I'm actually going to change, even though I moved this. I think I'm going to be voting against it because we do have to get our priorities in order, and this isn't a priority at the moment. So I'll be voting against.
Okay, I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? That's Councillor Johnson. All those against? Oh, sorry, I'll do that again because I didn't see Councillor Clark's hand was up. All those in favour? Councillor Johnson and Councillor Clark. All those against? Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostaszowski, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Eason, Councillor Sutherland, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peterson-Pitt, Councillor Bull and myself. That is lost. I'll now go to the foreshadowed motion. I'll just...
Do you want me to confirm?
Yes,
what that was?
please.
Yeah, so it's option 2. I'll read it out again. Did you catch it? Yep. I'll just read it out. That council endorses a participatory budgeting process based on the methodology from the first participatory budgeting project to help inform preparation of the 2023-24 annual operating budget. And then Lim 2 considers an allocation of $71,000 for participatory budgeting as part of the 2022-23 budget process.
I'll just see if there's a seconder. Councillor Clark. Councillor Bull, would you like to speak to it?
Yeah, do you want to get, should it be up on the screen?
We'll just wait for the minute taker.
Yeah. Need to get multifocals. Oh yeah, that looks good.
Is that better, councillors?
Yeah.
Councillor Bull?
Thank you. And two great things about this motion, and actually the previous one. Firstly, we have certainty about the cost, so that is awesome. Second great thing about this one is that it is $63,000 less than the first motion. So to the extent you see the benefit, you can relax, Councillor Earhart. You'll sleep easy tonight knowing that you saved $63,000. To the extent you are concerned about how much this is going to cost, completely understand. We have a process that we know. So firstly, we've got certainty around the methodology and how it works, which is really great. There's less risk in that regard. Second thing is we know precisely what the cost is, and it's going to be $63,000 than the previous option. Third thing is participatory budgeting is something that has the potential for every single resident in the city of Bayswater, if they so choose, to be a part of. So while it may seem like a large price tag in the context of our future budgetary process that we need to go through between now and the end of the financial year, this is actually something that could potentially, well, it does allow every single resident an opportunity to be a part of. So if we think about other things that we do, we try as hard as we can to make sure it benefits as many people as possible. Some are more specialised than others. Our senior centres are so important. Our libraries are so important. This is something where literally every single resident can be a part of if they choose to. Now, we know they won't, and I accept that, but it still gives them the opportunity to. So I hope councillors will support this. I think it's a great, for those who are concerned about the cost, I think it's a great middle ground. And I think it will be a really fantastic tool to help us deliver on the next budget in the most accurate way we possibly can in terms of what is important to our local residents and ratepayers.
Councillor Clark?
Thanks, Mayor. I think the Mayor makes some good points about the finances. I think in terms of the budgeting, part of what our role as councillors are with budgeting is to look at the entire picture. And when we sit down in the budget workshops and we get the full spreadsheet of every line item and you can see the proportions of what the rating strategy is and where the revenue goes, that's what we look at, and we look at really closely. So this is a tool to help inform that, particularly on the rate setting, because we got some really clear feedback last time around what households at that point in time were able to afford, and I actually found that more valuable than looking at various CPI figures adjusted for WALGA baskets of groceries, although we still look at that as well, obviously. So I think it's worth everyone having a think about the fact that we not only started doing this, learnt how to do it, the anticipation and the hope was always that every year and every time we do it, it would get cheaper and easier, and it would be built into our consultation mechanisms, and people within it would be in-housed, and people within the city would learn how to do this. And you know, the City of Bayswater won a prize for this. It was innovative. So it is my hope that it still continues. And I think it really helps us with that budgeting process, because too often I think as councillors we end up sort of getting worried about one bit of the budget without looking at the whole picture together, or vice versa, thinking it's a magic pudding where you can just keep spending money or carving bits out of it, and that actually doesn't provide any balance across the district for all of the community. So I hope councillors think about supporting this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Ostaszewski.
A couple of things. First of all, just in regards to the opportunity for residents to be a part of this, my recollection, I wasn't on council at that point, but I did read the documents about participatory budgeting and the reports that came out from that. And my recollection of the things that the people wanted in the community actually weren't reflected in the budget anyway, because the budget is something that councillors, you know, look at in workshops, etc., and they have to do things to the budget to make the budget work. So my recollection was that what people said they wanted in those participatory budgeting, in that process, wasn't actually reflected in the budget anyway. So I'm fearful that if we do the participatory budgeting, that we will create false hopes, I guess, maybe for the community in regards to some aspects of the things that they might be commenting on. And as we've heard tonight, we are looking at some interesting financial positions for the City of Bayswater. And so again, I'm just wondering, are we creating false expectations for the ratepayers if they are contributing to this? I support the idea of participatory budgeting, absolutely, but I just think maybe this time or in the next couple of years it might not quite be the right time to be doing it, because councillors are going to have to make difficult decisions about the budget. Just additionally, in regards to endorses and considers, I'm just wondering if number one should say considers a participatory budgeting process, because LIM 2 says considers an allocation of 71,000. However, if part of our considerations we don't actually put that allocation in, are we still actually going ahead with the participatory budgeting process anyway in 23-24 without the funding? Does that make sense? So I'm just wondering, do we need to amend number one to say considers a participatory budgeting process, because number 2 says considers?
I'll ask the mover if he wishes to clarify.
I just followed what the officer's advice was, so I'd prefer to defer to an officer's piece of advice on that question.
I'll go to the acting CEO.
Thanks.
Through the chair, it's probably more in terms of endorsers in principle, but funding needs to be there. But I might get the acting principal community engagement to clarify the intention of the word endorse as opposed to consider.
Through the chair, you are correct. We don't have $71,000 extra in our budget, so if you do endorse the PB process, we would also need an allocation of the funding to undertake that. Does it? Yeah.
I'm happy to accept that as an amendment to consider. Yeah.
So I'll just clarify, Councillor Ostaszewski, are you moving an amendment?
I'm happy to move that amendment to change the word endorses to considers. Sorry, I'd like to move the amendment.
I'd like to move it. Just see if there's a seconder. So that's accepted by the mover. And I'll check that the seconders, so the seconder, Councillor Clark, yes? If you just mind saying that one, Mike.
Sorry, yes, yes.
Thank you. So that has now been amended, councillors, as per the screen. Would any, Councillor Peterson pick?
Yeah, thank you. Just a question. So if council decides to not support what we have on the table, what will happen?
I'll go to the acting CEO.
So just to the chair, we're talking about not support the funds.
Motion on the table?
Ah, okay. Well, the city will still do the review of the corporate business plan. That's the intention, but in terms of the participatory budget process, it won't go ahead for 23-24.
So sorry, the city will still undertake.
Through the chair, I'm pretty confused in the matter. The participatory budget was to do with two items. It was to do with the budget plus the long-term financial plan plus the corporate business plan review. Notwithstanding that, if this does not go through, we won't be doing participatory budget process.
So thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak on this? No? I will just say a few words. Oh, actually, I've got a question first to the relevant director. Could I just confirm how many people from the community participated in the participatory panel, participatory budgeting panel, the last time we did it?
Through the chair, that was in the early 40s, but I might just get the principal to confirm, acting principals.
Through the chair, we did have 41 people on the deliberative panel. I believe the broad engagement had around approximately 300 people participate in that.
Thank you. So I'll just say a few things. Again, I will echo what I said when the original motion came up, that I don't think it's the right time. The word magic pudding has been used a few times this evening, and I'll say that I know we don't have a magic pudding, and for that reason, I do not feel it is the right time to be doing this process, so I will not be supporting it. I'll go to the mover to close.
Thank you. Thanks for the feedback. So I'll just respond to a couple of the kind of comments Councillor Ostaszewski mentioned. So it's a good point about expectations, and you know, when I was the mayor, it weighed on me. But I'm confident that of all of the recommendations that were in the report, every single one was taken into consideration as part of that budget. And I know that because I sat through hours and hours and hours of meetings, trawling through it and making sure that I could stand up there and say hand on heart that it did. So look, there would probably be a component where there were very particular maybe projects that people put forward, but it was the operating budget that was reviewed, not the capital budget. So I wonder whether there was maybe some expectations around that. But what it tells us is we can improve on the way in which we communicate what we're trying to achieve. So that's really good. But the other thing is, ultimately, it's council's decision on what to adopt and not adopt from the outcomes of the PB. So as a council, we can help manage expectations through the decisions that we make once that report has been put together. That's our responsibility to do that. So we're in control of that as a council. Particularly when the deliberative panel is put together, there is an education component with that and a baseline situation. So the existing budget challenges or the way in which the budget is looking, its health position, what needs to be considered is gone through with the panel members. Well, this is what happened last time, went through with the panel members as a baseline. And actually the panel members got access to every single manager last time as well. So they were continuously seeking more information to better understand what the budgetary situation is and what they are able to do, push and pull. So so that education component, I would imagine, would also form part of this. And so to the extent there were concerns that the deliberative panel won't understand what the current budget scenario is, I think our concerns can be allayed on the basis that last time a lot of time was spent through that education process. Now, in terms of the panel members itself, 41 members. So the point of a deliberative panel is to get a randomised cross-section of people from our community, not to have 69,000 people on the panel. And my recollection of that process was that the consultants used a third party to identify people in a randomised way to form part of the panel. So it's a stratification, a cross-section of the community. So to the extent you're concerned about those kinds of things, I think if this process is done in a similar way, but we can learn from the outcomes last time, I don't think there's much to worry about. You know, the budget concerns I understand. I'll just reiterate what I said, which is that this is a less expensive option, but I also think it will get a better outcome than the long-term financial plan. As I said, the strategic community plan, I can see merit in doing that in a deliberative way, but getting the outcomes that help us inform this budget, I think is really, really powerful and benefits. You may think it's expensive here, but this actually benefits every single ratepayer, because the outcome of this decision-making will affect every single ratepayer. On this basis, I think councillors should support what's on the table, and I hope they do.
Thank you. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Palmer, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark and Councillor Johnson. All those against? Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostaszewski, Councillor Eveson, Councillor Sutherland, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peterson-Pick and myself. That is lost. Councillors, I'd like to move to adjourn the meeting for 5 minutes. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Palmer, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostaszewski, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Eveson, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against? Councillor Sutherland. We'll adjourn the meeting.
2.5 hours.
I've still moved it, so we'll reconvene in 5 minutes. Thank you. No, she's- Okay, I'll resume the meeting at 9:45. So the next item, councillors, that's been pulled is item 10.2.1, pulled by councillor Ostaszewski. Would you like to move the officer's
I'm
recommendation?
happy to move the officer's recommendation. I just want to make like a comment/question.
Before we get a seconder, or?
Oh, sorry, whatever you need to do.
I'll just check if
Thank
there's
you.
a seconder. Councillor Johnson. Go ahead, councillor Ostaszewski.
Thank you. It's just in regards to the asbestos removal at the Hampton Park Scout Hall. It's great that that's been done. And I noted in the report that the city had a carpenter do the work, and he was also a licensed asbestos remover. So the report shows, I think, that the overall cost ended up being about 1/3 of what was budgeted. So from around about 30,000 to around to being about 10,000. So question, does the city plan to actually look at its entire workforce who are maintaining our buildings or working on our buildings to actually see what other skills or licenses they may have that can be utilised to minimise these types of maintenance costs?
I'll go to the acting CEO.
Through the chair, we generally do, not proactively, but we do, especially if we are aware that they do have those skills. But yeah, the answer is we don't proactively do it, but we generally do it if we know they have got those skills.
Is there a way to make this something that we do as business as usual?
I'll go to the acting CEO.
Through the chair, we can look at that more further in terms of that. It does vary from staff to staff and when they leave, if they stay, so, but we can certainly look at that, yes.
Would I have to do anything through some other mechanism to make sure that that is looked at more regularly, or is that something that you would incorporate as part of a corporate business plan or management practices? I don't know how it works.
Through the chair, we will do that in-house, operational. Yeah.
Would you like to speak to the motion?
No, that was all. Thank you.
Yep, councillor Johnson.
Thank you for that, and thank you to the very talented carpenter who saved us in Dosh. Not too much on the financials, but just noting that we're underspent in so many areas, and the report speaks to staff shortages and lots of projects not being completed, or not, sorry, forgive me, not being commenced. So I guess that's, really underlines the environment in which we're working and operating at the moment.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this item? If not, I'll go the mover to close. Now I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. The next item is 10.2.5, pulled by the Deputy Mayor. So you didn't pull 10.2.5? I know. Sorry, I thought that had been pulled. But it's an absolute majority required, so we do have to vote on this item. Would anyone like to move it? Deputy Mayor? Seconder? So the item is 10.2.5. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Johnson? Deputy Mayor, would you like to speak? Councillor Johnson? No? So we're going to vote on the limbs separate. I'll just ask, is there anyone else who would like to speak on this item? If not, I'll go to the mover to close. Because the absolute majority is required for limb 1.
Can I just move that we move it as one?
You want to move it just to vote separately? I mean...
As one.
As one? Fine. So I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you. Next item is 10.3.2, redevelopment of Barton Park, pulled by the Deputy Mayor.
Okay. I'd like to move this one with an amendment to limb 3.
Have the officers been provided wording? Yes?
Yep.
I'll just wait for you to get that on the screen.
And I'll just take 2 words off of the end of that one. So limb 3 will now read, considers the allocation of funds to the project when the designs are presented to council. I'm happy to talk to that.
I'll just wait for it to get on the screen and then I'll ask for a seconder. Just confirming, Deputy Mayor, is that wording correct?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, I'll ask if there's a seconder. Councillor Eason? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. Yeah, made the amendment under to number 3, and the reason for that is because I am concerned about the taking another 400,000 out of Muni, and then the further financial implications, which bring entire lot up to an approximate of 1.8 million. I think that we are able to at least deliver part of the project within the cash in lieu that is currently available to the area. And as I mentioned in a previous item, Mirvac, when they did a development there many years ago, at least 520 or 560, whatever it was collected specifically in that area, so directly adjacent to there. The public open space cash in lieu funds are there for improvement. I have bought at least one portion, actually 2 if you include the disability swing, to council in the past. This is something that has been handballed year after year since 2004. So there was original plans done way back in the day that had the accessibility path from the top to the bottom. It had the realignment and the fixing of the lakes. It had all of this stuff, and the only portion that was done back then was the all-access toilet, which ironically is on the different level to where the disability parking actually is. So I think it's really important. I do think that this is an essential. This isn't a nice to have. This has been handled now for, sorry, I'm getting late, I'm not counting, probably 18 years. So we do have an environmental issue, as I see it, with the ponds down there. We've known since circa 2004 that there are cracks and leaks in these ponds. They are increasingly getting worse. I am getting lots of reports each year, increasingly, in regards to the algae build-up, the scum that's in them, just all sorts of stuff with those lakes. The accessibility issue has been an issue for a long time. It's great if you're able-bodied, but even if you're a parent with a pram, or particularly if you're elderly, I know that when my children were smaller and I used to take them, well, I only took them once down to Barden Park because I took my mother with us, and you know, she has a disability and there was no way for her to get down to the toilet facilities. It's really hard. And if you go down there and you see it, if you haven't been down there, go down and have a look, because that is one steep hill to get up and down. You know, so in an ideal world, we'd have buckets of money, and I'd love to do all of this because it should have been done 18 years ago. You know, we can't keep putting off all of it. There are cash in lieu funds there, so that's budgeted money, which can deliver, I believe, at least one portion of this project. Be it either the ponds or the accessibility, they both need addressing. Something needs to be addressed there. It was really disappointing that none of the universities took up on this. But I did follow up on that. It seemed to be around the complexities associated down there. So I do understand and appreciate that, but I'm glad that they looked at it. In particular, I think Curtin took a close look at it. And I suppose the other thing is I just want to relay as well in terms of the wording with this one, that when this comes back to council after our landscape architect does what they do, when this does come back to council, then this will be, that's when you decide which portion you do. So my intent is that this is done with the money that we already have, and not allocate anything further, you know, unless council wins lotto or something, I don't know. But I don't know if I can throw to the director to add in further comments around this. I'd like to, but I don't know if he wants to. Yeah. So I'll leave it at that. So I hope people do support it because this is something that has been ongoing for, as I said, 18 years. If anybody wants to look, there are only hard copy reports because they haven't been scanned in anywhere, but I've got hard copy reports there if anybody wants to have a look, or I can make copies for anyone to have a look there as well, from back in the day. So I'd like you to please support this.
Thank you. I'll go to the seconder.
Probably just briefly. So look, it's a good reduction in scope. It is using cash and lieu funds which have been collected over some time specific to that area. So that's the intent of that for the developers to betterment of those public open spaces directly in the location. So I think it's a good one. There's no impact to muni funds, so that's good news. And we will get to review it when the design is done to make that decision. So thank you.
Councillor Palmer.
Thank you. Just a question to the mover regarding in-kind contributions from Department of Biodiversity, Conservation and Attractions. You've deleted that out. Do you not want to consider extra funding?
Oh, I absolutely would love to consider extra funding, and I do believe that that is something that could potentially be considered when this comes back to council as a staged approach. But I'm not sure how the grant application works, whether you actually need something there or whether you can apply just with the public open space funds. I'm not sure over how that whole process works. So ideally, yeah, I'd love DCPBA and other departments to chuck in some cash. And if there's by the time this comes back, and if we consider doing this, you know, we might be around for another state or federal election, who knows? So, you know, I'd definitely be out shaking the tin if I'm still around.
Would anyone else like to speak on this item? Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Yes. Can I start, please, with a few questions?
Go ahead.
So last week at the briefing, the agenda briefing form that we had, I asked to receive the breakdown of the $1.8 million that is specified in the report. It hasn't been provided to us, as much as I'm aware, so we understand how much money for each component of this proposed project. So do we have that?
I'll ask the director to respond.
Yeah, through the chair, there was information sent out. It probably wasn't to the amount of detail that perhaps you were hoping to receive, but it did say that there was $1 million for the actual walkway, and then the other $800,000 was for the other components of the park.
So can you repeat it? So $1 million for the accessible walkway?
That's right.
Yeah, and the rest is 800 for there?
800,000 is for the ponds and the playground and any other works that are required in the park.
Ponds and playground. Thank you for that. Okay, that's helps a bit. And with the playground, so is that playground is due to be replaced?
Through the chair, I'm not exactly sure the timing of when it needs to be changed, but it is looking at modernising it and adding to it through that process.
When you say modernising it, are we adding new play equipment or removing existing ones?
That will be assessed through the design process.
Okay. The motion on the table now talks about the $700,000 from cash in lieu. So what will the $700,000 go towards? The accessible walkway only, or for what component? So what will happen with the 700? It's going to be split, some towards the walkway, some towards the ponds, some towards the. Can we use cash in lieu for ponds, for the ponds issues? Replacing the ponds.
We'll go to the director.
Ponds artificial, whatever it is.
Yeah, through the chair, I suppose the intent of LIM 3 is to basically bring the matter back to council once the designs have been developed, and at that stage is to look at what the options are in terms of funding it, and where the money will go. So in terms of the cash in lieu, we'll determine whether it's confined just to cash in lieu and where that cash in lieu funds will be spent, or whether we go and chase more funding, or whether even the council wants to contribute municipal funds towards it as well. But at that stage, those options will be put up to council when that design has been prepared and costed.
Thank you. Can I just also get another clarification? Limb 3 now talks about, considers the allocation of funds. Are we talking about additional funds or the $700,000?
Go to the mover to clarify.
I'm not sure.
The intent is from cash in lieu.
So number 3 is considers allocation of cash in lieu funds, but are we talking about additional cash in lieu funds, or are we talking about how we're going to allocate the $700,000? Are we talking about so we are going to quarantine $700,000 from cash in lieu, and 3 is to consider adding more cash in lieu funds?
I'll go to the mover to clarify.
Yeah, if I can clarify, the intent behind that one is that when the designs come back, that they're broken up into parts so that we can allocate which projects underneath that existing 700 cash in lieu can go to complete those projects. And while I'm at it, I'll just be clear that when I did this as original notice of motion, playground was never part of that. It was the ponds and the accessible pathway.
So I just want to confirm. So 3 is it's considered the allocation of cash in lieu funds. That's what is missing, and we're not talking about funds. We're talking about debt funds in limb 2, because it just talks about fund. So we're talking about considers the allocation of cash in lieu funds that are mentioned in limb 2. Is this correct? Thank you. I would like to move a procedural motion, if I can. Thank you. I would like to defer this item to the council meeting in June. Ordinary council meeting in June.
I'll see if there's a seconder.
Can you just say for the purpose? Sorry, is it possible to hear the purpose of?
Yes, so that following the discussions of council about the long-term financial plan.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Bull, would you like to speak to the procedure?
Yeah, look, I'm still not sure what I'll be actually voting on. I understand the issues with the accessible pathway. Obviously, I'm aware of that. Is this the number one project in that area? I don't know. We haven't even set yet on this long-term financial plan in detail and agreed on our priorities. Do I know if the community wants the cash in lieu to be spent on that and not on other projects? Maylands Waterland Stage 2, some components can use the cash in lieu. The brickworks, some components can use cash in lieu. Other playgrounds, other parks in that area, have we discussed it with the community? Nothing. So last week, I clarified where it came from. It came from a motion that was discussed several months ago. I was happy to investigate it. Now we are actually looking into $1.8 million altogether in the report. And to achieve what the project talks about, it has been minimized a little bit. We're talking about $700,000 for a project that we actually haven't really fully, don't have the details. We will discuss the brickworks in the coming months. Once you quarantine this, I'm not sure how much money cash in we'll have to for the brickworks. I'm just not sure. So I think we will be smart first before we're committing to anything, which I think some of that might have merit, and I know there is a need for some aspects there, but I think we should be responsible first. Discuss the long-term financial plan, know our priorities, know the budget, know how we divert, because the long-term financial plan talks also about cash in lieu, talks about everything, how we allocate the funding. So I think we should do that, and we can discuss it in 3 months' time. Nothing will happen. And then we can look into this and see if we are ready to go. Because the issue is not only the cash in lieu, it's a project. So we're going to actually divert resources from the city. If this is the number one project for council, I would be happy to support it, and for the community. So yeah.
Thank you. I'll put that straight to the vote. Now we're voting, just to be clear, and Councillor Clark, just to be clear, we're voting on the procedural motion now to defer this item. I'll just see if it's on the screen. So that wording's correct, Councillor Peterson-Pick?
Yes, if I just have a comment, after the ordinary council meeting, following discussions on the long-term financial plan.
Sorry, Ellie, Councillor Clark can't hear you. You need to put your microphone on.
Oh, sorry. We're just adding a few more words at the end of the sentence, following discussions on the long-term financial plan. So it will give us 3 months to actually finalize some of the details, crucial details in our long-term financial plan. Once we understand what's happening there, we can go back, discuss this, and if we can commit to this, definitely.
Okay, so is that now captured accurately on the screen? Okay, I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? That's Councillors Palmer, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson. All those against? Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostaszowski, Councillor Eveson, Councillor Sutherland, Deputy Mayor and myself. The procedural motion is lost. We'll now go back to the substantive motion. Would anyone else like to speak on it? Councillor Palmer.
Thank you. Just a question, Madam Mayor. It says the project is currently not included in the long-term financial plan. So nothing's actually been, we've got an authorises the CEO to quarantine 700. So there's nothing concrete, nothing set out in any plan whatsoever. This is just something that's just arisen for 1.8.
Sorry, who would you like me to direct that question?
Whoever can answer the question.
I'll go to the.
I'm happy for the mover. It also says that in lieu of public open, 700,000 of external funding not yet known. So we've got a hopeful 700 in lieu, and we've got 400 coming out of somewhere else. Somewhere that's coming out of municipal funds. That project may be made up of 400,000 of municipal funds. That's what it says here.
Councillor Palmer.
Yep.
That's not what's being moved.
That's what's on. That's what's here.
It's so she.
I know.
There was an amended.
This is what the original is. This is now what we've got.
So we're debating.
I understand
what's on
that.
the screen.
Yeah. So there's 700,000 that they want to quarantine from public open space. 700 that we don't know where it's coming from. Basically, the other 700.
So
no, it's 1.8 million all up.
So I'll just get clarification from the director in terms of Councillor Palmer's questions on the funding.
Through the chair, in terms of the long-term financial plan, there was an allocation put into that draft plan that was reviewed by councillors recently. What was in there was actually $700,000 of contributions, and the remaining money was coming from other contributions and grants that haven't been secured yet. So the thinking behind that was that it is cost neutral for the council at this stage, but the thinking is to get the designs prepared and know what the costings are, and to review that once those designs are prepared.
Thank you. Sorry, what I read here was capital upfront costs of 1.1 and then income 700. So that's 1.8. And I just think we're playing with figures. I'm happy to support Barden Park fully, but I just am a wee bit scared about how these figures are being played about with. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Can I just, I've just got a question for the city in terms of the officer's recommendations. Could they be voted upon separately? Because could you just do the recommendation 1 within existing budgetary arrangements and then consider 2 and 3 down the track when that in-house work has been done?
I'll go to the director to respond.
Through the chair, the way it's worded now is that we will, if this goes through, we will do the designs, and those designs will come back in a separate report to council for council to then consider how it's going to be funded, whether it's used out of the $700,000 or whether council chooses to do something different.
Sorry, maybe I don't quite understand, but could you just do the first bit of that in-house work without limbs 2 and 3? So say that just that bit got up, but the rest didn't get up. Could the work then progress?
I'll go to the director.
Through the chair, that is possible. We can produce those designs in-house and without a commitment of any funding.
Mayor, I'd prefer if we could vote on these separately if possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else, Councillor Peterson-Pick?
Thank you. Yes, just a few more questions. So do we have the $700,000 cash in lieu for that area?
I'll go to the director.
800 meters, radius?
Through the chair, yes, that cash in lieu is held by the city.
You do have. Thank you. I missed your response before about the long-term financial plan. Is it currently in the long-term financial plan?
Through the chair, it is in the long-term financial plan. It's in the draft one that was presented recently to council.
That is not the same. The question was for Councillor Palmer, if I understood her correctly, if it is in the current approved long-term financial plan. That is the question. And I think the response, and this is why I'm asking it again, on page 129, it actually says very clearly in the notes, the project is currently not included in the long-term financial plan. So it's very confusing. Can you please clarify? Is it in our current long-term financial plan?
Through the chair, it's not included in the adopted plan.
Okay, thank you. So it hasn't been adopted, so it's a new project. Okay, so look, just for the record,
Sorry, point of order.
did I spoke? I'm happy.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on the item? Councillor Johnson?
Sorry, just a question, and forgive me if I've missed it in the mix. Sorry, I can't hear. Sorry, I can't hear.
Sorry, councillors, can you use your microphones when you're speaking? Because I can't hear any of the debate.
No,
So whoever's speaking,
I don't think it was part of the debate, Councillor Clark.
well then.
I think that's okay. Councillor Johnson, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm sorry if I missed it in all the questions. How much money do we have in the reserve for the public open space in that area?
I'll go to the director.
Through the chair, it is $700,000.
Sorry, so that's the total amount would be quarantining for this project?
That's my understanding, yes.
Councillor Bull.
Thanks. I'd just like to raise a point of order. Your previous ruling, my understanding from sitting here is that Councillor Peterson-Pick spoke on the procedural motion, not on the substantive item, and so I'm asking if you could change your ruling, please.
I didn't make a ruling. Councillor Peterson-Pick turned off his microphone and said he was happy not to talk. So I didn't make a ruling. Would you like to speak on the item?
If the Deputy Mayor will allow me. Just briefly. Thank you to the office for those clarifications, first of all. Question, I'm sorry. Number one, talks about public consultation campaign. What is that going to include? A community consultation about the design, like we're doing with every park? Is this what we're talking about?
I'll go to the director.
Through the chair, when we talk about the consultation, we're talking about the actual design process and engaging with the community.
Thank you. I'm happy to support the LIMB 1. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak on this? So I'd just like to ask a question of the director, just to clarify, because I do have concerns about costings as well. Can you just clarify, LIM 1, that work is proposed to be done in-house? Do we have the capacity at the moment to do this work in-house, and would there be anything additional costs unbudgeted for?
Yeah, we do have a landscape architect that will lead the project and undertake most of the work. There will be situations or instances where we will need to engage some other contractors and consultants as part of that design process, where we need some specialty services to deliver that work, but that component will be covered by existing budget. So
Thank
what we already
you.
have, yeah.
Thank you. And just to clarify for Lim 2, quarantining of cash in lieu funds, the way that Lim 2 is worded, does that equate to council spending that money?
The way it's worded is to basically isolate that money just simply for this project, and it can't be spent on anything else.
But does it obligate council to spend $700,000 on these designs? Or on, sorry, not on the designs, but on doing the project?
I think it's more of a case of preventing it being spent on something else rather than guaranteeing that it will be spent on this project. It still needs to go and be considered by council, and it still needs to be signed off by the minister as well.
By the minister?
Yes.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Councillor Bull?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for those questions, because it does raise an additional question. From a governance perspective, shouldn't council not be actually formally creating a reserve? So are we inadvertently stepping around the requirements to create a reserve and thereby potentially doing something that is ultra vires because we haven't done it, we haven't quarantined in accordance with requirements under the regulatory regime?
We'll go to the Finance Director.
Through the chair, I would have to take that one on notice and check what our obligations are in terms of managing the cash in lieu, because that's in a trust rather than a reserve. So I'd have to take that one on notice, I'm afraid.
I'll just speak very quickly. Thank you for that. Honestly, it didn't even enter my mind that may or may not be an issue until you asked those questions. So I think it's well worth just making sure that we're doing everything that we're required in accordance with governance.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on the item? I'll go to the mover to close.
Thank you. I think that in closing, I'm just going to speak about what's available in that cash in lieu public open space funds. Maylands is fortunate in regard that we do get a lot in public open space cash in lieu because we do have a lot of infill in the area there. You know, but I would remind councillors as well that up until recently we did have we had north of $2 million in that account. We took out $1.5 million for one park. There are things that we need to do in our area, and as I said, that there's two things at least in Barden Park that have been pushed off since circa 2004. One is an environmental concern with the cracks and the leaks and things going on, and the other one is an accessibility concern. The playground, other than the wheelchair swing, the playground was only put in, I think it was about 2014 or somewhere around that regard there. So it's not that old. So I would ask councillors to consider that this is money that we have there. Most of it was collected literally right next to the park there, and these are issues that need to be resolved because they've been pushed off for 18 years. And I don't need to remind councillors what happens when you just keep on avoiding something for years. It just gets more expensive. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put this to the vote, and I have been requested to vote on the limbs separately, so I'll separate the limbs. So we're voting on limb 1 first. So all those in favour? That is unanimous. Limb 2, all those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Sutherland, Deputy Mayor and myself. All those against? Councillor Ostaszowski, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Eason, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson. That is lost. And limb 3, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillors Maleka, Councillor Ostaszowski, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Eason, Councillor Sutherland. Is that your hand up? Yep. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against? Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark. That is adopted. Thank you. The next item that's been pulled is 10.3.3 EMRC Council meeting minutes, pulled by Councillor Ostrzowski. Are you moving the officer's recommendation?
Yes.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Johnson. Councillor Ostrzowski.
Thank you. Just in the tradition of Councillor Johnson, just a few quick things about the MRC. I noted in the one of the reports there that 14 schools across Bayswater and Bassendean are now taking part in a FOGO trial. There's been progress on the tender for the permanent FOGO processing facility. And additionally, one final thing, Bayswater has 59% of our waste going to landfill and 41% going to recovery like FOGO and recycling. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. And in response to a question that I asked at the meeting, I can report that our FOGO is less in summer than in winter because in summer it dries off and weighs less, and in winter it's soggier.
Would anyone else like to speak on this item? If not, I'll go to the mover to close. No, I'll put this straight to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you, councillors. The next item that's been pulled is 10.4.2 by the Deputy Mayor. Safer Places by Design, Septed Designs.
Moving on, I don't want to speak on it.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Sutherland, would you like to speak?
I don't have anything to say much except that I think this is a great, be great to have.
Sorry, councillor, just your Deputy Mayor, can you please turn off your microphone?
I think this is great. It will be great to have these guidelines. Everyone wants to feel safe in public, and this is a good start. Also, it'll lead to better design, urban design and local planning strategies. So I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this item? If not, sorry, Councillor Clark.
Just briefly to say, I think how important this is, and I think the suggestion from the city about it being sort of merged into other documents so that it forms, you know, a coherent whole when looking at these sorts of things is a good idea. There's an old property crime theory about broken windows, which I think often holds true, that as soon as you have buildings that start to look derelict, I've talked about this in terms of empty shops, it becomes, the damage tends to get worse and becomes more permissible. Even if things aren't actually less safe, it feels less safe. So I look forward to actually this being implemented, particularly around the Bayswater train station. I've raised the issue of lights under the bridge and under that train station repeatedly, and making sure that we activate that space so that it always feels like a safe space. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the mover to close. I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you. The next item is 10.4.3.
Madam Mayor.
Sorry, councillor. Yes?
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you last time. I actually pulled 10.4.1.
I'm very sorry.
That's okay, to vote against it, to be quite honest.
Okay, so thank you, Councillor Palmer. So item 10.4.1. Do I have someone who'd like to move the officer's recommendation? Councillor Sutherland. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Johnson. Councillor Sutherland.
I wasn't going to speak on this, but
Sorry, Councillor Palmer, do you mind? Yeah.
I have written something, so I may as well. Look, I do agree with the officer's recommendation. I think this is for several reasons. It's within the general industry zone in Embleton. I do acknowledge that there were several objections to this, but I am satisfied with the officers have answered them well enough. I would like to see the area around the verge being cleared up. I mean, I know that there's plans to do that with car parking, etc., but maybe enforce it and make them comply that, because that area just looks so run down, and it would be good to make sure that we do enforce that place looks a bit neater. But other than that, I feel that we should support this.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. I think what we're doing here is regularising essentially the existing use of the property, and I'm really pleased that the city is, working with the owners to sort of get everything compliant. I think it's encouraging that our businesses are compliant with the environmental regulations and have all the appropriate permits. And certainly sort of encourage businesses to be working within their permitted uses. It's better for everyone that way, and so I'm glad that's being done through this process.
Thank you. Councillor Eveson.
Yeah, just a few words in support as well. So the city's officers are not taking the DA lightly. It's very clear in the suitable but onerous conditions applied to this somewhat retrospective approval. There is a suite of conditions that greatly assist to improve the operating parameters and physical conditions on the site. Parking bays, fixing of the crossovers, and environmental issues are also clearly attended to by the officers, so thank you for that. I did want to call out specifically condition 5, so which for me becomes one of the stronger conditions when you take take the compliance with others into account. Condition is about visual amenity. The city's recent focus on neat streets in our industrial area is one I've been calling on for some time. Non-compliance with our bylaws. A complete disregard of conditions like these put forward by planners in good faith with ongoing checking and confirmations long after DAs are submitted and approved. It's been an issue I've been working on for many years before I was elected to this chamber, and is one I'll continue to push whilst I'm here. We must enforce compliance. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Councillor Palmer.
Thank you. Really speaking against it, this was general industry, and it's noxious and it's under discretion. So there is a lot of grey area in allowing this to take place. And if you've ever heard metal crunching and banging and so forth, and you've got across the road the hostel, our own hostel, plus all of the residents just across the road, to allow this to happen there is a growth that's going the wrong way when we are trying to make that part of the Metronet area a little bit more acceptable to the general public and so forth. We had an opportunity a couple of months ago. Recycling metal is not like recycling FOGO. It's they've been doing it for 50 years, and honestly, it's a loud, noisy nuisance that starts early in the morning, and it really is noxious, exactly as it says, and I'm just surprised that it's gone this way. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak? Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Yeah, can I just ask the officers through the chair? Is our town planning scheme allows for them to operate there? I just want to confirm that again.
I'll go to the director.
Through the chair, the use is a discretionary use, so it is a use which the council can consider.
Can I just say another follow-up question? Because noise issues, around industrial areas are being heard here constantly. Is there a mechanism to kind of limit, kind of a circle around an industrial area where, kind of the perimeter, will have different zoning, kind of that we can actually limit the noise of different businesses? Is that an option? I want to know.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the Environmental Protection Act has noise regulations, which is largely determined on times of the day and different levels, which can impact the location of sensitive uses, that sort of thing. I'm not aware of them actually, having separate areas. It's more times of the day when uses can impact sensitive uses. So which is largely why businesses will operate from 7 a.m. in the morning through till 7 p.m. at night. And during those periods, the levels of noise which can be tolerated are a lot higher than before 7 a.m. and after 7 p.m.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Would anyone else like to speak? If not, I'll go to the mover to close.
Nothing more to say.
Thank you. Okay, I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? That's Councillor Maleka, Councillor Eveson, Councillor Sutherland, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson. All those against? Councillor Ostrowski, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Bull and myself. Thank you. The next item is 10.4.3 and this has been pulled by the Deputy Mayor.
Apologies, I pulled this one in error.
Okay. Would anyone like to speak on the, would anyone like to move this item? Councillor Eveson?
Yes, I would, but I've got an alternative motion, which they do have.
The officers have?
Yes, they do.
Okay, I'll just wait for that to get on the screen. Councillor Eveson, could you please read it out?
Yes, I can.
Councillor Clark can't see it, so please read it out slowly.
I'll read it slowly. That council endorses the investigation. Ooh. Sorry, trying to test me. That council endorses the investigation outcomes of the process relating to mobile food vehicles in the city of Bayswater, as contained in this report, including dot point 1, expanding the locations where mobile food vehicles can operate. Number 2, removing the expression of interest requirement for Crimea Park. Section 3, this is quite messy. Further investigating an online application process and include reporting to, include maps showing high, medium and low volume trading locations, a booking system for locations including on-site check-ins to ensure those who have booked in use a location, performance management of vendors if there is a pattern of non-attendance of bookings, and dot point 4, the steps identified within the report, including the preparation of guidelines, including requirements for no single-use plastic, prioritise use of reusable food and drink packaging, and waste management is to prioritise FOGO or food organics, garden organics, composting and the state government container deposit scheme containers for change over recycling and landfill. Dot point 2, the recavation of the mobile food vehicles local planning policy. Thanks, Lana. So look, I'll only speak briefly.
Sorry, I just have to check that there's
Oh.
a seconder.
Apologies.
Do I have someone to second this motion? Councillor Johnson?
Thanks, Councillor Johnson. So first, look, my thanks to the officers who constructed this report and within a fairly short but agreed time frame. And whilst I offer council this alternative motion tonight, it acknowledges the city officers delivered on the intent and objectives of a review and improvement of internal processes. It clearly uses benchmarking and to understand gaps and leverages off other local governments to prescribe adjustments that deliver what I feel to be a far smoother and more effective administrative service for both the city, but also mobile food vendors, which hopefully results in increased uptake and improved vibrancy across our district. My alternative motion seeks to express the more external processes and perhaps the more longer-term view of sustainability overall, in addition to calling out key environmental requirements that maintain the city's green focus and credentials. This motion is based directly from feedback from mobile food vendors well established in our district, the way it should be. These are vendors that trade across Perth using the extremely varied processes, registrations and permits that local governments have put in and adapted over time to support their industry, but overall support vibrant spaces. The nuts and bolts of the motion remove some known issues and impediments like the EOI process at Crimea, so we can restore and even expand that location further as a premier foodie spot for our community. It seems to better understand the locations we have across the district, but also to manage them better with the vendors using them, and that's using data. It's a clear vision of clearly defined scheduled slots and configurations of offerings that promote transparency and harmony with our operators. So there's no point having 4 coffee trucks fighting over customers. A vision that allows easy check-ins to ensure bookings are honoured, and most importantly, our community have consistency in offerings. You don't want to roll off on a Thursday night to find that there's no one there. Sadly, it has happened before, and with COVID, it has an even higher chance of happening again. Consistency and routines means people can plan, and when people can plan, more will turn up. To wrap this up, my alternative motion acts on direct feedback from the experts. It's focused on enabling delivery of the best experiences we can in our communities, be environmentally focused, and also making it very simple and cost-effective process for the city to manage and administer in the future. I encourage and look forward to your support. Thank you.
Councillor Johnson?
Yeah, I mean, I won't add anything more to that. It's good that this is being looked at. I've got no problem with 4 coffee vans rocking up, as long as one of them sells decent coffee. You know, and we don't make those restrictions on other businesses, so I don't think they should apply here either. But otherwise, that looks good.
Councillor Palmer?
I suppose the only thing that I'd like to query is point 3.3, performance management of vendors. And I feel that all these people are they're self-employed and so forth. And maybe it's the wording, but I just feel that's a bit uncomfortable, that they're their own bosses. And I can understand the booking situation, checking in to make sure they're there so that we don't waste areas. But I'm just a bit concerned about that. It's a lot of red tape for something that wasn't there before. I'm just wondering if the mover can just explain that to me a bit.
Yes, I did come about talking to Bootlegger Coffee down at Riverside Gardens, quite well-known food vendor truck around the city of Bayswater and across Perth. So the reason behind that is to create a bit more harmony with food truck vendors, because people have essentially spots that they hold, and then if they don't turn up, then it can impact other vendors. So it's really about trying to promote that they partner up with each other, and the performance management, as you probably did call it, it's quite a firm word, but it's really just to make sure that we've got vendors that are booking and taking up spots and essentially not turning up. We just have that conversation with them about trying to stop that.
Just one more wee question. Who's going to manage the performance?
So I did discuss this too. So it is part of that review for a system that we're going to look at. It is a push to across Perth to try and get a standardised system for this. So it is the start of that.
Councillor Clark?
Can I just clarify with the city officers, if this was implemented, would that then mean that the current, because my understanding was that the locations are tied to the permits, is that correct? So you get your permit and you know that you tend to go down Riverside Gardens or Crimea or wherever else in the city, is that? I know that we've had this question before in terms of competition and distribution.
I'll go to the director to respond.
Through you, Madam Mayor, a permit allows them to operate at all of the approved locations, along with if they've won the ballot for the Crimea Park location as well. But generally, a permit will allow them to operate from all approved locations.
So can I just clarify, does this then go into a booking system in some ways? Could it risk becoming more restrictive in terms of who goes where?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I might just defer to the the acting manager development and place to see if she has any further information in that respect.
Through the chair, I guess at this stage the impact of that booking system isn't known, as the resolution is indicating that would be a part of the further investigation. Our intent would be to try and reduce as much red tape as possible, but at this stage I couldn't say.
Okay, thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak on this? If not, I'll go to the mover to close. Sorry, Councillor Clark.
Sorry, Matt, I was just a touch too late there. I just wanted to make a couple of quick points. I'm very supportive of cutting down the red tape. And when you see that table of all the comparison councils, it's quite telling as to what red tape actually currently exists for small businesses and sole traders. I'm glad that we're just investigating the booking system, because I fear that might then create more steps along the way. And the other comment that I did want to make is I've previously disclosed financial interests about the CDS, the Container Deposit Scheme, due to my work and left the room, but the ERA has since actually released its inquiry into the CDS. So I just want to put that on the record as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the mover to close.
Yeah, look, just to address the concerns, there's probably two parts to this motion. So the first part of it is definitely the report that's already been done by the officers, and it reinforces some of those outcomes. It says we probably don't have the great system. We need to go to look to that single permit that other councils have done. That's definitely the future. The next part of it's probably being a little bit cheeky in regards to the conversations I have had with food vendors, where they do want a little bit probably more organisation, just so that there's a bit more harmony in the industry, and that's what that is addressing. It's only investigation, and what that would include is talking to the food vendors, trying to work through that. So I don't feel it's a hard commitment to anything else. It's a bit of officer time to probably look at a bit of business improvement in that area, and probably continue on with that single permit that was done by the Vic Park and Gosnells and Canning a while ago. So that was it. Thank you.
I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? That's Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostaszowski, Councillor Eveson, Councillor Sutherland, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peterson-Pitt, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnston and myself. All those against? Councillor Palmer. Thank you. The next item is 10.4.4, Morley Activity Centre Streetscape Plan, pulled by the Deputy Mayor.
I had an alternate prepared for this one.
Has it been provided to staff?
Yes.
Thank you. Just wait for that to get on the screen and then I'll see if there's a seconder.
Yeah, that's it. Yes.
Deputy Mayor, would you mind reading it out so Councillor Clark can hear it?
Yes, certainly. So, take that off. All right, so the main difference there, actually I'm just going to go through the wording as a bit. So, in part 2, endorse the implementation of the detailed design as detailed in option 1 and table 2 in this report. A, notes that table 2 will be modified to include option 1 only. 3 reads the same. Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, yeah, 3 does read the same, sorry. And 4 is approves the allocation of funds from the Morley City Centre Reserve to fund the detailed design as detailed in option 1 and table 2 in this report in the 2021-22 budget as follows. Did you catch all that, Councillor Clark? Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
So do I have a seconder? Is that Councillor Ostaszowski? Yes, seconding.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. So budget's the hot topic of the night, so I want to stay in that theme. The reason I've done this amendment is, once again, it's just a reducing scope of the work. We've already got the 150 budgeted for it, and it's just taking the extra 39,035, sorry, to actually do that section through of Russell Street from Broome to Rudlock. So it is a reduced scope, but it's one that's within our budget.
Councillor Ostaszowski?
So can I ask a question?
Yes.
Please, thank you. So just to confirm, this is to only go with Russell Street between Broome Ave and Rudlock to do the cross-section that we see here in the report to improve the streetscape along there. And that means we're not doing any budgeted improvements along the Progress Street, Bishop Street area that was in the table there. Okay. Okay, thank you. Can
Go
I speak
ahead,
on this?
yes.
Okay. Ta. So I remember we had our discussions in the councillor workshop, and I've been, pushing for streetscape improvements for a long time, and I'm really thrilled that the place manager has been very supportive of these projects and wants to see improvements in Morley as well. So thank you to her for the work that she's done with all of this. We are facing some financial pressures. And considering those financial pressures, I don't want to not do anything with streetscapes, but I want us to keep moving forward in some regard. Russell Street is the main entrance to Morley, and at the moment I think it doesn't quite feel safe. It doesn't look safe, it's very busy, there's a lot of car movements, footpaths are damaged, infrastructure's damaged and deteriorating, there's lots of students, cross streets, all sorts of stuff going on Russell Street. So I actually think as that being like one of the main entrances into Morley from Broome Ave, I think that's a really good place to start, because it's one of the main roads where people will see, oh, they're doing something in Morley. So I support that. In regards to the Progress Street Bishop Street precinct, that is the northern part of Morley, or around the town centre there, and I guess there are a lot of other refurbishment things happening in that space at the moment. So we've got the refurbishment of the space outside the Morley Library occurring, which will be launched tomorrow, I believe, at 4 p.m. We've got a refurbishment around Boboa, which RAC is paying for. We've got some other potential opportunities coming up around the Les Hansman Centre, so there's going to be other refurbishments there. Yeah, I think there's a lot going on in that space, and I know our place managers work well or work hard to ensure that our town centres are always looking good. So I have faith and trust in the Morley placemaker that she will continue to ensure that the footpaths are looking good and the bins are looking good and the trees are looking good and everything's looking good in that space. So I'm happy to move the streetscape plan forward just that one step by getting this Russell Street section detailed design done. Thank you.
Councillor Palmer.
Thank you very much. I'm always pleased to see an improvement on everything, but the amended budget reads in the alternate motion, is it 189,000, is that right?
Yeah.
Amended budget. And we've got the amended budget as it stood before the alternate motion as 309,000. So just a bit concerned about that. And, sorry, this one. 220, it's the same one, 10807. That's the same project. I've got here that it's 309,000 as amended, the amended budget, but up there it says 189. So you've deducted, someone has taken $100,000 off? Yeah? Am I right?
Yes, it's a lower budget
Okay,
from
well, that would be
what
nice for
was-
someone to explain, not slip it in like that. I don't believe that we should be losing money on that at all. You know, we've waited for years for that part of Morley and Bishop Street, Progress Street, all round there. We absolutely reduced all of the islands when the stone seals were taken away. That was all reduced by 50%, and we're left with, you know, a tree, a few bushes, and a round concrete circle. That's it. Nothing really as an item to be welcomed. And here we now have another reduction on Morley again. I don't know why. This is the entrance. This is the link that meet in the sandwich between all of those places in Coventry and Galleria. And we've got all these independent shops trying to do the best they can. And here we are taking all the money off them and just saying, oh, yes, we're doing wonders. We're not doing wonders. We're taking away money from Bishop Street and the other one, Progress Street. This is just not right. And you can't say that the Russell Street hasn't had favours as well. They've also got their own, you know, sort of allotment of budgets. But to take that money from those two properties where we've waited so long to try and make that just as quality as everywhere else, I just am very, very disappointed. So I'm sorry that I'll have to vote against that. I'm all for saving money, but not to the reduction of our Morley streetscape plan. This is Morley Centre. Morley Centre, and they're taking all that money away. That's really a knife edge. I'm sorry, that's wrong. It is very wrong.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this item? Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. Can I just ask a question, please, just to clarify? So, that we already have money in the budget for. Sorry, how much money do you already have in the budget for this process in this financial year?
I'll go to the director.
If I can defer to the Acting Manager of Development and Place, please, to respond.
We currently have 150,000 allocated to this project this financial year.
Sorry. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, so with what's on the table then, so is that bottom line there, you just proposing to increase it to 189,000?
That's correct.
See lots of nods, thank you.
Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Yes, thank you. Can I start with a question, please? So with regards to option 2, which is progress in Bishop Streets. So it mentions there in the detail on page 179 at the bottom, it would not change the road alignment as proposed within current Morley Activity Centre streetscape plan. So can we just get some more information about that? So option 2 doesn't include that. It provides something else. So do we have an option on the table to implement the Morley Activity Centre streetscape plan? Or it's not on the table? And if not, why not?
I'll go to the director.
Through you, Madam Mayor, if I can defer to the Acting Manager of Development and Place, please. Oh, it's actually the Place Manager, Belinda Salvoni. Thank you.
Good evening, through the chair. Can I just clarify the question so that you're asking whether we are actually implementing the streetscape plan as the core objectives of the streetscape plan in option 2? Is that your
So
question?
option 2, if you see at the bottom of page 179 in the detail kind of box, it says that option 2 does not change the road alignment as proposed within the current Morley Activity Centre streetscape plan.
Correct, yes. Yep. So yes. So what was your question specifically?
So what was proposed in our approved Morley Activity Centre streetscape plan? That's the first question. So what do we have there that is not here?
Yeah, so quite a significant difference. So the Bishop Street within the Morley Streetscape Plan proposes significant road realignment. The whole, there's that car park next to Morley Markets, for example, that will all be modified. The current streetscape, the two lanes there will be modified as well to become it's currently proposed to be a flush pedestrian pathway connection. So it's essentially a significant streetscape upgrade. Obviously, option 2 is looking at not touching anything significant and just essentially doing some beautification and tidying up. So we're really just looking at addressing what's currently in the streetscape that needs attention.
Thank you for that. So theoretically, if council supports option 2, or it doesn't matter, option 2, I'm assuming the same thing applies to option 1 as well. Do we also, the option 1 on the table now, right, is also a beautification?
No, so option 1, so option 3, however, it does include a combination option 2 and 1. But option 1 fundamentally is a full streetscape upgrade. So it's fundamentally very different to option 2, which is really, if we can use the language, just improvements, just a streetscape improvement. So we're really just touching the surface level of the streetscape in option 2. In option 1, we're looking at full streetscape upgrade, which does change the road realignment and essentially can look at road widening, can look at full upgrade of street, which is obviously a much larger, more significant process.
I'll just go to the acting CEO. Sorry, he just wants to add something.
Through the chair, thank you. Just to further clarify, with option 1, It's the detailed design, so it's actually not the works themselves, it's the detailed design for Russell Street.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
So option 1 is not the actual works themselves, it's the detailed design that to be done for Russell Street.
As part of the, sorry, what is it? The Morley, the streetscape plan.
That's right, yes.
The bit that is not proposed as in option 2 with regards to Bishop. Yeah? Okay, thank you. I'll just thank you for that. I'll just have provide my comments. I'm actually a bit quite shocked as well. Like Councillor Palmer, I'm actually overwhelmed for Morley, I must say. Finally, we are getting to the point that we are planning to do something for Morley. We all talk about Morley, you know, the center, you know, activity center. We want to see more progress. We want to see more buildings, development, and now we're going to Russell Street. It's like in Bayswater, you'll ignore King William Street and you'll talk about some side street. You'll ignore 8th Avenue in Maylands. You'll talk about side street here. Yes, Russell Street is important road network and it should be looked at. But the first thing you need to address is the core center of Morley. We are missing here an important opportunity to show the businesses in the center of Morley that we are serious. I thought this is what we were talking about for years. I'm actually really share the sentiment. I'm actually a bit surprised. What we are saying, oh, it's too tough. You know, the road alignment, we don't want to distress businesses, we don't want to do that. Yeah, really unfortunate for Morley. But that's it. Look, I will, it's not on the table. I'll move it anyway. I'll move an option to progress implementation, and we can, the officers, if we get to that, I don't think so, but they can help with the wording, to implement the bit for Bishop and, where is it, sorry, option 2. Bishop and Progress Streets, the bit from the Morley Activity Centre streetscape plan, and we can discuss how it will be worded, but I think this is what...
Just for clarification, you're foreshadowing a motion, which is already in there?
There is no option here. There is no option to implement, as much as I understand, there is no option here on the table to implement, have in the Morley Activity Centre streetscape plan for Progress and Bishop Streets, because it's apparently too hard.
So
It's
what are you
it's not option 2.
foreshadowing?
So option 2 is beautification, if I understand the officer. Yes, I understood it correctly. It's beautification. No, we don't want beautifications. We should do the proper work for Morley once and for all.
So you're foreshadowing
a different
that
option.
when
not
you
on the
say the
table.
work, are you talking detailed designs?
Yes.
Okay, just to be clear.
Yes. Yeah, because I'm assuming this is what we need to do. The detailed design, that will be the first step. Yeah. Similar to option 1 on the table, but just with regards to Progress and Bishop Street, the core town centre of Morley that has been neglected for so many years. We want to see development. We want to see progress in Progress Street. We will not see progress in Progress Street with this. This will continue for years. Yeah, and again, we will not see development because businesses will not see investment. They will not see that we are serious. We do have a plan already in place. We already approved, but it's too hard. You know, we don't want to, it's too hard for us. So yeah, I will foreshadow that.
Thank you. Would anyone else? Councillor Clark.
I'd just like to clarify something and then I'll speak briefly. Is what Councillor Peterson Pick's referring to, is it actually the officer's recommendation? Because it ends up being option 3 on page 181, the mixture of options 1 and 2. Have I misunderstood how the tables are put together?
No, but maybe the officer can actually explain, you know, I'm sure she knows better.
I don't believe that is what Councillor Peterson Pick is foreshadowing.
No, so
Councillor
option,
Clark.
yeah, I can explain if I can. So option on the, so the officer's recommendation was option 3, which is a combination of option 1 and 2, which has a higher cost. The motion that now is on the table is option 1. I'm proposing a different option, which is not on the table because it was left in the too hard basket, is to implement the design, to work on the design from the Morley Activity Centre streetscape plan but for Progress and Bishop Street. So it's the same it's equivalent to option 1, working on the design, but not on Russell Street, on Bishop and Progress Street.
Essentially option 2?
No, it's not, because option 2, as the officer mentioned, it's only beautification, streetscape beautification works. It's not the core road network, the footpaths, the hard things that needs to be done, the planning, the design, working with businesses, all that stuff. So that's not here.
All right. So in that case, Mayor, just to add to confusion at 11 o'clock at night, I'm going to foreshadow the officer's recommendation. And if it's okay, can I speak? You've got your head in your hand. That's never a good sign.
No, go ahead.
Okay. So I think, having listened to all the debate, I think it's really important that we make some progress on this, particularly in Progress Street. I think the work that the officers have done, and particularly the fact that there's a tender that's in segment 3 of the officers' recommendation, is really important. And I think particularly in this economic climate where everyone is fighting and competing for construction work and competing for these, architects and landscape designers and all the experts that are needed to do the detailed design, that we should actually just get on with this. This has been talked about for 4 years since I've first been elected to council, and yet we still haven't really ever, other than some of the small projects, which have been fantastic, we haven't actually, reformed this area and actually built things and got in there and actually, put in place the actions that are in the plan. So I'd like to see us get moving on this. I'll continue to listen to the debate about the various options, but I think also, in case it all gets a bit too confused, I'm foreshadowing the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak? Councillor Sutherland.
Oh, Morley. Okay, look, we've got, as I keep saying, a big financial headwinds coming, as I said, not just in this council, but in the state in the near future. I am not convinced that this plan will make Morley a go-to destination to shop in. Now, I would presume that Progress and Bishop Street, the reason we've held off is because we've been told many times the shopping centre's coming, this is going to happen, that's going to happen, and it hasn't happened. One day the shopping centre hopefully will come. These streets need a major upgrade. One area that people talk to me is making Morley, that area, more pedestrian friendly, especially from the Coventries to the shopping centre, Walter Road. It's one area that we can't control because main roads control it, and apparently at this stage they're reluctant to reduce the speed limit. The corner of Wellington and Walter Road needs work. We've been promised that, and I think these are the things people are talking about. I do acknowledge that the business owners in these areas and in this Morley Centre would enjoy, I'm sure, some upgrades here, but I'm not sure if the overhaul is going to be enough to increase business that much. So I'm not wedded on any of this. I just don't see enough. We haven't seen any investment. We've got Galleria and we've got Bunnings, big landowners, and nothing's happened there. And then we've got Coventries, which is going, really humdiggers, really going well, but they've just put big walls across around the front, so that's not very conducive for street activity. But it's very popular. So, this is all very nice, but for the money, I'd rather keep it and just in the near future, hopefully one day Galleria has to take off. But it's just, I'm not sure what's happening in Morley. I just do not understand why businesses won't invest in that town site. And I don't think us putting this bit of money in is going to bring businesses to Morley. So that's my opinion on this.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak to this? If not, I'll go to the mover to close. Okay. I'll put this straight to the vote. All those in favour? That's Councillors Ostaszowski, Councillor Eason, Deputy Mayor and myself. All those against? Councillor Maleka, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Sutherland, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark and Councillor Johnson. That is lost. We now go to Councillor Peterson-Pick's foreshadowed motion, which could we get some wording for?
Thank you. Maybe the officer can help us with that. You.
So
maybe the officer can help
So
us.
Councillor Peterson-Pick, just so I can understand
Yes,
from
please.
what you said before, it's basically the same motion which was moved, but instead of the Russell Street, it's the Bishop Progress.
Yes. That's the yes. The
And
design,
and
yes.
and the costings will need to change, I believe.
I'm not sure about the.
So it's exactly it's the same intent,
Yes, implementing.
but the
yes.
location is different.
Yes.
And the funding numbers will
Yes.
be different because it's a different location. Councillor Palmer, you seconding? In the original one, that was to do 2 locations.
was
That's
2.
not what Councillor Peterson-Pick is. $309, my understanding was that was for 2 locations, but I'll just double check with the.
No, it was for 2.
I'll just get clarification from the officers on the funding amount to just do Bishop and Progress. Can I get the clarification, please?
Through the chair, Belinda Salvoni, are you able to provide that information? Or Tom? Yeah.
We just get the officers.
Okay.
So through the chair, it was an additional, essentially we were seeking an additional 159,000, approximately 159,000, which included both the option 3, so both the streetscape improvement for Progress and Bishop and detailed design for Russell Street. Is that your
I
question?
don't
no?
believe that's what Councillor
Excuse me?
Peterson-Pick is intention. It's not option 3. It's this option
Yes.
that was originally put together.
So you're
But
asking for the exact figures? Is that what you're...
Instead of Russell Street,
Yep.
it's Bishop and Progress. Yes.
Yep, the detailed design for Bishop in Progress. Yep, sure. So would you like the exact figures to go in there now? Yes?
Yes.
Councillor Peterson-Pick?
Let's get that up there. Just need a few minutes. Yep.
Yes, exactly. Is it there? Let's see. Endorsement, the proposed cross-section. Endorses the implementation. Here you go, endorses the implementation of the detailed design as detailed. So we need to remove that.
I'll just...
Oh my
Uh,
God, yeah. It's such a long motion here. But this is what it is. Yeah, that's enough probably. But maybe they need their work pen there and all that stuff, you know. I'll let them do this. You know, I wanted that and that's it. Oops.
Councillors, I believe the officer has a response.
Not including the 30.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. This is through the chair. So it's Progress and Bishop Street detailed design costs currently as per tender price from Porter Consultants, the preferred consultants as per the assessment, is $209,665. However, that's not including the estimated variation that we're proposing that will need to be added to the cost. So it would be an additional 30,000 on top of that. So it would be 239,665.
So just make sure that's reflected on the screen correctly.
I just want to wait.
Councillors, I'm going to move a procedural motion to defer this item to the next council meeting. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Sutherland? I don't have anything to add. I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Eason, Councillor Sutherland and myself. All those against? Councillor Ostaszowski, Councillor, she's already voted, Councillor Peterson-Pick. She has. Councillor Bull and Councillor Johnson. So that is 4. I'll just confirm, with a procedural motion, is it an absolute majority? So I'll use my casting vote and that is deferred. That's how she voted, Councillor Peterson-Pick. So the next item
Excuse me, you might want to let Councillor Clark know what happened while she'd stepped away, thinking that we were working on the motion.
other councillors have stepped away as well and don't know what we're doing. Councillor Clark, that's been deferred. That's been deferred to the next.
The whole item. Sorry, I did text you, Mayor, about what was going on, whether we'd adjourned or not.
No,
So
I haven't got a text about that, but it's been deferred. Sorry, I have received a text. I didn't see the text, and it's been deferred till the next meeting.
Okay, thank you.
So the next item is 10.4.5, Inclusion and Diversity Advisory Committee. Oh, sorry. No, sorry. We're up to 10.4.5, the Inclusion and Diversity Advisory Committee. That's been pulled by the Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this one has to go for confidential because the people in there, I wanted to replace some of the suggested applicants.
I'll just seek guidance from the acting CEO.
Through the chair, if we are talking to the actual confidential attachment, it would probably be best to go behind closed doors.
I'm happy just to insert the replacement alphabet numbers. If people are happy to do that, I don't want to talk about the people themselves or their names.
So do you have an alternate motion?
Yep, not prepared, sorry. I wanted that the council appoints blah blah A applicant X, B applicant L, C applicant J, D applicant Q, E applicant Y, and F applicant Z. So that's X, L, J, Q, Y, Z.
I'll just wait for that to get on
Does
the...
anyone need me to say those alphabets again?
Councillor Clark, did you get that?
I did.
Okay.
I'll read it back to anyone who might have missed it.
Okay.
Before we start this, can I just foreshadow the officer's recommendation on this one as well, please? Thank you.
I'll just, Councillor Clark, if you could wait until this is seconded. Deputy Mayor, can you please confirm if what's on the screen?
Sorry, I gave them my list.
Just wait.
Yeah.
Is that now correct, what's on the screen?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Maleka. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, look, I just want to say what an amazing response to one of our committees. It's really encouraging to see that we've had so many high calibre applicants want to be a part of this new committee. I'm really, really happy about that. The reason I'm doing some substitutions there is I did have a close look at all of the applicants through there, and I just wanted to ensure that there was, there was ward distribution, there was skills distribution. I felt that I was being quite thorough in looking dispassionately at the applicants, just in terms of their skills, location in the city, what they could bring to the table, where they sat within the three categories. So I think that there's a really good mix of people there, which will contribute to this being an awesome committee.
Thank you. Councillor Maleka.
Not really much further to add, but again, I created my own shortlist and these applicants were part of my shortlist. So I'm very happy to take that on board too, and really great cross-section of applicants. So really pleased to see that they're really keen to be involved as well.
Thank you. Councillor Clark. Did you wish to foreshadow?
Yes, please.
Would you like to
Just-
speak? Would you like to speak on this?
I mean, only to say what a wonderful bunch of applicants. I think it's hard to choose.
And just to confirm, you're foreshadowing the officer's recommendation.
Yes, please, just in case there's debate and we need a clear fallback, just in case.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this? Councillor Bull?
I've got a few questions about particular people, so I'd like to move to close the doors, please.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Clark? I'll put that straight to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Palmer, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Sazowski, Councillor Eason, Councillor Sutherland and the Deputy Mayor. We now go behind closed doors. Streaming.
Sorry, Mayor, can I just clarify what we just voted on?
We didn't. We voted to come outside of closed door, like to come out of confidential.
Okay, well, I didn't vote on that, so just, I don't know whether you want to retake it or how that now gets minuted or.
I thought I saw your hand up. So it said it was unanimous.
I mean, yeah, I would have, yeah, okay.
Go ahead, Councillor Ball.
Thank you. I'm not going to support what's on the table. Obviously, I can't talk about what was discussed then, but I am very confident after the discussion that happened behind closed doors, I'm very confident that the officers have done some great work and have put particular names forward, and not being satisfied with the discussion that happened behind closed doors, I am going to support the officers' recommendation.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this? Councillor Palmer. Oh, sorry, Councillor Peterson-Pick beat you to the... Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Yeah, I also prefer the officer's recommendation by far. I think they nailed it, and you can see, unfortunately it's not public, but the metrics that we have in front of us shows exactly why they chose those people. I think all of us should ignore personal reasons when we choose those people. I think we should choose for the best applicants on their merit, on their experience, as the officers analyzed. We should have the best residents on the committee, and they're all good. They're all good, but the ones that ticked a number of, experience, skills, etc., have been left out, unfortunately. So I will not support this.
Councillor Palmer, did you...
I'll just echo what Councillor Peterson-Pick has said, and the officers' recommendations are tick, 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 and I like it. Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak on this? Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. It is really hard because, as I've declared in my interest, I do know some of the people in this group, and that's actually why it's much easier for me to just go with what the officers said rather than, because I'm sure we all went round the table, would all have a different take on this. So I'm happy to support the officers' recommendation.
Thank you. Anyone else? If not, I'll go the mover to close. Okay, I'll put this to the vote. We're voting for what's on the screen, the alternative recommendation, and I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? That's Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostaszewski, Councillor Eveson, Councillor Sutherland, Deputy Mayor and myself. All those against? Councillor Palmer, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson. That is adopted. The next item is 10.4.6, and this has been pulled by Councillor Palmer.
Thank you. There's no need to go behind closed doors. I'm just happy to recommend the officer's recommendation as
I'll
such.
just see if there's a seconder. Councillor Johnson. Thank you. Councillor Palmer.
Thank you.
Would you like to add anything?
Basically, it's from 5 to 7, and I'm happy with that. I'm happy with what I've chosen, and we'll go on. Thank you.
Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, it's a fantastic representation. I'm really excited that we've had so many people apply to be part of this important committee.
Anyone else like to speak on this? If not, I'll go to the mover to close. I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostaszewski, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Eveson, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against? Councillor Sutherland. The next item that's been pulled is 10.6.1.1 by Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Yes.
And I'll just clarify that councillors should have received an addendum.
Yes, exactly. I'm just looking into...
And it should be on your desk. So I'll just clarify what you're moving, and then we'll see if there's a seconder.
Yes, I will move the officer's recommendation, the amended one, as we received, but with two additions.
Have you provided that to the minute taker?
No, I just wrote it down. So one of them, so it's two additional limbs. 1 second, adopts the council compliance policies contained in attachment 4. So sorry, one change is to limb 1, which is exactly as it is. I don't know if you can have it on the screen, but just adding at the end of the sentence. When you ask if I did provide it in advance, I did ask last week to the officer to provide me the wording. But sorry, it doesn't really matter. Sorry. It's actually very clear. With one change, removing clause, I think it's 48 now, with regards to the complainant's details. So so I'll just confirm clause. So removing clause 48, and the purpose is that the complainant's details will be on the public register.
What page number?
It's 25.
Last page,
Last page, 48. This is the clause that's saying the complainant's name and contact information will not be included in any publicly available documents, such as the register on the city's website, the annual report, and meeting agenda or minutes.
So just to clarify, you're removing that?
I want it to be on the register.
You want complainant's details made
The
public?
register. Yeah, it doesn't need to be on the annual report and meeting agenda or minutes, but it should be on the register.
So limb 1, you're saying adopts the councillor complaints policy as contained in attachment 4
With an amendment to clause 48,
with the removal
or maybe amendment.
amendment.
Amendment to clause 48 to remove the words
Not, to remove the word not, so it says will be
to
included.
remove the word
Mayor, can I make a procedural suggestion that we adjourn for 5 minutes to work out the wording of this and then have it up on the screen and circulate it? I'm happy to receive it via text or email. Might just be easier.
I'll just check if we can adjourn at this point in time. Just one moment.
I can provide the wording.
So I'll just see, Councillor Clark, are you moving a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Yes, so that we can work out what, I think that it'd be useful to have the exact wording of what the councillor is proposing up on the screen, and if someone's able to text or email or Morse code it to me somehow, that I think would be useful.
So I'll just see if there's a seconder to adjourn the meeting. Councillor Johnson, I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour for an adjournment of, did you say 5 minutes?
If it takes less, I'm happy for
Okay,
less.
until the wording is complete. Okay, all those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Osazowski, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Eveson, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peterson-Pitt, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against? Councillor Sutherland. We will now adjourn the meeting.
Can you just zoom in a bit? Zoom in so we can see.
I'm resuming the meeting at
The bottom.
11:42. Councillor Peterson-Pitt, can you confirm that the wording on the screen is accurate?
Yes, thank
And
you.
I'll just confirm, Councillor Clark, have you been provided with the wording?
Was that by email or how was that?
I'll just, so you haven't received it?
In what form am I getting it telegraphed to me? I can check numerous forms.
It's coming via email. Just
Okay, thank
if we'll just wait for you to confirm that you've received it and read it.
I can go through the changes.
And Councillor Peterson-Pick will read it.
Yeah, so the only thing Councillor Clark, the only thing I have changed is in limb 1. I have proposed one change to the policy, which is to specify that the complainant's name will be included on the register, but not anywhere else. So previously, the policy said that the complainant's name and the details will not be included anywhere, and I'm proposing that the name will be on the register. And the second change is a new limb, number 5 at the end. Request the CEO to write to the Minister for Local Government, urging him to revise the Local Government Model Code of Conduct Regulations 2021 so that all complaints are investigated and resolved by an external body, and council is removed from the process of dealing with complaints against councillors.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
I'll just see if there's a seconder. Councillor Johnson, Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Thank you. Apologies, councillors. Last week I did request here to provide me with the amendment in limb 1. Yeah, as I mentioned, I think the complainant's name should be on the register. If it is a councillor complaining against a different councillor, or if it's a resident complaining against the councillor, I think it should be part of it. A complaint is found to be valid, and then it's all recorded on the register, and the complainant's name should also be there. I think everyone can think about the reasons why it's important. Limb 5, the addition is because I don't think council should and councillors should deal with those issues. It just adds tensions, problems. It was the easy way for the state government. But yeah, I think it should be done by a different body. If it's the local government standards panel or anyone else, councillors should not decide on complaints against other councillors, especially if we're talking about councillors making complaints. Yeah.
Councillor Johnson.
Oh, I just want to move it to the discussion. Thanks.
Councillor Eason.
Look, I'd just like to foreshadow the officer's recommendation, please.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Ball.
Yes, can I propose an amendment? So, I guess it would be amending limb 1 where it says adopts the councillor complaints policy as contained in attachment 4 with the following modifications. So A, clause 48 is amended, and B would be deletions of clauses 10 and 11 and subsequent numbering amended accordingly. Subsequent numbering of clauses amended accordingly. I think that would work. Mediation provisions.
I'll just ask the mover and seconder if they agree to the amendment.
I prefer to debate it.
Yeah, I thought you might. Yeah, that's fine.
You could explain.
Yeah. Yes,
I'll
I
just
do.
ask if there's a seconder for the amendment. Councillor Palmer is seconding. Councillor Bull?
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Palmer. I appreciate it. So I don't think mediation is actually appropriate for this regime. What mediation does is it's an opportunity for parties who are in a dispute to meet with a third party to effectively try to negotiate an outcome between those two parties. When you look at mediation in this context, I'm not quite sure what the negotiated outcome would be. Would a councillor say, I'll resign from my position? Or I'm not sure. You know what I'm saying? Or, what choices does a complainant have? They either withdraw or continue. There's no deal to be cut effectively. The second thing is, it doesn't actually say who would do the mediation as well, and so that's actually a really important point, knowing who that is. I just don't think it's appropriate for a regime that actually requires an objective set of criteria to be applied to the facts and the evidence that's provided, and for an outcome to be determined as a consequence of that. So I understand that the mediation provisions are from the model that was produced by, I don't know, the Department of Walga. I just think that that's probably going to cause more issues than help. So that's the reason.
Councillor Palmer?
Look, I do agree. I'm not comfortable with 10, have never been, and I just feel that mediation between a professional situation like this is not a cure. It could actually exacerbate a situation, but if it's done correctly in writing with proper investigation, leads professionally, rather than a mediation of, come on boys, let's see if we can fix this, doesn't work. Thank you.
Would anyone, Deputy Mayor?
Sorry, just a couple of questions. I had a question on the original alternate and an arising question on the amendment.
Sorry, we're just discussing the amendment at the moment.
Well, I was asking a question, but I'll ask a question on the amendment then and a question on the other one later when we get back to it, I suppose. Okay, so the question on the amendment, pardon me, is I just want to know with the council complaints policy, was this based on a model rules, and was the mediation in the model rules?
I'll go to the director.
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. It's based on the model, and this is part of the model rules, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Clark, did you have a question on the amendment?
Mayor, I just wish to speak on the item, so I'm happy to...
Okay, so not on the amendment?
And not specifically. So
Okay.
maybe we'll do the mediation bit first, and then I'm happy to speak.
Would anyone else like to speak on the amendment? Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Just a comment. I think there is an issue, especially with the word must. If it was may, it was something else. And I think must kind of requiring mediation, I think there is some problem there.
Would anyone else like to speak to the amendment? If not, I'll go to the mover to close.
I don't think I can add anything.
Okay. I'll put the amendment to the vote. All those in favour? That's Councillor Palmer, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark. All those against? Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostaszowski, Councillor Eason, Councillor Sutherland, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Johnson and myself. The amendment is lost. We now go back to the substantive motion which is on the table. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, sorry, I just had a question about this one in relation to the amendment in 1. I've just got a question governance-wise. If it's to be included in the register and it says clearly that the register must be published, how do you redact information? Can you redact the information? Is there...
I'll go to the director.
Through the chair, I might refer to our governance officer if you can assist. Thank you.
Through the chair, so can I just clarify, so you're talking about the actual complaint, how we would redact the complaint?
No, the information of the complainant. So if the amendment is that the complainant's name will be included on the register but not in the annual report, meeting agenda or minutes, but there's a thing in here that says that if we have a register it must be published.
Yep.
what is the governance aspect around that? If the information is all in a register, but we take out other information, I'm just wondering about that aspect.
Yeah, through the chair, it doesn't quite align. So I'd rather take that on notice and look to make sure that it is legal, not legal, but it is enforceable what these provisions are. Because having the complainant's name in the register, we've also got a clause earlier in the policy that says it's a confidential process. So it may contradict that earlier clause in the policy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Mayor. So, first of all, I'm going to ask that we can vote on each of these limbs. Can I speak to this?
Yes.
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 All right. So, I've got serious concerns about this policy and this regime. I personally don't think we should even be voting on this tonight. I think it needs to go back and be deferred and we do more work on it. I'm conscious, though, that already there has been quite a few backwards and forwards and edits and things like that already. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to ask that the Mayor that we vote on this separately, limb by limb, because I think there's a lot in these limbs. I personally agree with Councillor Peterson-Elliott. Sorry, it's very late. Councillor Peterson-Pick's last point about the limb 5 that he's added, that this council should go back to the state government and reject the premise, and I think it's a ridiculous idea, that councillors should be judge, jury and, you know, putting people into stocks and hanging quarters on each other. I think it's really corrosive. I think it goes against the culture of good culture in local government. I think it opens up local governments to all sorts of, you know, vexatious complaints, cultural issues between councillors, and I just don't think it's appropriate. That's my first very strong point on that, and I had debated whether or not to raise this or not because, you know, you never want to be talking about yourselves too much, and you know how these things and these complaints, you know, these processes are not very nice. It's not very positive when it comes to this sort of when this policy would have to be invoked. But the second thing that I have serious concerns about is that this policy and the regime that's been imposed upon us as local councillors does not deal well with vexatious complaints. The fact that anyone can put these complaints in, they could put 50 complaints in tomorrow, and then each councillor is tied up, or the councillor in question is tied up for months, if not years, in this sort of process of being investigated. I think that can destroy people's careers, that can destroy reputations and destroy mental health. And that leads into my next point, that I fundamentally am opposed to the fact that this council does not have legal coverage for councillors. And I have asked the CEO repeatedly about this, and I've been told that the City of Bayswater does not have a policy on legal fees for councillors, which means that if anyone is asked, you know, if there were to be a Royal Commission, if there were to be an inquiry, if the department were to do an investigation, no one around this table is covered for the legal costs. Now, I've seen a number of other matters and investigations and inquiries where the insurance would kick in, you know, so people sort of say, oh, why should, you know, taxpayers' funds be spent on lawyers? Well, because we're doing a job, we're quasi-directors, and if we were sitting around the board of an ASX-listed company, we would be covered by directors' and officers' insurance. And it just seems madness to me that every person around this table, your house is on the line. If you were to go through a process like what happened at the City of Perth, if you wanted to be legally represented in that process, whilst you've been cross-examined in public, you would have had to fund that legal fees yourself. And, you know, some of us around this table have got legal training and might sort of be able to figure it out on our own, but I worry in future that it would deter other people from actually running for council and getting elected because they don't have what is a fundamental protection of being on any good board. So that's my strong view on that, which will not be popular, but we're not always here to be popular. So in terms of the actual policy itself, there's a range of different issues still with it. It's not clear to me exactly what qualifications an investigator would have. It says legal, but it's a very specialised area of complaint process. In some places it covers committee members, so members of the public who are volunteering or receiving a sitting fee, but in other parts it just refers to council members. And I just, in conclusion, I really don't think it covers best practice. We've come out of years of the Me Too movement. A lot of this stuff is relatively publicly available about what is best practice complaints procedure, and I don't think we've quite cracked it. So I would encourage councillors to think really carefully about this, because once it's in place, it can and will be invoked against us, and we're going to have to then deal with those procedural issues.
Can I just clarify, Councillor Clark? In your debate, did you suggest that you're moving a procedural motion to defer this?
I wasn't going to, given that it's already, it's been to committee, it's been emailed round, and there's been edits and things like that. But I personally am going to vote against limbs 1 to 4 at this stage, subject to the debate, and vote for limb 5, that the system be changed.
I won't be separating the limbs to vote because they're interlinked, and I have concern that if some limbs get up and some don't, it won't actually be enforceable. So I won't be splitting the vote.
Could limb 5 be split off then?
I won't be splitting the vote. It'll be as presented. So if you wish to move a procedural motion, that's up to you. No. Would anyone else like to speak on this? Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, actually, I wanted to move a procedural motion on this, given what the governance officer has said in relation to point 1. My procedural motion, and I'd seek guidance from the governance officer in the wording of this, whether it's a referral or a deferral to the next OCM, pending answers to the question about that alignment and the enforceability, legality, whatever the term is for that one. I think we need that advice before we can determine number 1.
So you're moving a procedural motion to defer this to the next OCM?
Yes.
Do I have a
sorry, I
second?
just need clarification from governance whether that's called referral or deferral. I'm not sure, so.
Sorry, what is it called?
I'll go to the governance officer.
Yeah, through the chair, either or, it'll go to the next council.
I'll go referral, yeah, so.
Do I have a seconder for the procedural motion? Councillor Clark? I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour to defer? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostaszowski, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Eveson, Councillor Sutherland, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Clark and myself. All those against? Councillor Peterson-Pitt, Councillor Bull and Councillor Johnson. That is referred to the next OCM. The next item that's been pulled, 10.6.1.2, Councillor Clark just would like to vote against it. So do I have someone who would like to move? Deputy Mayor? Anyone seconding? Councillor Ostaszowski, Deputy Mayor? Councillor Ostaszowski, would anyone else like to speak on this? Councillor Bull?
(10.6.1.2).
Yes.
Just a sec, sorry. Oh, no, I didn't. I don't want to speak. I just needed to find the item.
Councillor Clark?
I just wanted to explain why I'm intending to vote against this. I believe it's the first time we might have had a sponsorship policy. I'm happy to be corrected on that. I think it should be a matter that comes to council rather than being determined by the city. I think sponsorship arrangements show up, changing relationships with the council and with third parties, and I think that should be a matter for council, which is not clear in the proposed policy, so I'm going to vote against it.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak on this? If not, I'll go to the mover to close. Nothing to add. I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostaszowski, Councillor Eveson, Councillor Sutherland, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peterson-Pitt, Councillor Bull, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against? Councillor Palmer and Councillor Clark. That is adopted. The next item is 10.6.2.3, pulled by Councillor Eveson. Are you moving the officer's recommendation?
Yeah, sorry, I actually made a typo to that one. So I actually wanted 10.6.2.1, but I'm happy to. Was a
10
typo
point-
on my.
Sorry, yep, we can go to 10.6.2.1.
And the officers do have an alternative. I'd just would like to move an alternative for that one.
I'll just wait for the officers to put that on the screen.
Yep. I'll be very brief. It's quite self-explanatory. I'll have to read it for Lorna. Yes, Councillor Clark, sorry.
If you could please read it out and
No worries.
then
That council requests the Chief Executive Officer to develop skate and BMX facility lighting plans to meet and align with the current standard provided at regional and district-sized youth hubs across WA. Second dot point, investigate options subject to available budget to pre-lay sufficient subsurface cable, conduit infrastructure during the redevelopment of Watton Skate and BMX facility to enable a future lighting upgrade.
do I have a seconder? Deputy Mayor, Councillor Eason.
Thank you. Look, short version of this is the city officers have done an amazing job with the budget constraints that we've got to try and deliver a great sized park with all the fruit and everything in it. There is some concerns around the lighting standard, and now's the time to basically put some conduits in once before we put concrete on the ground. Once the concrete goes in, if we want to do an upgrade later, a lot more cost. So that's a very short version. I had a lot more to say, but now's the time to do it. I've checked with the officers and it's quite agreeable with them through the process. Now's the time if we're going to do it. So thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I seconded it basically to hear what it was about, so I'm happy with that. The question I've got though to relevant officer, even though it says up there, hang on, about subject to available budget, how much is that going to do? Has there been any financial implications on that done, or do we know what that's going to cost?
I'll go to the director.
Initial estimates to lay the conduit is around $5,000, so it is allowable within the current budget.
Can I
Thank
ask
you.
another question while he's still there? Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, just one before you sit down. So, what kind of cost saving would that have in the future? Ballpark is fine, just like a guesstimate.
I have to take that on notice. It's more the practicality of doing it now while the site's being constructed rather than retrospectively have to bore under concrete infrastructure, etc. It's easier when the site's being dug up now to construct to lay that conduit and prepare that conduit.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bull.
Hi, yeah, so this is 10.6.2.1 that this amendment's for?
Yes, the
Okay.
Watton Skate and BMX Park redevelopment item.
Okay, so my first question is, why didn't the committee bring this forward? Where is this? What's happened between? I guess this is questions to the mover. What has happened between the committee discussion and here today?
I'll go to the mover.
My apologies, I was trying to keep it a bit briefer, but I'll explain. So during the meeting, it was raised that the lighting wasn't going to be sufficient. There's a concern that lighting will be okay, but not good enough. So if the city puts the lights on and people skate, they hurt themselves, there might be an issue. So what we're trying to, basically at that time, the city officers couldn't give an answer to the committee. So there was still an underlying concern of we're not laying in conduits, we're doing this project fairly swiftly to make sure that it can be delivered before the old park goes. So there was a time issue there. I made some, I guess, preliminaries on costings of getting a lighting plan, what that would look like, etc. Very minimal financial impacts, and a few calls to other skate parks to say, around 100 to up to 200 for maximum lux. At the moment, we're only going to give out 50 lux. So there's a little bit of an increase. And as I said, now's the time to do it. It's a very minimal cost, but it sets up for the next phase of full usage, etc. So $5,000 versus potentially destroying a skate park to run cable later. That was it. So my apologies, I missed it in the summary. I did actually have it in my notes. So.
Would anyone else like to, Councillor Peterson-Pick?
Yeah, just two questions for the officers, if I can. So why hasn't this already been part of the project, the lights? So we don't. And the second thing, so how much all of this will cost? $5,000 or more? Or just the cable is $5,000? Thank you.
So the previous skate park in its current location has no lighting and had no illumination. If you recall, the redeveloped skate park is going into the junior training area on Watton Reserve. So by default, that junior training area had training sports lighting. That's to the level of 50 lux. So we're confident. We've had to move one of the light poles because that's in the area that Metronet have taken over. So we've relocated the position of one of the light poles. So we're confident that the 50 lux will be achieved. However, it's unknown until the skate park's delivered and we can actually see it in situ as to playing sport on grass turf is one thing, but a three-dimensional skate park with potential shadows and people going up into the air and looking up into the sky with potential glare, we won't kind of know the effectiveness of that illumination until we've got it built. So this is looking at an opportunity to future-proof a potential future upgrade that once we've done that review and in consideration with other sites across the metro area, an upgrade is warranted. At least we've got the underlay infrastructure conduit in place. The funding then of an upgrade would be a secondary issue to consider into the future, if indeed that's required.
Would anyone else like to speak on this? I'll just add quickly that I think this is really a great idea and a great inclusion to put in at this stage. I think it's going to save us a lot of money in the future, so I'm very supportive. I'll go to the mover to close. Okay, I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you. So that's all the items that have been pulled. We'll now move to adopt the remaining items on block. Do I have a mover? Councillor Sutherland, do I have a seconder? Deputy Mayor? Put that straight to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you. We'll now move to notices of motion. We've already dealt with 11.1, so we're up to 11.2 from Councillor Eveson.
All right. Not enough detail, too much, I'm not sure. Anyway, look, I won't go through the motion. It's obviously there. Tree retention incentives of private land have been in my mind for some time. As a resident, reading the award-winning Building Bayswater report, where it called out this gap in the difference between retention of significant trees and retaining trees on private property. Suggestions, and I quote, from the short-term general recommendations section, the potential inclusion of incentives associated with tree retention for new and existing developments or disincentives for removal of significant trees. I feel the city, like many other local governments, have looked long and hard at disincentives, and we've got them pretty well covered. But when I wade through minutes all over the metro area, make calls to other elected members and talk to experts in our tertiary institutions, there aren't many examples of incentives. But that doesn't mean they don't work. Since being elected to council, I've heard plenty of feedback that the city needs to alter its reputation in regards to growth and economic development. Living here for almost 17 years, I've seen it with my own eyes. This is why we need to try something different. So it is different, but we're not alone. Recently, City of Stirling wrapped up the results of an online survey asking developers what incentives they would value in order to save trees. And whilst I don't believe an online survey was the best method to extract maximum responses or candid and honest feedback, I'm encouraged they too are looking for the carrot as opposed to the stick. When constructing this motion, my vision reflects my intent to save trees. I do care about our canopy and the environment. I also do understand that development and the environment are sold to the public as being incompatible, but I don't believe this to be true. It can't be. We will continue to see endless sprawl and continued devastation of our environment if it is. This is why I'll be clear on where I'd like to see this motion deliver. The discussions and intent with developers need to be about bonuses. Everyone loves bonuses. You get excited and they will get excited too. We need to encourage them to not see a tree as an impediment to development, rather a means to improve their design. And we can help them to do this with bonuses and incentives, like I mentioned, to harness the environment and make it a feature that they will also need to see it will add value to their development, provide something the market will pay for, and at a minimum, recoup costs on. Development has costs, there's no denying that. Developments also need to have profit. And while some people paint developers out to be evil and greedy, they are people just like you and me. They need to put food on the table, provide education for their children. It's their job. So it makes sense that to save a tree or trees on a site, it would require altering designs. Build around deep root zones, building up, building down, whatever the changes, there will be a cost. With bonuses and incentives, we can balance these costs out, incentivise retention and deliver better quality housing. To enable effective incentives, it needs to be supported well. We need well-researched and fact-based guidelines, appropriate discretion, clear requirements and clear outcomes. Take out the unknowns as best we can. In project terms, unknowns mean contingency, and contingency mean cost, and cost means developers just won't be interested. They'll simply remove the tree or develop elsewhere, and in both situations, we've missed an opportunity. We need to show developers we have the willingness to work together to enable developments that align with our environmental commitments and deliver the best outcomes we know are possible, in harmony with an aligned vision. Thank you.
I'll go to the seconder. I'm very sorry.
My apologies,
Do I
I
have a
thought I heard a
seconder?
seconder.
I'm very sorry, it's after midnight and I must have missed that. Do I have a seconder? Deputy Mayor, would you like to speak? Would anyone like to speak on this issue? Councillor Johnson. Oh, sorry, Councillor Palmer had her microphone first. Councillor.
Look, just very quickly, we did have this tree retention on private land in 2018, which the WAPC passed. So what you're saying here, just a question, is that it's like reward for payment rather than just tree retention to the developer. Is that really what we're... Grant funding support?
Yeah, it's incentives.
That's what I mean, where it's money, you know.
No, I'm not giving...
The grant funding support provided to landowners for tree maintenance and assessment.
Councillor Palmer, is that a question to the mover?
Yes, it is.
I might refer to the officers, sorry.
I'll go to the director.
Through the chair, if you don't mind, if I can ask the acting manager to respond, please.
Through the chair, the intent is that it wouldn't just be incentives and grants. It could be looking at other elements of the planning framework, such as building height, density, plot ratio, all of those other elements which can come into consideration as well.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Johnson. Oh,
Thank you. So, yeah, I guess my question is, seeing as we're going to be reviewing some of our tree policies, as we heard tonight, I'm just wondering why this can't be done as part of that, within that process, rather than spending $20,000 on an extra process.
I'll go to the director.
I'm just thinking, through you, Madam Mayor, they're quite different. One is about providing trees based on the square meterage of a site and street verge trees, whereas this is an approach where you're offering an incentive to keep an existing tree. I believe they're quite different. And I think we need the time to work on how we can make these incentives work over and above what the tree policies are mandating.
Thank you for that. I mean, I'll just say, I think the incentives that are putting here are about additional height and plot ratio, and I'm just you know, in a sort of, we've got unlimited height already in Morley. We've got more height than eye-watering amount of height already in Bayswater. It might apply in Mayland somewhere. I don't know if there's any appetite for height in Naranda. So, and certainly we're getting pushback around height in Bedford as well. So I'm just not sure where this policy would be useful. Maybe that's a question to the mover.
I think anyone that feels a responsibility to retain trees on private land would agree that probably taller, skinnier buildings are a better way to go than to constantly clean fill sites and start again and replant. So I guess the intention for this one is to allow modifications to designs, and that will come at a cost, but we are going to retain those trees on private land, and that's the intent.
Councillor Bull?
Yeah, can I just ask to the mover? Councillor Johnson makes a good point that there's unlimited heights in the Morley Activity Centre, and the Bayswater Town Centre is governed by a completely separate regime. I'm just interested to hear from the mover where it's effectively performance criteria, where this performance criteria would apply in the district. What's his vision around that?
I guess calling on unlimited heights in Morley is probably a bit of a false economy. There's also not too many trees on vicinity land. It's a lot of concrete and car parks. So I guess what we are trying to do is, what I'm trying to do with this motion is to, as I just said before, is trees that are existing on blocks, rather than see clean sites driving around. I would like to see whatever we can do, the city can do, and there's some work that's already been done, and there's a little bit of work that probably needs to still be done, to understand what can we do to retain those trees and build around them and retain them.
So that didn't answer my question. So I'll put it in a different way. How does the mover see performance criteria working on for argument's sake, a quarter acre block that is R40?
I'd just like to remind councillors that we have an agenda briefing forum before this meeting where questions can be asked. So I'd really appreciate if councillors could take the opportunity to use that forum for the purposes of which. Would the mover like to answer that question?
I thought I did. Look, I'm not an expert on all town planning schemes. However, I am seeing lots of blocks being cleared, and I'd like to see those trees retained. And this is a means, just discussing with the planning department and other experts in the field. It's an area that can be used to retain trees. I think I've said that plenty of times.
Okay, I'll speak on this. I'm disappointed I didn't get answers to those questions, because I needed answers to those questions in order to get comfortable with what's being put forward. Performance criteria in an R25 or an R40 zoned area is an interesting question. We have a planning policy that covers medium density that's out. Well, it's finished the consultation process, but that's still being worked through. And so I actually don't know what the consequences of this is. Retaining trees is obviously really important, as is thinking about more trees being planted. But what I don't understand is whether this work will actually result in retaining trees on properties. And I was hoping that I'd get something from the mover that would give me confidence that that was the case, but I'm sorry, I can't support this with the information that's been provided. I just don't have any confidence in it. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Mayor. I was going to ask a question, but I'll just speak to the motion. Part of my initial response to this is we've looked at this already. I mean, I've just been trawling back through emails to find when it was, and in February 2021 last year, I've got emails of a notice of motion asking the CEO to prepare a report for council on incentives that could be implemented to reduce clear felling on trees on private land, and incentives to maintain tree canopy. And this was part of the motion that was put forward where we doubled and in effect ended up tripling the number of trees that the city is going to plant in coming years to build up our tree canopy and try and meet those targets that we're woefully behind on. So I'm not quite sure how we need to spend another $20,000 on this. I am quite nervous about it specifically. I mean, I kept that open-ended this time last year because I wanted the city to look into all the options and present us with all the options. But the more I think about it and the more I've seen, you know, various debates around trees in the last few months, the more nervous I am around linking it in to too many incentives for developers. I think there's carrots and there's sticks, but where do you get to with a point where you've agreed to a range of things to keep some trees and the building height then just goes well above what the community wants? You know, we had these debates around the Meltham planning processes. We're starting to have them around the Bedford ones as well, which is really interesting because they're very clear that they just would like to subdivide their blocks into 3 and be done with it. I mean, I take Councillor Evson's point about, you know, to salvage a tree, you do actually need to go up a bit, but I think we need to be really careful about not providing too much carrot and no stick at all, because at the end of the day, I think we actually we keep having these funny debates about one tree and it becomes this death by 1,000 cuts. We've actually got to come up with a policy that reflects climate change, because we know that's happening, and reflects the ability to build canopy, but doesn't necessarily trade everything away in the process. So I think we've probably got enough information before us as councillors to look at these sorts of things. We don't necessarily need to ask the city to do that again. I don't, you know, in terms of grant funding and maintenance, I don't know how that works when you then go and subdivide and sell properties in the future down the track. I'm not sure who you're paying the money to. And I think part of it is also we may have reached a point of no return on incentives, and we actually just need to start mandating this. And I know that's not the current feeling amongst other councillors, but we're getting to a point where we're running out of time and we're cutting down too many trees. So yeah, that's my view on that. I'll listen to the rest of the debate.
Thank you, Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Yes. Look, first of all, generally speaking, as I mentioned before, I think it is important to look into this issue. As I mentioned, the ongoing and cumulative loss of trees on private land in our city is one of the biggest issues that we are currently facing. And I strongly believe that if we do not take action now, there will be major and irreversible impacts on our suburbs and environment. And I know that this issue has consistently been raised with us by many residents over the last several years. The bit that I'm confused a bit, there are quite a few, but one of the things is that only last month we approved the policy, how did we call it? So just the significant tree register on private land. And following the motion that I moved last year to add incentives, now we do have incentives there. So now we are looking just 1 month after that into, again, more incentives. And we are planning now to go to the community for, to consult with them on the draft that we just approved last month. And we are continuing to deal with this, which is possible. I just feel like it is a piecemeal way for policy making. Ideally, we would have done everything together. I do recall that you mentioned it briefly at the committee meeting, Councillor Evson, but you didn't want to discuss it at the committee. And I think it would have been better to actually discuss everything together. So I think it's confusing. Like, we're going to the community, it will come back to us, we'll approve or not approve with changes, the other policy, and in parallel we'll maybe make more revisions to the same policy. It feels like the review of the trees, the urban trees policy now. We just approved it a few months ago, and now we're going to review it again. This is not how I know how policies are being made or shouldn't be made. This is not the right way to for decisions. I think it's confusing for everyone and the community. Obviously, I have concerns about the $20,000. We talked about the financial situation. But one point I did want to ask, if I can, through the chair, it does mention on page 361 that besides the $20,000, there will be delay of other projects. So can I understand, do we already know which other projects will be delayed?
I'll go to the director.
Yes, thank you.
If I can defer to the manager of Development and Place, or the acting manager.
The top of page 361.
Sorry, my page numbers are different to yours.
This is the
Above legislative compliance heading.
Thank you. So, through the chair, so the comment where it'll result in works being delayed is if there's no funding allocated. So, this work has not been identified on the city's program of works for this financial year. If it is wanted to be progressed sooner, then we can put it on a works program. Then it would cost the additional funding. If you choose to proceed without providing funding, it will result in a delay of other works. We haven't looked into what those works would be as yet. It would be potentially things like precinct planning for surrounding train stations, the ongoing review of the local planning strategy and town planning scheme. So things that we've already got programmed in our schedule of works.
So that will happen even if we are going to allocate the $20,000?
No, only if the allocation doesn't occur.
Doesn't occur. Okay. And the $20,000, is this for a consultant?
That's correct.
And the motion here on the table is just to consider this in the budget, from what I understand. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak on this? If not, I'll go the mover to close.
Yeah, I'd probably just try and address some of those points. So, yeah, the significant tree register, there is some incentives in there. The reason or the difference for this is there's probably trees that people won't want to put on the STR that they may wish to, you know, as a developer might not want to go through the whole SDR process before they develop the land, build the property, etc. So what it's doing is it's trying to, significant trees are significant trees, and then there's a whole bunch of other trees, right? So that's what that's trying to address. The other part of it being the $20,000, this is a fairly specialised area to look at this stuff. In the discussion with the city officers, look, absolutely they would have the capacity to do it, but like it was mentioned, this would be break-in work essentially for them. $20,000 on potentially to save, I mean, we put $200,000 additional trees in and to budget for the last financial year, and we couldn't plant them all. So there was a carry forward significant off that fund. So 20,000 to me doesn't seem like a large amount of money to try and make a step forward with our tree canopy and protecting or incentivising tree retention.
I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? That's Councillor Maleka, Councillor Osazowski, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Eason, Councillor Sutherland, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peterson-Pigg, Councillor Johnston and myself. All those against? Councillor Bull and Councillor Clark. That is adopted. The next item is 11.3, Councillor Eason, Developer Contribution Plans. I'll just check if there's a seconder. I'll second it. Councillor Eason, go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Look, I'll once again try and give a Cliff's version of it. So it does say developer contributions, probably not the best wording that I would use. There's a few different terms bouncing around. The intent of the motion talks about a public benefit contribution plan for activity centres. I've spoken a lot about this next motion as a resident and a ratepayer during the election, and even now in the chamber as a councillor. We need to pursue all possible avenues that assist in synchronised investment to deliver maximum value. And when I say value, that is not the built form or maximising profits for developers. I'm talking about community benefit and community value. This motion is all about ensuring investment puts community first. It is no secret we need to be attracting investment and development. We need to be providing a framework for developers to start contributing to community infrastructure, not just expecting ratepayers to carry the burden. A key part in any activity centre framework is the establishment of a CBCP. Other local governments are seeing success with these plans, and endorsement from the WAPC and the Minister for Planning shows it is a well-supported and vital contemporary planning tool. So what does it actually do, and why do we need it? A CBCP will allow the city to require contributions towards quantifiable community benefits where development applications seek discretion to achieve additional building height and plot ratio bonuses. This will be particularly useful for redevelopment within our activity centres such as Maylands, Bayswater, Morley, and to a lesser extent Naranda. The city does not currently have significant data or direction to deliver meaningful negotiation with developers when substantial discretion is sought for development under the State Planning Policy 7.3, Residential Design Codes Volume 2, Apartments Elements 2.8 or Primary Controls R Codes. A community needs assessment will function as an independent evidence-based source of information that the city can use to advocate for the delivery of priority community infrastructure, facilities and services, either independently or of the city and or in partnership with the city. Following the CNA, the city will develop a CBCP for the activity centres, which will deliver more certainty for the community, the city and developers. The community benefits, which are enacted via the inclusion in the local planning framework with a local planning policy and concurrent amendment of the scheme. So we build it into the process. The CNA and subsequent plan do not replace the city's long-term capital works program. It's not duplication. It is also be used when advocating for investments or grants from other sources, including the state and federal governments, which can be helpful and extremely helpful in bridging gaps and realising projects that would otherwise sit on the shelf collecting dust. Supporting this motion sends a clear message to businesses, private investment and the developer industry. We want you here in Bayswater. We will work with you on your vision. We will assist you with delivery of great outcomes that enrich and enhance our community. And by the way, here's some costed and prioritised projects that you can help us with in order to do all of that. I encourage councillors to support this motion and help Bayswater get back on track to realising a better future.
Thank you. Before I speak, I have a question to the directors. Can I just confirm, LIM 1, can that be undertaken within current budget?
Yes, we could.
You can? Thank you. I have nothing to add. I just seconded it so it could get on the table to be heard. Would anyone like to speak on this? Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, probably like my reservations for the previous motion, which I did vote for in the end. So we're talking about developers pay us money if we approve their extra stuff. With no guarantee they'll receive the funds as the plan only applies where developer seeks to exceed the prescribed building height and or plot ratio requirements, it says on page 363, my version of report. What could possibly go wrong? I'm not supporting it.
Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I just want to ask if LIM 1 and LIM 2 could be separated for voting, please. Are they connected, are they? Can I just get clarification, because I thought the officer just said that one could be done within current budget.
Yes, we can vote on these separately.
Thank you.
Councillor Clark?
Thank you, Mayor. Similar to Councillor Johnson, I've got some reservations about this idea, about the idea as a whole, basically. This idea that you would, I suppose, create a structure for developers to increase their height, increase their ratios, and provide money. Again, it's the trade-offs that concern me greatly. It sort of blurs the lines as well in the relationship, I think, that the City of Bayswater should and has had in the past with developers. Nothing wrong with being a developer. If that's, that's your job, that's your job, right? I'm not saying they're evil, but I think we have a planning framework that when developers come to us for various approvals, we then apply that. The concerns I have around this also is, you can put the words public benefit on anything and it'll sound good, but but at the end of the day, it is a trade-off between, you know, say for example, much higher heights and some money going in a kitty for, you know, some trees that probably should have been planted anyway as part of the DA, or, you know, a mini skate park next to it. But the other thing as well, in reflecting on this, and I didn't have enough time to do as much reading as I would have liked on this, but it comes similarly to the issues that we've had tonight about cash in lieu. You end up sort of quarantining some funds for specific purposes. And I think it's just too restrictive for how local government should actually be operating. And it was interesting that the officer's comment is that it's not been previously considered because feedback from other local governments, which have got these schemes, is that the schemes are complex, expensive, and risky, and they're not easily used in the inner city. Obviously, it's easier to do in greenfields, and other councils are actually looking at other ways of looking at funds. So I understand the intent about trying to find other funds and revenue streams, but I'm very uncomfortable about the relationships that this would create with developers in the city.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this? Councillor Ball?
Thank you. I think there may be a bit of a disconnection with the way the motion has been kind of constructed, which I'm struggling with. So it says that the CEO investigates options to introduce a public benefit contribution plan, and then and that's got to be done before the end of the financial year. And then there's more investigations to complete a community needs analysis for the first phase of establishing the public benefit contribution plan. So we're going to look into a public benefit contribution plan, and then we're going to look into it again from a community needs analysis. So I don't understand how that works in practical terms. The other thing is, this is another 30,000. It's probably around 100,000 of motions that Councillor Eveson has put forward. And like I said, great ideas, like really good stuff. I don't necessarily agree with all of them, but there's been a lot of discussion about the challenges of budgeting. We actually hear about it every year. I know there was a bit of an alarmist kind of feel tonight, but this will be my 6th budget, I think, or 7th. Can't remember, 6th or 7th. And every year it's panic stations. But, it's only 20,000 here, it's 30,000 there, but it all adds up really quickly. So in terms of working out what our priorities are, we haven't even kind of worked out how we're going to get the budget across the line without last ones and this one. So I won't be supporting this.
Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Yeah, I also have reservations. I'll highlight some of the things that were mentioned. It is, in my perspective, a ad hoc initiative that is not on the long-term financial plan, not the current one, not the new one, that we haven't decided yet. Money, we don't have the money. When we will discuss the long-term financial plan and the public will understand what we're facing, I hope that people remember all those emotions about things that it's not maintenance of existing assets. It's not something that we have to do, we need to do. It's a nice to have, but suddenly in the middle of the year, I will not support it.
Would anyone else like to speak? If not, I'll go to the mover to close.
Yeah, I'll just address some of the concerns, whether they're correct or not. So the first phase is actually about understanding the framework and how it's going to integrate and to design the public benefit contribution plan. The next 30,000 is actually for the first phase of deployment of that plan. So there is 2 parts to it. That's definitely clear. The CNA is the first step and the actual plan is the overarching framework. When we look at in regards to the costings, this would be a return on investment type investment, unlike other budget line items that often are just spent and that's it, and they provide social return, which is wonderful. However, we don't get anything else back from them. This would actually generate income and also open up the doors to have a conversation with developers about how we're going to rebuild Morley, how we're going to rebuild our town centres to get them vibrant and humming and generating more rates income and enjoyable for our people in our community. So I'd still encourage councillors to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I now put Lim 1 to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ossowski, Councillor Eason, Councillor Sutherland, Deputy Mayor. All those against? Councillor Palmer, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson and myself. Now Lim 2. All those in favour of Lim 2? Councillor Eason. All those against? Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ossowski, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Sutherland, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson and myself. That is lost. The next item is 11.4. Deputy Mayor. I'll just see if there's a seconder. Councillor Peterson-Pick. Deputy Mayor.
I'm just going to start with it's only $300, guys. I'm a bit scared now. Okay, so this one's come about through, I'm putting it through as a donation as opposed to a waiving of fees, just so that in the tradition that we have is that this is captured somewhere, the financial. The Maylands Resident Ratepayers Association, as you know, financially, they're looking for somewhere to hold the regular meetings. They have had one or two in the past at the Rise, which has been a much better, centrally located, safer environments, better lighting, etc. So this is just to get them through April, May and June to when we do the budget with revising of the fees and schedules, because the biggest issue that comes out of the local community is community groups come saying that they want to use the community hall. And I don't know, it's because we've named it the community hall, but the expectation is that the community can actually use the community hall. Now, the trouble is even at a discounted rate of $50 an hour or $49 an hour, when you've got a group that's membership costs only $10 per annum, and they have an average meeting that goes for 2 hours once a month, every month, you know, that adds up quite a bit, and it's quite an impost on active community groups. So the rest of the report there is self-explanatory. So I hope you support it and support our local groups.
Councillor Peterson-Pick. Would anyone like to speak on this? I'll go to the mover to close. I'll put it straight to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ossowski, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Eason, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnston and myself. All those against? Councillor Sutherland. It's passed. 11.5 has already been dealt with. 11.6, Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Yes.
I'll just see if there's a seconder.
Yes, I'm sorry. I just want to ask the chair if I can add another link that I provided in advance.
I'll just have to check, because if it changes the intent.
Please. You need to see the limb. It doesn't change the intent, but you can see the limb.
Seek advice once it's on the screen.
Just an additional requested information. So not a limb, but like a clause, like a paragraph. Today.
Seriously? What time? Before or after lunch?
No, after. Okay. Let's say it's 6.
So just clarifying, it's an additional number 7?
Yes, it's just another requested information.
Are you seconding? Yep. So,
What?
Sorry, Councillor Johnson, I can't hear you. The Deputy Mayor.
Can I speak? Thank you.
Go ahead.
Number 7 that I added.
Sorry, I'll just make sure it's on the screen. Councillor Clark, have you got it?
No, I don't think so.
I'll just get Councillor Peterson-Pick to read Lim 7, because that's the addition. Everything else is per the papers.
Yeah, so it's another requested information. Investigate the survival rate of verge trees adjacent to development site, including the effectiveness of verge tree protection clauses in development approvals, compliance measures undertaken, and the appropriateness of the current $1,500 bond.
Did you get that? Okay. I'll just check with the acting CEO to ensure that it's only a minor change.
Through the chair, it's linked to the actual main, and I think it changes the intent of the notice of motion.
That's fine. Thank you. Look, I'll start with number 7. I added it at the request of Councillor Georgia Johnson. I'm sure she will speak about it. I think it's add to the motion. We should look into this issue. I'll let her speak. It's an initiative. This is an issue that our residents want us to deal with. This is about our existing assets, our trees. We have hundreds, from what I see, understand now, from the feedback that I have been receiving during for quite some time, and definitely during the last several days since I asked for concrete feedback from residents anywhere in the city. You probably saw that. We have a massive loss of verge trees during the last summer in light of the heat. I received emails from everywhere. Noranda, Morley, Ambleton, Bedford, Maylands, everywhere. It's across the board. People want to know how the city is maintaining those trees when it comes to watering. Not the pruning that we talked a lot earlier today. This is now about the watering, how we actually ensuring that they survive the heat, the changing climate. We are losing mature trees, which is the most concerning thing. Mature trees, big trees that should survive. And there is a long list here of requests. I will not go through this, but it's about revisiting the type of trees, about the frequency of watering, and can we do better? Yeah, I thought this is an issue that should be discussed and looked at in our level. I could have sought some of the information separately, individually, but I thought it should be at our level, and because it's massive and across the whole city, it should be public. During the years, I've been asked so many times about the frequency of watering and whether we do maintain them. How long does the city continue to water young trees? And now I think the question is about mature trees. What are we doing? Can we do better? So I hope to get your support and we can see what's happening.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's important that we have this data. I'm interested myself to know why, because I don't think it can just be just the heat. I've got a feeling it's like water tables and other things like that, so I'd be interested to find out what that is.
Thank you. Councillor Ostaszewski.
Thank you. Question. Within this item here, does this allow an opportunity for data to be collected also on whether the trees are under power lines and are pruned as part of the annual pruning program, or whether they are not under power lines and not part of the pruning program? Because I'm interested to see if there is any correlation between trees regularly getting pruned or not getting pruned, and to see if that actually has an impact on the health of those trees. So I'm seeing another opportunity here just to get another piece of data through this notice of motion. Would that be captured with this notice of motion? Or could it be captured?
I'll go to the Director.
Through the chair, we can capture that information. If we're going to the detail collecting information on particular trees, then we can also ascertain whether it's under a power line or not.
Would anyone else like to speak on this? Councillor Palmer.
I just wondered through the officer how many trees we have on verges, if you can get a rough figure. Thank you.
I'll go to the Director.
Sorry, can I just clarify, is that on how many in total on verges? I can sort of guess how many we've got in the city, but not necessarily on verges. We haven't got that. In the city, we're probably looking at somewhere between 120 and 150,000.
I just have a question to the Director. Last week at the agenda briefing, there was a question asked about the financial implications of this, and it was given at $2,000 and 3 days worth of work. Now that there's an additional limb for further investigation for a different thing, can I get an estimate of how much additional days of work or cost this will add to this motion?
It's probably difficult to estimate exactly how much extra time is required, but I'd say, just as a guess, probably about another day.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this? Councillor Johnson?
So I wasn't going to, but just to, as being invited to by Councillor Pearson-Pick, on the additional limb, it just came out of the amount of emails that I've got from people on the dead trees I've observed outside construction sites where our tree protection zones are not necessarily being complied with.
Would anyone else like to speak? If not, I'll go to the mover to close.
With regards to the question about the reasons, and if it will capture everything, just point out to point 1, at the end it talks about the suspected causes. So I would expect that we'll understand any causes, whether it's the pruning, watering, the water table, anything. Look, I'll just finish by calling on our residents to notify the city if they do see dead veg trees or in the parks or struggling trees. What I learned during the last several weeks is that our residents do not know what to do. They just see the thing happening and they just walk and concerned, and they are very concerned about this. But some of them do not take the time, they do not know what to do. Even emailing the city is not something that some residents do on a daily basis. So I think when it comes to this issue, we do need residents to help us, identify so we can have the full picture, and hopefully we'll prepare ourselves better for next summer.
I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostrzowski, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Eason, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peterson-Pitt, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against? Councillor Sutherland. That is adopted. The next item is 11.7, Councillor Eason. Just to see if there's a seconder. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Eason.
Yeah, I'll try and do another shorter version of this. So, look, there were some questions that Councillor Peterson-Pick had last week about whether, what was this adding differently, and I did ponder on that quite a bit. I was quite disappointed to see, I guess, what's currently in the city's charter, and that's probably what led me to this motion. So, I'll just summarise some of that. So, the city at the moment is to meet the requirements of the charter is 10 working days for a response on queries in person or in writing, and people don't get trouble tickets. So there's some gaps in customer service there, and so this is probably what's triggered this for me. And I saw an opportunity where, once again, no real costs. There's a lot of costs, but there's not a lot of cost. There's actually none attributed to this. It's literally just raising that up and elevating the fact that the customer service probably needs to be reviewed as part of this overall system assessment that's being done, and to try and put the customers first and address some of these issues that we're seeing. So the customer service charter, as I mentioned, another one that I've seen is issues in council that come to council are often caused from confusion, misinformation, lack of information. All of this could be resolved with a simple trouble tickets system. So that when residents made queries, they get a number, they can track it. It simplifies that process. Another one that I wanted to call out from that charter was the use of Snap Send Solve, which is a great app. I've used it a lot. I never get any feedback from the city though. I see that the things get done, but I never hear anything else about it. So this is another one of those ones where we've got a system, it's quite good, but whether or not we've actually got the paid version, whatever it is. So look, overall, and I've definitely summarised my notes on this because it is late, it's just trying to put customers first in the technology decisions that we make moving forward. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I'm supporting this one because I think one of the things I do get contacted about a bit is the response times for emails that get sent in and queries, and just that closing of the loop. So I know when I've dealt with Wanneroo or Stirling, just for example, there is a ticketing system. Responses have been fast, efficient, and there's ways to follow up on it. And I do get that that response back from some residents who own multiple properties and have that experience with other councils but not with us. So we should be doing better.
Would anyone else like to speak on this item? Councillor Ball?
Lim 4 talks about another budget allocation, doesn't actually say what it is, so not sure about there not being a budget outcome. And kind of the same line of the question that you had, Mayor, in the previous item, it says that it can be done by internal resources, so I presume there would also be a cost in the similar vein that you were inquiring. Well, I'm going to support this, but again, another one, don't know what the costs are.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak? Councillor Clark?
Yeah. Oh,
I just want to clarify, because it seems like from the officer's comment that there's already this work being undertaken. So what does this do on top of the work that's already occurring that's due to come to us in April this year?
I'll go
There
to
was
the.
some-
I'll
come
go.
out of an audit as well.
I'll go to the director.
Yes, through the chair. So the work that's currently being undertaken, so we've initially completed the digital strategy work and we're now embarking on scoping out our requirements for our replacement systems through our ERP project. This just, I guess, brings to attention the need to also look at our customer service mandate and how we incorporate the requirements of that, improved requirements of that, into the scoping of our ERP. So that work has started. We don't see, the manager in charge of this does not see this as any additional work. It's just, I guess, it's just broadening the thought processes when we're looking at the systems to integrate our customer requirements, customer service requirements into it. So there's no additional cost. There is costs allocated as we've put in the report, but they have already been allocated to the ERP project, and this will bring that into that project as well.
Sorry, can I just clarify? So the $20,000 on my page 374, that's already on budget at the moment, is it?
That's correct,
Right.
yes.
Would anyone else like to speak?
yeah, I support this, Madam Mayor, and it basically mirrors the seed report that was done here in the city last year and the year before, doing all of this. So I'm supporting it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Peterson-Pick.
I'll be quick. Thank you to the officers for looking into this and already working on this. Just two quick comments that I also had from lots of residents. When the city responds, there should be a number of response inquiry, like the, whatever it's called, ticket, number of tickets, so people know how to follow it up, because currently there isn't, and there should be a name from the city when they respond, not just City of Bayswater, a name of someone. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak? I'm just going to add that I will be supporting this. I think that customer service should be a priority of ours. And to echo the words of the Deputy Mayor, we can do better. I think we must do better on this. This should definitely be a priority of the city. Putting our customers first and being a customer-focused city is something the City of Bayswater should really be known for. So I'm happy to support this. I'll go to the mover to close.
Probably just should have read the whole thing out and I've missed bits, but that's what we're doing at this time of night, or morning. So, look, this came about as part of the Audit and Risk Committee that I'm on, and I saw firsthand the difficulty that the systems were creating for our staff. So I'm not, I guess, with the motion and the charter, it's not about trying to say that our officers are not doing their best. They've got some system limitations, and that's not helping the situation. So that's part of that problem. The other part of it, or I guess some of the benefits that I see from this is operational efficiency and excellence, because what this will do is it'll allow you to resource allocate much better than you ever have done before. So if you set a system up where every single time that someone rings or emails through, you've got an allocation, it goes to a work area, you will see that benefit. You understand the incoming work, where it's going, how much is going there, all those sorts of things. I've lived my life in business improvement, so that's probably why I'm focusing on this. Thank you.
I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Osazowski, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Eason, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against? Councillor Sutherland. Thank you. I'll now move on to item 12, questions from members without notice. Are there any questions from members? Councillor Johnston. Oh, sorry, Councillor. Deputy Mayor, you had your mic first.
Sorry, I just automatically go for the mic instead of the hand. Yeah, just a quick question. It's sort of brought up tonight that when with public question time, residents come up, state their name and some method to contact them. So my question is why do residents still have to do this for peak public question time? And I think it's good that they do so that we know that they're residents or ratepayers. But why do we no longer require that for deputations? Happy to take that on notice. I'd prefer a written answer anyway, so.
We'll take that on notice. Yep. Thank you. Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Yeah, two quick questions. The first one is with regard to the Bayswater Grants Program policy. I asked last week the question why it didn't come to council from the committee, and we received a response today that the committee deferred it to the next committee meeting. So my question is whether committees can make a decision to defer to the next committee meeting without coming to the council, because I thought that they'll recommend what to do and then council supports it if they want to.
I'll go to the acting CEO.
Through the chair, and it has happened a few times before, where items have been deferred to a subsequent committee meeting to make a recommendation to council. So the way the city sees it, the officer sees it, is that committee is to make a recommendation on items to council. And because it was deferred to get more information, in order to make a recommendation to council, that's why it hasn't gone to council as yet.
Sorry, acting CEO, so I'm confused. So the decision of the committee to defer the item to the next committee meeting did not come to the council.
That's correct.
So you're saying that there is no need to come to the council to confirm that? Is what you're saying? That
Because
committees can make a decision to defer items without going to council to approve that?
The way the city sees it is because the committee is to make a recommendation to council. They haven't made a recommendation, and it's because they're still considering the item.
Okay, thank you. The second question is about our YouTube channel that now everyone is watching. I remember that we received some inquiries from people that they question why they see on the screen, like what we see here, the whole motion or the document. They wanted to see us. And I looked at YouTube, on the YouTube, and this is what I see. It has not been rectified. I actually took a screenshot. They still see this. They do not see those small pictures. I took a screenshot, so it has not been rectified tonight. And now do you want me to repeat that?
No. No, continue with the question.
So I took a screenshot just in case I can show you the officers.
Okay.
So my question, if the city thought that it has been rectified and it's just an error, or there is an issue, and what we see here is what they see. So what they see here is what they see. That's a question.
I'll go to the acting CEO.
Through the chair, I'm sure any director can assist, but we'll probably need to take that notice and just check that out and see what to do to fix that up.
Thank you.
I just have a follow-up question from that last question. Was there a decision not to put I don't recall any decisions being made by council about what is displayed on YouTube or not. Can I get clarification if council made a decision or if council is required to make a decision about what is displayed on the live streaming channel? And I'll go to...
Through the chair, if I can get the Special Projects Officer to assist in that response.
Through the chair, no, that didn't come to council. It's not required to come to council. When we set up the live streaming system, we took...
Excuse me, councillors, I can't hear the answer.
When we set up the live streaming system, we took into account a lot of the feedback we received during the previous lockdowns, and a lot of feedback we received from the community as well as members of the media was that they requested that the reports be up public so that they knew what councillors were voting on.
Thank you. That's the question. Any other Councillor Strzowski?
Thank you. Graffiti management in the city, I'm just trying to find some information on whether we do that in-house or whether that's provided by an external service. And I'd also like to know that if it is done in-house, what resources are used, or what is the total cost of all of those resources in managing graffiti in the city? So I just want to ask those questions, please.
Go to the director.
I'm happy for them to be taken on notice if required.
Through the chair, we have got a team that does the cleaning of graffiti in-house. So they use materials and have all the equipment to go and do that work. In terms of how much it costs, I'll take that on notice and provide that information.
Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. I'm wondering, and this is definitely taken on notice, if you could get perhaps a memo with an update on the Development WA guidelines for the Bayswater or Metronet East, please.
I'll go to the director.
We'll take it on notice, please.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I have another question. It's about attendance at meetings electronically, or I'm losing my words, but dual meetings. You know, the promise of electronic meetings was we could be more accessible and more inclusive. The hope was, what's that great line about why did we go through COVID if we couldn't make things better? I'm just wondering if maybe council needs to make a decision, or maybe it needs some guidance about how can our meetings be more inclusive for people, to all of our meetings, to be able to attend it either in person or electronically.
I'll go to the acting CEO.
Through the chair, we'll take that on notice.
Any other questions? Councillor Palmer.
Yeah, just a quick question. There was a child accident at the bush path at the back of Noanda Primary School. I've asked a couple of times to see if I can get some contact and whose property and responsibility it is. I've been told it's the education department. And when I tried to get some information there and said, well, who do we talk to? I just got flicked 2 telephone numbers and I've had no joy. Now, surely somebody in the city is in contact with someone in the education department about the paths and the works that are done there. These bush kids clean it up every weekend and they shouldn't have to. And there's wires sticking out. I've sent the pictures in and showed them how dangerous it is, and I've been told it's education. But nobody's given me a contact person. And in fact, the city should be doing that, not me.
So the question is, do we have contact details for the Department of Education?
Yeah.
I'll go to the acting CEO.
Through the chair, I'm not sure the directors can assist at this stage, but if not, we can take it on notice. Thanks.
Any other questions, councillors? If not, I'll move on to the next. Item 13, new business of an urgent...
Sorry, thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Palmer?
Yes, that's. I think that's me.
No, I have to... I haven't gotten that far yet.
Oh, I beg
Just
your
give me a sec. Councillors, we have 3 items of business of an urgent nature this evening from the officers in accordance with clause 5.42 of the standing orders. Under this section, these are cases of extreme urgency or other special circumstances that have arisen after the preparation of the agenda that are considered by the presiding member or mayor to be of such importance and urgency that they are unable to be dealt with administratively by the local government and must be considered and dealt with by council before the next meeting. So the first item that we have is item 13.1.1, planning policy review, trees on private land and street verges policy. May I please have a mover and seconder that the item be accepted as urgent? Deputy Mayor, seconded Councillor Palmer. Thank you. Deputy Mayor, would you like to speak to the urgency motion? Councillor Palmer, do you have any further comments? Okay, we'll now vote on whether the... Please go ahead.
So this is the 13.1.1 planning policy review, trees on private land and street verges policy.
Yes.
Yep, just want to make sure. Thank you. And the committee recommendation is to refer it to a council workshop. Okay. So I don't think this is urgent business. When you have a look at what urgent business is, They are matters that have arisen after preparation of the agenda that are considered by the presiding member or the CEO or members moving the motion to be of such importance and urgency that such matters are unable to be dealt with administratively by the local government and must be considered and dealt with by the council before the next meeting. Workshops can be set at any time by the administration, and in fact, councils shouldn't be setting workshops. That's the first thing. Council sends items to committees or to other council meetings, as Councillor Earhart has, Deputy Mayor has done a couple of times this evening, completely fine. But the two things I'd say is that this is not an urgent item. This can actually wait to the next council meeting. There is no urgency for this to be decided tonight. And secondly, I'm not even confident that council can just send something to a workshop either. So on that basis, I don't think it's urgent. I question the validity of the motion itself, and if it is something that requires a council resolution, then it really should come back to council in the ordinary course in the next month.
Would anyone else like to speak on that? Councillor Clark.
Mayor, I'd like to move a procedural motion that we defer this to the next OCM, please.
Sorry.
I think we should have question time.
Thank you for your patience. I was just confirming if it did get procedurally moved to the next meeting, whether it would be moved as an urgent item at the next meeting or not. I just wanted to check that, but we'll move it. I'll see if there's a seconder for the procedural motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Although I did the first one, can I actually second the procedural motion? I think I can. Should be able to then.
No, you can't.
No?
No.
Okay.
Sorry, I've got a question because I'm getting...
I just want to know if there's a seconder for the procedural motion. No, the procedural motion lapses. Deputy Mayor.
Sorry, are we just debating now whether it is to be accepted as an urgent item, and is it just this one particular one, or is it all of the ones we have listed that are being...
It's just this one particular one, and we're debating whether it's urgent.
Okay, thank
If
you.
it'll be accepted as an urgent item. Anyone else like to speak to the urgency? If not, I'll go to the mover to close.
Sorry, Mayor, I would like to.
Ah, thank you. Yep, go ahead.
Sorry, just to say that I don't see how this is urgent. If anything, this has been round and round and round and you know, hopefully not watered down too much through the process. So I just don't see how it fits the criteria for urgency. And I think we need to be careful about keeping urgency for truly urgent business that needs to be actioned before we meet again in a month.
Thank you. I'll go to the Deputy Mayor.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, we're closing?
Yes.
Yeah. My understanding as to the urgency of this is because there is a workshop booked in that will discuss this amongst other things. So, and that's before the next OCM. So, it can't be dealt with before then. So that meets the criteria from what I can tell. Thanks.
I'll put this to the vote on the urgency. Did you move the urgency motion? Thank you. I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? That's Councillor Maleka, Councillor Osazowski, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Eason, Councillor Sutherland, Deputy Mayor and myself. All those against? Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark and Councillor Johnson. So thank you, councillors. Now that the item has been accepted as urgent, we may consider the report. Do I have a mover and seconder? Moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by myself. Deputy Mayor, I have nothing to add. Would anyone like to speak on this? Councillor Ball.
So the recommendation is for this to go to a workshop. Then it sits in a workshop. So what we are proposing is to ask the CEO for this to go to somewhere, and then it never comes out again. I don't think it works, and I'm not going to support it because I think it's flawed.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm conscious it is 17 minutes past 1. That's AM. But I don't really understand why this is urgent, and I also then don't think it should be just waved through in the middle of the night. And I don't really understand why anything to do with trees just seems to keep going backwards. You know, into committee, into workshops, into committee, into workshops. So there's another opportunity to water it down every single time. So you know, there's been some conversions. You know, road to Damascus conversions tonight, and then we're all on board with trees. But the devil is in the detail, and when you look at the detail of this item, a number of things have gone backwards. You know, you get to a point where you wonder if the City of Bayswater is still the Garden City or not. And I fear that the more it just goes into workshops and into committee meetings, which, you know, have less public scrutiny than these OCMs, you know, less people are watching, less people are asking questions, less people are following the minutiae of how these documents are changing, that the City of Bayswater just goes backwards on trees. And so I'm going to call that out as I see it now. If we actually believe in trees, I think we need to move forward and protect them, and do that at every opportunity. So the more that we just put this off into the never through procedural stuff, I mean, that's what's happening here. I don't really see why there's a need for a workshop. The complexity that's already been built into, say, the significant tree register process just means it'll never get used. You know, death by 1,000 cuts, and we don't have any trees left at the end of the day. So I just don't think it's where the city should be going. I don't think it's where our community wants us to go.
Anyone else like to speak on this item? Councillor Ossowski.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment in regard to what Councillor Clark said. You mentioned that you don't think that this is where the community wants us to go. We hear so many different opinions on trees, and they're not all in one direction. And one of the deputies, I think she said last week, that the policy has a chance to flip-flop, depending on the makeup of council. And that's not fair to residents, just like it wouldn't be fair to businesses to not have certainty on what's happening to help them thrive and grow. And we need certainty in our city to help build our tree canopy. And if we have to keep flip-flop, we're not going to get that certainty. So by going to a workshop, it allows us to sit down and to talk about what are the common things that we are all in agreement in, and then what are the things that can be negotiable and can't be negotiable, so we can get some type of direction forward. I think it's important we do go to a workshop so that we don't have to constantly come back to these same issues with trees. We need movement forward, and the best way to do it is for us to sit down together and to have a good chat about all of these policies and see how they work together.
I'll go to the Deputy Mayor to close. Can you please use your microphone just to...
Sorry. Yeah, that was perfectly summed up by Councillor Ossowski, so nothing further to add.
Okay, I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ossowski, Councillor Easton, Councillor Sutherland, Deputy Mayor and myself. All those against? Councillor Palmer, Councillor Peterson-Pitt, Councillor Ball, Councillor Clark and Councillor Johnson. Thank you, that is adopted. The next item is item 13.1.2, Amendment to Acting CEO Arrangements. Councillors, I will move that this item be considered as urgent. May I have a seconder? Councillor Sutherland. Councillors, I believe that this item is urgent as it relates to a proposed change to the Acting CEO arrangements. This cannot be dealt with by the administration in accordance with the provisions of the temporary employment or appointment of a CEO policy, and the proposed change is to occur before the next ordinary council meeting. Councillor Sutherland, do you have any further comments? Councillors will now vote on whether the item will be accepted as urgent. I'll just ask if anyone would like to speak to the urgency. No, I'll put it straight to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you. Councillors, in accordance with clause 5.232A of the Local Government Act, I'm moving that this item be moved to confidential and considered behind closed doors at the end of the meeting. May I please have a seconder? Sorry, I've read that wrong. Sorry, I'm just going to, before I put that to the vote. So, councillors, in accordance with clause 5.232A of the Local Government Act, I'm moving that this item be confidential and considered behind closed doors. May I please have a seconder? Councillor Palmer? I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? I would like to put this to confidential now, so we can consider it now behind closed doors. Yes. Okay. So I'm putting this to the vote for confidential. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Eveson, Councillor Sutherland, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Ball, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against? Councillor Ostrowski and Councillor and the Deputy Mayor. Thank you. I'll just ask if there's any...
Yeah, through the chair, I'll have a financial interest in this item, so I'll be leaving the chambers for discussion on this item.
Thank you. Councillors, the next item is item 13.1.3, evaluation of tender submissions, update for March. May I please have a mover and seconder that the item be accepted as urgent, noting that it is a confidential report. Moved by the Deputy Mayor. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Eveson. Deputy Mayor, would you like to speak to the urgency motion? Councillor, would anyone like to speak on the urgency motion? If not, I'll go to the mover to close. No, I'll put that straight to the vote on urgency, whether this is to be considered urgent. All those in favour? That is unanimous. As this is a confidential report in accordance with clause 5.232E2, which relates to a report that would reveal information about the business, professional, commercial or financial affairs of a person, I move that this item be considered at the end of the meeting in the confidential section. May I please have a seconder? Councillor Palmer. I have nothing to add. Councillor Palmer, would you like to add anything? We'll now vote to move this to the confidential section of the meeting. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostaszowski, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Eveson, Councillor Peterson-Pitt, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnston and myself. All those against? Deputy Mayor. So that has now been moved under item 14. Any other items of urgent business? Do any councillors have any items that they'd like to raise? Councillor Palmer?
Thank you. This is a humanitarian special circumstance situation with Ukraine. And if I can just read it out first, if I may, and then you'll understand it. That Council authorises the Mayor to write to the Honourable Scott Morrison MP, the Prime Minister of Australia, and the Honourable Anthony Albanese MP, Leader of the Opposition, to support the federal government's condemnation of the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the government's humanitarian and military assistance to the people of Ukraine, being a free sovereign country which has come under unprovoked premeditated attack. Madam Mayor, the reason I think this is urgent is simply because it's happening right now. I think by next week or next month, it'll be, God willing, it'll be finished, but we don't know. And I feel that as local government, we are people that need to support our Prime Minister on what he's doing at this very time. He's sort of coming to an election. He's got to juggle all these balancing things, and we really need to let him know and encourage him to support this effort for the Russian and Ukrainian people.
So you're speaking to the urgency?
Yes.
Yes. Do I have a seconder to consider this as an urgent item? Councillor Bull? Councillor Palmer, do you have anything to add about the urgency?
Mayor,
I can speak
Mayor,
on it
sorry,
after.
before, sorry, Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Clark?
Can I disclose an impartiality interest based on
Yes.
this urgent that we haven't had before? So just to disclose that I'm a member of WA Labor Party. Obviously we're writing to Leader of the Opposition, so just disclosing that, I'll remain in the room for the vote.
Thank you.
Councillor Palmer, do you have anything to add about, would you like to speak to the urgency?
I'd like to speak on it if I
First,
may.
we've got to vote if it's
Okay.
urgent.
No, I'll just leave it at that. I think everybody understands.
Councillor Bull, would you like to speak to the urgency? Could you put your mic? Councillor Palmer, if you can close your mic.
The nature of the situation is such that I don't think it can be dealt with administratively before the next meeting, and therefore is urgent.
Would anyone else like to speak to the urgency of this? If not, I'll go to the mover to close.
Thank you. Exactly that time is of the essence in this. Thank you.
Okay, I'll put the urgency to the vote. All those in favour that it's an urgent item? Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostaszowski, Councillor Palmer, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against? Councillor Easton and Councillor Peterson-Pick. Now that the item has been accepted as urgent, could the acting CEO please provide a verbal report on this item?
Thank you, through the Chair. On 24th of February 2022, Russia invaded Ukraine. The invasion is the first assault on the European states since World War II, and also the largest refugee crisis since that war. 6.5 million people have been internally displaced, with a further 3.3 million having fled to neighbouring countries. The invasion received widespread international condemnation and sanctions imposed on the Russian state, and support provided to Ukraine from countries around the world. The federal government has provided a support package of $91 million Australian dollars towards defensive military assistance to Ukraine, which includes ammunition, body armour, missiles and weapons, as well as non-lethal military equipment. The federal government has also provided 65 million Australian dollars towards emergency humanitarian assistance to Ukraine, which includes provision of shelter, food, medical care, water, as well as donations to non-government humanitarian organisations. The Australian government has elevated Ukraine visa requests for priority processing, with 5,000 visas granted to date. All will be given a temporary humanitarian visa when they arrive in Australia, which is valid for 3 years. After this, they will be invited to apply for longer-term visas if they wish to do so. The temporary visa will give them the opportunity to work, study and to access Medicare. In relation to sanctions, Australia has imposed 476 sanctions on 443 individuals and 33 entities from Russia. And finally, Australia has donated 70,000 tonnes of thermal coal in response to a direct request from Ukraine to assist empowering generators to support electricity to their power grid at this critical time before their supply runs out, expected in the end of May. The Australian government has also banned the exports of aluminium, which is considered to be a critical export to Russia. That's it.
So, Councillor Palmer, you're moving this item. I'll
Yes.
just see if there's a seconder. Councillor Bull, Councillor Palmer.
Thank you. I'll be brief. It's been a long night and we all know everything, but I just had this from the SBS News. Since the collapse of the Soviet Union in '91, Kyiv has embraced progressive Western values. The city has become a hub for LGBTIQ+ people in Eastern Europe and has promoted the empowerment of women, both of which could be under direct threat from the imposition of a pro-Russian regime. Russia provides no anti-discrimination protections for LGBTIQ+ people, nor does it prohibit hate crimes based on sexual orientation and gender identity. In 2017, a panel of 5 expert advisors to the United Nations Human Rights Council condemned a wave of torture and killings of gay men. Similar criticisms of Russian repression have been heard by the feminist community. End of quote. And we really need to support our government in what they've done for the Russian and the Ukrainian people. Neither of them want war, and this is just a military regime that's pounding a free country. So I think a letter of thanks and support to our nation's leaders is absolutely paramount, especially from local government, where we have our feet on the ground and we know what happens with humanitarian situations. Thank you.
Councillor Bull. Would anyone else like to speak on this? Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Yeah, look, it is a tragedy what's happening in Ukraine, but unfortunately I will not support this. I will be consistent and vote exactly as I did during my whole time on council. I do not deal with federal issues. I was not elected as a federal member. I think councillors and any community members who are concerned about this issue, and we should all be concerned, they should write, they should do things. It should not be here around this table. This is local government, guys, this is local government. and we are now wasting the time instead of talking about the issues that we are responsible, Morley, Bayswater, etc. And it's happening. We're still getting those motions, unfortunately. Yeah, you know, we have a member for Perth. We should contact him. You know, councillors can contact him, can visit his office, and visit ministers, but not bringing it to this level. You know, we have officers here. They need to spend the time on what we are here.
Any other councillors like to speak? Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor. Just briefly, I think we deal with state and federal issues regularly on this council. I'm not sure the distinction is as clear as that. And for something like this, I think condemning the actions of Russia in the simplest and strictest of terms is appropriate given what's happening over there and the significance of it, the historic significance that this is significant change since World War II. So I'll be voting for the motion.
Would anyone else like to speak? If not, I'll go to the mover to close.
Thank you. I really appreciate your support, and we even supported an out of local government issue of gay marriage. We voted here on that, so I can't see any difference. There are times when you must stand up and be counted and help your federal and state leaders and not just go to your local ones, you know, spread out. You're bigger than that. And you've got feet on the ground, you've got a voice, you've got an intelligence, and sometimes you have to use it to support what our government is doing on a personal level and on a local government level. We're here representing our people. Doesn't matter what nationality. And this is Harmony Week, oh my gosh. So I really think that just a simple letter costs nothing, but it means a million. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostaszowski, Councillor Palmer, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against? Councillor Easton and Councillor Peterson-Pick. That is adopted. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. I also have a new business of an urgent nature. It's to do with the appointment of deputies to the CEO Recruitment Committee. Do you want me to read it out?
Yes, please.
Okay. I don't know what I've done with it. Sorry, I had extra notes. That council for the duration of, this might need amending actually, never mind, I'll go what I've got. The council for the duration of Councillor Peterson-Pick's approved leave of absence from the 27th of March to the 25th of April, if I captured that right, appoints Councillor Bull as his deputy to the CEO Recruitment Committee. And I just know I heard a whole lot of other leave of absences for the committee as well, so I thought it's a crucial time we need to have an appointment. But the urgency is the process is underway.
So I'll just see if there's a seconder and then you can talk to the urgency.
Thank you.
So may I please have a seconder for the motion to be accepted as urgent? Councillor Palmer. Councillor Johnson, would you like to speak to the urgency?
Thank you. Just I think in line with the others, it's a process that's underway and won't be able to be dealt with before the next OCM.
Councillor Palmer, do you have anything to add? Okay, councillors will now vote on whether the item will be accepted as urgent. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Now that it's been accepted as urgent, could the acting CEO please provide a verbal report on this item?
Thank you, through the Chair. At the ordinary council meeting of 7th of December 2021, council considered a number of items of urgent business in relation to the resignation of the city's CEO, Andrew Bryan. At that meeting, council established the CEO Recruitment Committee with the following councillors appointed as members. The Mayor, Councillor Philomena Peperetti, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Catherine Earhart, Councillor Stephen Ostaszowski, Councillor Josh Iverson, Councillor Ely Peterson-Pick. At the CEO Recruitment Committee on the 21st of December, the committee amended the terms of reference to provide that all other remaining councillors are deputies. The amendment was endorsed by council at the ordinary council meeting on the 25th of January 2022. Councillor Elliot Peterson-Pick has approved leave of absence from the 27th of March 2022 to the 25th of April 2022. As Councillor Earhart, the other South Ward councillor, is already a member of the committee, the city would contact all remaining councillors to seek a deputy for Councillor Peterson-Pick. The effect of this item of urgent business is that Councillor Bull is appointed deputy for Councillor Peterson-Pick for the CEO Recruitment Committee during this leave of absence period, and the city would not be required to contact the remaining councillors to identify an available deputy. In accordance with clause 5.11a, subclause 1 of the Act, the appointment of a person to be a deputy of a member of a committee requires absolute majority of council. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson moving. Do I have a seconder? I'll second it. Councillor Johnson?
Thank you for that. I'm not quite sure really like how much more to say, but I just realised that we were going to have a gap on the committee, and because I was also on leave, I wouldn't be able to deputise, and otherwise I would have put my own name up.
Thank you. I have nothing to add. Would anyone else like to speak to this? Councillor Bull?
I'll just confirm I'm happy for it to happen.
Okay. Would anyone else like to speak to this? No? I'll go to the mover to close.
Nothing further, thank you.
Okay, I'll put this straight to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Okay, we're now on to item 14, confidential items. We'll now consider the confidential item of urgent business. Can I please have a mover and seconder to go behind closed doors? Moved by Councillor Bull, seconded by Councillor Palmer. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Eveson, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnston and myself. All those against? Councillor Ostaszewski. Can we please go behind closed doors?